Now I know what you're thinking. You might be thinking, I mean, were we just here? Like, yes, we did finish Silent Hill 2 last week, it's true. And we did play it 2 weeks before that on a DDR pad, and a week before that, we did beat the entire game without a DDR pad, and it took us 24 hours over like 3 days. That did happen. That was this month. But I went back and checked the record, and that last playthrough started on April 1st. So, haha, April Fools, fuck it, I don't care. We're going back in. This is probably the start. I can't... It's a thing is going to maybe throw a wrench in the works in this, but this is pretty much, probably, almost certainly, maybe, the beginning of another Silent Hill full series playthrough, which we start with 2, because of course you would. Why would you start with the first game? That would be dumb. No matter what series you're playing, you should play every series starting from the second. Madden, Jak and Daxter, Dragon Ball Z Budokai. I don't even know what counts as the second Nier game, but Nier probably. Drakengard for sure. Does she always start with the second one? You always get it right on the second try. That's what I always say. So anyway, yeah, I don't, fuck it. Silent Hill 2, I don't care. I'm never stopping. Never, ever, ever. What's up, Phantom Knight? How you doing, buddy? It is the gift that keeps on giving. It's my favorite video game of all time, and this week sucked, so whatever. We're just gonna do this. Boop, boop, boop. Let's dive in. Hi, hello. I don't know what the fuck happened. I don't know if my monitors moved over the course of the last couple of days. Because like I keep this webcam, the one that I'm right here, this one, the one that's pointing at me. I keep it on top of a monitor. And I can't. The angle looks wrong. It looks. Something about it is wrong, and I don't know what I did. But I don't know. That's just what. Something about it's wrong, and we're just gonna deal with it. I look different now. Half the people coming in here still expect me to be long-haired and long-bearded, so everything's just gonna change, and it'll be fine. Let's see. I don't know if this is gonna be a good balance for the volume. I know I was balancing the volume lower during the DDR stream because I didn't know if I was going to be able to talk loud enough. So we'll figure out the balance as we get into the game proper. As usual, we're going to be playing the PC version of this game. Going to be playing the Enhanced Edition mod. I don't have the current version number ready. I miss it too. It just got really hot, and I had to. The hair would have been fine with masks, but I had to wear masks, or I have to wear masks on campus because I work at a biotech company. So the beard had to go, so it all went. But I do miss it too. I was watching a VOD of one of the Deltarune streams for a thing. For a thing. I don't know why I was looking at Deltarune. It just seemed like an important thing to do, maybe for a week before today. Anyway. So, I was looking at that, but I had the hair was then like a really sweet spot. It was like right at the ears, but the front of it was really thick. I liked it a lot. It was good. Yeah, our like OSHA mandates all ended, but, and the products I work on are all like, have like federal regulations on them, so it actually behooves us to wear masks no matter what, because like saliva contamination can be a problem. So we have that, and then it just kind of became a lot of folks in our line of work would prefer to hang out, like especially given the things we work with, where most of us are fine wearing masks anyway. But if people don't want to, they could just work in another department, and it's really easy to transfer. So if folks are totally sick of it, they have that option at our place now. Which, for the time being, with what we have, is probably fine. So, we'll see. But anyway, Silent Hill 2, we're going to do the Enhanced Edition as always. There are, of course, 2 scenarios in this version of the game. The main scenario, the main story, pretty much like 99% of the important thing is in this, The Letter from Silent Heaven, and a short prequel sub-scenario called Born from a Wish. We will be doing Born from a Wish at a particular point in the Letter from Silent Heaven playthrough that will almost certainly come into play at the very beginning of tomorrow's stream. We're going to be streaming this. I'm guessing it'll be... Actually, no, it won't be the beginning of next stream. But anyway, the schedule's probably going to be... or the schedule is always Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday. But this playthrough will probably take us all of today, all of Saturday's stream, and then a little bit into Monday's stream, probably. But at the beginning of the Saturday and Monday streams, we're going to be looking into... It's right here because I'm almost done with that PowerPoint. We're going to be looking at the Book of Lost Memories, one of the supplemental materials that came out for this series in 2003, corresponding with the release of Silent Hill 3. So we'll be looking at some entries in the book Lost Memories that pertain to things that we have seen in the game to that point, as we've kind of made like a typical thing. And then we'll do the side scenario, Born from a Wish, and then we will dive back into Letter from Silent Heaven. But that's all for then. For now, let us begin. Action level normal. I could probably do hard, but I don't want to. And riddle level hard. I need to figure out how to unlock... I don't know why I don't have Maniac unlocked, or whatever the... or Extreme. I don't know why I don't have Extreme riddle unlocked yet. I need to check that. But anyway... Action level normal, riddle level hard. I'm just gonna make this easy. Fuck it. I had a bad week. Whatever. Easy, hard, go.
Mary, could you really be in this town?
And so our story begins with James Sutherland staring at himself in the mirror, reflecting upon his thoughts and upon his wife, Mary, and everything that's been going on for the last 3 years of his life. And before we begin our tour of this amazing rectangle of the bathroom, I am trying to get my OneNote to open on my phone, because I don't want to open it on my computer, because for some reason OneNote is a fucking, like, super resource intensive when I have it open on top of OBS. And, like, seemingly only that. I can't replicate it any other way. It's weird. But let me see if I can get this open. Doesn't look like I can. Okay, and that... Oh, no, I took a picture. I took pictures of these. So let me find those pictures. Because that was not that long ago. I should be able to find these. Darn. All right, let me just open up the OneNote. That's fine. Okay. I need to spend more time on this. I keep getting sidetracked in creative things. I actually have some time now that I sent a script out for edits. Anyway, so... here in the bathroom, this bathroom, like we talked about before, is a really nice place to set the or a really nice way to set the tone for this game in a lot of ways. One, visually, You just have the incredibly, like, sticky, slimy, like, multi-texture. The Enhanced Edition does a really good job of this. Just the ground there, like, I cannot imagine what kind of, like, there's like a yearning for bleach that my nose has when I smell something that, like, I know is alive. There are, like, alive things mixed in with just infrastructure that should not be. Something is horribly awry here. Like you step on and it feels like you're stepping on carpet, even though it's supposed to be concrete. It's a real fucking problem. But just the dilapidation, the decay, the way that things are very much in disarray, right from the start is a nice bellwether from where we're gonna go. On top of just how grimy and disgusting all the toilets are, which around here there are specific factions of fools who like to they have toilet thoughts. That's what they have. We'll get to them later. Hold on. So I don't know why James is bracing when I press that. Let me check, cuz I did have to remap the controller. So let me, because I was using the DDR pad last week, so let me see if I can figure out what button that is. So it's button 2. What else is mapped to button 2? Run or guard is mapped to button 2, so I'm just gonna get rid of that. Alright, that is what happened. Okay, we should be fine. So this bathroom is also a nice actual practical tutorial in some ways, because even though it's just a big old rectangle, like we can see the entire thing right here. Really not a lot to do, nowhere to go. It's pretty hard to get lost in here. But despite that, like if you just count the camera cuts as we walk into straight line here, you got, oh, I need to clip the mirror. You got one right here, and then you back up a little bit more. Got one here, and one here. So just going in a straight line really quickly, the camera is gonna like jump all over the place, trying to disorient you, and it's still getting you the information you need to see, like, around yourself. Like from this angle, you can see something on the ground back there, and then when you walk over here, you get a nice camera angle right above it, so you can see the blue gem down there. The camera gives you good information of your immediate surroundings, so it makes it hard, in some ways, to kind of get a full scope of your surroundings. And the game, intentionally or otherwise, ends up, if you don't know exactly where you're going, it can be really easy to have to rely on your map just to figure out where the fuck you are. Because even, like, narrow hallways, rectangular spaces with no crazy geography, can become really confusing. And also in terms of kind of setting the stage, on both walls of this bathroom facing each other, we have in this, like, turquoise-looking graffiti writing, portions of 2 Bible verses that end up, when they come together, painting a pretty good, like a pretty good sense of this game's, like core conflict. So let's see. Right, King Kang? We did this, what, 3 weeks ago? And I'm good. I'm as hype as I was 3 weeks ago. I don't give a shit. I fucking love this game. It's amazing. It's like the one thing I worry about, like the one public worry I've shared about streaming is that, like, I worry about running this game's canon playthrough too often and burning out on it. That's like the one thing that I've said, like, I don't want to do that. But right now I don't give a shit. I don't give a fuck. So there are 2 Bible verses that are present on the walls of this bathroom, or at least portions of them are here. So one on this wall, you can see partially the verse, which I have my OneNote over here, from the book of Job 10:8. Thy hands fashioned and made me, and now thou dost turn about and destroy me. Only portions of this are indicated, but this is clearly a reference to this verse. This could relate to James manifesting Maria in the town, aligning with some graffiti that we'll see in a little bit. And no matter what happens, no matter what James does, there is no ending in this game. Haunting Melody, what's going on? Hello, happy Friday, I think. Shout outs to, it is canon. Canon graffiti, canon toilets, canon everything. There's no ending of this game, of course, where Maria will end up being accepted, where Maria will either be destroyed by the beginning of the game. Maria was manifested by James and then is destroyed by him as the final boss, or he can accept Maria, but then Maria immediately appears to kind of force the beginning of the cycle all over again, where she seems to catch whatever Mary's mysterious disease was, and ends up not really being a solution. So this verse, especially taken in concert with the verse right behind us, seems to be a reference to the nature of Maria. Speaking of which, if we go over here on the other side in the same kind of graffiti writing form, we find a portion of a Bible verse from the book of Job, 13:28. While I am decaying like a rotten thing, like a garment that is moth-eaten. So in general, this would seem to relate to the state of Mary, James's wife, for the last 3 years, where, and again, the title said it, and this game is ancient, and we've done this before, but of course, we are spoiler full. I already said spoily things. I already talked about the ending. But full spoilers from the beginning at all times. We can talk about whatever at any point. No need to be precious about spoilers for this video game. But anyway, Maria, James's wife, who, if we look in James's inventory, we see two things. One, a photo of Mary right here. A photo of James's wife in front of a big old JPEG of a lake that we will see in a moment just outside of this bathroom. And we also see a letter from Mary. It is definitely Mary's name in her own handwriting on the front of the envelope. We can investigate this envelope, and we can open it, and we can see there's a piece of paper inside and that there are words on the letter, but we will hear from Mary's own words the contents of that letter in just a bit, so we don't got to go over that now. Just wanted to show that you can look at it. But in brief, Mary became sick, fell ill about 3 years ago, roughly appearing to correspond with when James and Mary came to Silent Hill on a honeymoon or on a vacation. This has been interpreted in some circles as the town of Silent Hill actually intentionally or otherwise causing Mary's illness, which, I mean, I love talking about these games, and like I am not persuaded by that theory, but we could always talk about it. I've never seen supplemental stuff getting into that, or like really supporting it, but it's a fun idea, and the nature of the town is not. It's always 1 or 2 degrees from ever being like fully comprehended, so it's almost impossible to completely rule anything out, which is part of why talking about this game is so interesting 22 years later or whatever. Anyway, Mary got sick 3 years ago, and over the last 3 years has been like wasting away physically. Like the verse says, while I am decaying like a rotten thing, the second line being like a garment that is moth-eaten. Which could tie into, like that line does just indicate, like we see in the bathroom visually and what we'll see outside, this like ever-present aspect of decay and degradation. But the specific inference of a moth-eaten thing does at least evoke. It does rhyme with some imagery that comes up later in the game, where this what we see right here, these two kind of dueling verses in this turquoise graffiti, is the first of many aspects that of the symbolism of this game that'll present like a dual nature meant to counter or meant to kind of represent the forms of Mary and Maria, where Maria was James's wife who was physically ill and from James's perspective, verbally very harsh, and to James's mind, a burden, and a very difficult aspect of its life, while Maria is this like completely idealized, totally centered on James, like physically both healthy and much less conservative than Mary appears to be in her picture here, where she's wearing a very not at all racy dress, just kind of like what you like casual wear that you would just kind of hang out at the lake for, while Maria's walking around in an outfit more evocative of a strip club, which makes sense given where we find her. But we will see a lot of symbolism in this game that is utilized to directly contrast those two characters. One of which is appears to be the comparison between moths and butterflies, where moths will be associated with Mary. Moths, something that looks like a moth, is spewed from the final boss, which 3 out of 4 endings is Maria, or is Mary. And Maria has a tattoo of a butterfly on her stomach. So the butterfly being the reborn, renewed, beautiful thing, the symbol of the rebirth and like transformation, while the moth kind of represents the like decay and death that James is associated with Mary. And on that note, considering Mary or Maria, this manifestation that the town is going to cook up out of the weird info goo in James's head, another way to think of Maria is as a given Maria's nature, the first thing Maria is going to do when we find her is go, "Oh, I don't look like your girlfriend, do I?" And Maria's explicit goal is to find James and get James to accept her. Maria is not like as a replacement for Mary. Maria is not a otherwise like neutral vessel in this story. Maria is actively trying to replace Mary for James. And in that role, Maria seems to play the role of something of a succubus. Which is interesting because this little guy, or this little friend over here, this little piece of graffiti that we see in the bathroom, this image here is an image of the female demon Lilith. And we know that because did I still not get the Reddit post? God dang it. I found this during the last playthrough and I didn't put it in the OneNote. Let me find it. Reddit. Perfect. Okay. Easy to find. So back in 2022, fairly recently, what's their name? I put the Reddit post in chat. Let me put it in the OneNote now before I lose it again. User by the name of Extra Gloria was looking through a book that they own, which I actually had a copy, or I have a copy of. I bought it in a like totally different life. Let me see if I can find it. That's Dark Tower. No. Where are you? There you are. So they were investigating a book that they had on the Jewish mystical tradition of Kabbalah. So here's the book. And they found that on what's the page? 321 of this book. Let me get rid of the little sleeve cover. My birthday. I'm celebrating my birthday next week. My birthday's not next week, but that's when we celebrate it for reasons. I'm getting a bookshelf for my birthday. That's like the only thing I asked for. So all these books are just we'll have an actual place to go, which will be really nice. But anyway, someone a couple of years ago, Extra Gloria there on Reddit, was going through this and found the images on that Reddit post, and here in this book on Kabbalah by Gershom Scholem. Is, let me go back to OBS so we can see what I'm looking at, because the camera's all messy now. Hopefully you can see it. But is an image, detail from a parchment amulet showing the female demon Lilith. Above her are depicted Sanoi, Sanzanoi, and the Samnagloth, which those are not as relevant. But even the even like the little bits of writing around Lilith here are taken directly from whatever either the parchment or a source document referencing this parchment that is discussed in this book, describing Kabbalah. So we know that Lilith here is, or this is a representation of the demon Lilith. In Kabbalistic myth or mysticism, there are depictions of Lilith being created by God even before Adam. In the traditional Abrahamic creation story, which aligns kind of sorta with Maria being born from a wish, as James is presently manifesting things, is indicated by the 2 Job Bible verses. And there are also views of Lilith in the Zohar that show Lilith seducing fallen angels. Lilith is often adapted in other texts and like popular culture as a succubus. So just in general, the like the Reddit post kind of goes a little further than that and tries to go like this indicates like specific aspects of the nature of Silent Hill and the spiritual power and stuff, which it's fun to think about that stuff. And again, you can't really shoot anything down because the town's nature is never really explicitly described or like to the point where it's totally explainable. I don't know that, like, I generally fall in line of like they wanted a lady demon because Maria kind of sort of looks like a lady demon and they found one, but who knows? So I think in terms of the plot, or the extra, the non-diegetic aspects of this game's plot, that's all the table setting that this part of the game does. There is over here, kind of hard to get a look at it, but just to the right of the sink, there is like a wavy triangle looking thing, and there's like some writing there that I've never really been able to find anything about. I don't know what this is. This might literally just be like graffiti of like the bathroom and like the hill behind it. I don't know. One day maybe I'll stare at it for 16 hours and try to find it. But diegetically, in terms of the game's story, there is one thing that I never noticed when I was playing the PS2 version. I only ever found this, I only noticed this when I was playing on the Enhanced Edition because of the higher resolution, but right in front of you, right when you go to leave the bathroom, you have to look, or I mean, you can walk backwards if you want, but most likely you're going to have James look at these 2 posters of Heaven's Night, which will end up being a very important part of this game. Kind of like you only spend like 10 minutes there, which sucks, but this is where Maria, Heaven's Night, the strip club, is where Maria will end up being apparently manifested from when James arrives in the town, and the town is like groping around inside of his skull trying to find like things to manifest into the town. Maria will awaken in Heaven's Night, and you can actually see that the picture on the poster of advertising Heaven's Night is the form of Maria, which then gets interesting when like there are Easter eggs in Silent Hill 3 that imply that someone who looks a whole lot like Maria but has black hair will be like performing in Heaven's Night, but that's probably just an Easter egg because you need a Silent Hill 2 save to get it and whatever. But there are interesting things considered around like physically what are the monsters in this game. Are they just made from nothing? Are they like projected images onto a template that is like physically acting in the town? That'll also be interesting when we talk about the Abstract Daddy boss fight, a monster that has whose imagery appears to have relevance to both Angela and James and not just one character, but we'll get to that in time. And then over here, because I have completed the Maria side story before, we have a blue gem. We can look at it if we want to. Maybe we could use it somewhere. It says, it kind of looks like a PS1 model with just how weirdly flat it is and how it's solely using like basic like Photoshop lighting tutorials to give it its 3D structure, which might I mean, I don't know. It's just a blue gem. Don't worry about it. Everything's fine. The town gets the power from the lake. Yeah, we'll talk about that stuff for sure, like in more detail when we get there. But yeah, the where is it? Not this book of Lost Memories, not this physical book, but the book Lost Memories that is in the game, describes the white chrism, one of the ritual items that's used for various rituals, one of which involves bringing people back to life. It seems to imply that the white chrism, this thing that is used to kind of channel or fuel the power of the these powers that you can manifest through these rituals, it's implied to be condensed fog from the lake. So potentially, the town's power could be housed within the lake. The lake has been an epicenter of that between, we'll see the map in a second, but the prison that was kind of an epicenter of several epidemics that happen in this place when a bunch of people die and fuck up the power of the town, like corrupt it with all its excess death. A lot of that excess death occurred at prisons that are on the shores of the lake. The lake itself has constantly been a problem for the tourism industry here because people keep disappearing, or their boats keep crashing, or like people keep dying around this lake somehow, even though it just seems to be a lake in the middle of Maine. Shouldn't be that fucking complicated. Yeah, there is a lot of, and even the other games, even the later games, all that take place in different parts of Silent Hill, like pretty much everything that occurs around the power of the town and the cult and the faith of this place, it all surrounds the lake. It's always, it's always in places that border the lake where these big things happen. So that's probably a fair assumption at this point, or like a fair reading of what we know. But we shall see in time, I guess, if we ever get more information about that. But with all of that said, let's see, it's been 45 minutes. That's about right. It's been 30 minutes since we walked in this bathroom, which means it's probably about time to leave. Hold on. Oh, never mind. I got a text from work, but it's not an important thing. Although one thing I will point out is just, I don't know why this sink has like a joystick. I don't like it. Oh, the cans. Yeah, there's like a soda can. Like a disgusting, grimy soda can, like under the disgusting main sink, and then there's another one here next to this poop pipe, which I guess implies that there's like, maybe that's like for the gutters. This pipe, or like drainage off of the roof or something. I don't know where this pipe's meant to go. I don't know if there's like a roof toilet to this little like rest stop bathroom. I don't know what that pipe's about, but there's a soda can next to it. And then over here on the ground, there's another soda on the ground, which is disgusting, as there is a very empty trash can right here. And this trash can is red, which probably means that this trash can intends to punish James. This is Trash Head. This is Mini Dumpster Boy. He's here to he spewed forth the disgusting soda cans to make James touch him, and then he touched his face, and then he caught the disease from Silent Hill from the disgusting soda cans when he touched his face when he looked at the mirror, and now he's gonna have all these problems over the next couple of hours. So we'll see how that goes. Hey, Ginger Fires, there might be a sewer vent. I don't know how sewers work. I thought sewers go down. It's time for my favorite cutscene of the game.
In my restless dreams, I see that town, Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday, but you never did.
letter. The name on the envelope said Mary. My wife's name. It's ridiculous. Couldn't possibly be true. That's what I keep telling myself. A dead person can't write a letter. Mary died of that damn disease 3 years ago. So then, why am I looking for her? Our special place. What could she mean? This whole town was our special place. Does she mean the park on the lake? We spent the whole day there. Just the two of us, staring at the water.
Sounds really boring.
Could Mary really be there? Is she really alive? Waiting for me?
So, the track that played there will be reprised many times in many variations over the course of the game. That is easily the least harsh that track gets, and it's just so pretty. There's always a lot of conspiracy theories with folks that get into these games about, like, did they get Angela's voice actor Donna Burke because she sounded like the most kinda like out there, kind of loopy, like they wanted her to sound a little stilted because Angela herself is in a very difficult place, dealing with her trauma, and like Eddie James and Angela all sound all unnatural and a little stilted, in general it seems like from Jeremy Blaustein, one of the localizers and production folks in this game, and some of the other folks that worked on it. In general, that wasn't really intentional. That's more of a like a product of this game's like cutscenes and voice acting and stuff being done in a very truncated time frame, more than anything. But it's funny that this game has that reputation, while this scene here, which is pretty much exclusively voiceover, it doesn't really involve a lot of like a lot of movement, a lot of motion, a lot of like physical direction. Guy Seehee and shit, I don't remember Mary's voice actor's name. So let me just look that up because I'm gonna feel bad. Silent Hill 2, Mary. No, it's Mary Elizabeth McGlynn in the HD version, but Monica Taylor Horgan. I always fucking forget that. I don't know how, but those two monologues there are just fucking perfectly delivered. Like, Guy Seehee sounds like he has the weight of the fucking world on his shoulders when he's giving that part, and Mary sounds like as pure and angelic as James is imagining her to be over the course of this game, until he kind of everything clicks for him. Again, James right now is in the mind space where he thinks that Mary died 3 years ago, but suddenly, out of nowhere, he got this letter, the letter that Mary read for us there at the beginning of or during that little monologue. This envelope, definitely Mary's name in her own handwriting in the front of the envelope, and the letter reads one more time: "In my restless dreams, I see that town, Silent Hill. You'd promised you'd take me there again someday, but you never did. Well, I'm alone there now, in our special place, waiting for you." So pretty much none of that is really right. The true course of events, which we're going to lay out now, and then we'll just kind of discuss them as we go through the game to show how the game foreshadows and like describes this stuff. But the true timeline, what's actually happened, is 3 years ago, James's wife Mary fell ill. Here's a picture of Mary from when she was still healthy. This picture is taken in Silent Hill. We can tell because of that JPEG in the background, which you could see back there. It's the same exact place. This is that is the exact lake. We actually know exactly where that picture was taken. because James describes it in that monologue. But we know that that picture was taken right here, in the place which would have been one of the last places that James and Mary went before Mary fell ill. To James right now is thinking Mary died 3 years ago, and in a way, it's easy to see in his current state, where he's going a little crazy, why he thinks that, and that's because to him, this version of Mary, the version of Mary that was his wife, and that they were having a life together, making memories together, all of that came to an end functionally here in Silent Hill. This is a photo of the Mary that James right now is beginning to mourn, of the version of Mary in his head that was still healthy. But Mary did not die then. Mary fell ill then, and over the last 3 years, it's been a very difficult, very strenuous illness, and Mary was very nearly laid low by it. And James has not been coping with it very, very healthily. We'll learn a little bit about how James has dealt with all of this shit for the last couple of years. But at most 1 week ago in game, probably less. But again, it's just really hard to pin anything down in this game exactly. Mary was sent home by her doctors so that she could, this is described in Mary's letter, so that she could basically die at home and have a few more days of peace before the end comes. But eventually James, his motivations shift slightly depending on the ending that you get, but through some combination of just wanting it to be over with and wanting his life back, and not wanting to see Mary suffer anymore and wanting that pain to end, ended up taking Mary's own life by smothering her with a pillow. And then, stricken with grief and stricken with guilt for what he did, James's mind made a fictionalized version of events, in which instead of getting sick 3 years ago, Mary died. I guess we kind of jumped ahead just a little bit there. As he's kind of losing his grip on everything, James puts Mary's body in this car right here, and begins driving to Silent Hill, the place where they were last happy, the place where he's got this picture of Mary from when she was still healthy. And his plan at the moment was to take his car and drive into that lake that very well may be the source of the town's power, the most striking artifact of the town in general, the thing that James says that him and Mary were staring at it, looking at the water all day, were mesmerized by this very flat JPEG. His plan is to add to the bodies at the bottom of this lake and be reunited with Mary by driving into that lake with his car with Mary's body beside him. But as he drives to the town, everything kind of warps, and his mind comes up with a new version of events, whether this is through influence of the town or just him kind of losing it with everything that's happening. It's a little unclear. But instead of getting sick 3 years ago, Mary actually died in his own head. And then James, definitely through the powers of the town, finds this letter. This letter, both diegetically in game, we have in-game mechanics to know for sure that this letter is not real, and through supplementary materials and other stuff. We know that letter is a manifestation of the town, is something that this town's power has created for James to kind of press him to investigate the town. He's instead of just driving into the lake, he needs to find their special place. He needs to decode the meaning of that, and the carrot of Mary is in this town somewhere will be combined with the stick of pointy triangle-headed guys who are really mad at James. And one way or another, for one reason or another, whether the town is looking to punish James or looking to rehabilitate James, or just there is as is kind of loosely described in the Book of Lost Memories, just a void left in this town's spiritual power because it's been corrupted by how many people have died here that shouldn't have, how many people have been executed on this soil. by the people who were twisting the spiritual power of this place into their own fucky faith that was like combined with Abrahamic religions and religions from afar and everything else. And then all of this tangled kind of like fucked up web of spiritual nonsense was amplified greatly through the events of Silent Hill 1, where which we will get into after we play this game, because this is the best one, so we're gonna do it first always. And that lets us play 1 and 3 back to back, which is also important, obviously. But through the events of the first game, through Alessa's control of this place's spiritual power, this place's power has been greatly amplified. And it calls forth, it demands the attention and the presence of people who have darkness in their heart, which is why James is like still feels the pull to come back to this place. Even though his original mission his original goal to drive him to the lake is no longer like solely present in his mind. There will be 2 other people that we see that were also drawn to Silent Hill because they have darkness in their heart, but we'll get to that in time. So we gotta go to the lake because that's where our wife is. There's a sign here. It says to go to the lake. Let's go. There's a map in the car. Might be a good idea to take it. But I don't want to go look at James's car yet. Not again. Just because, I mean, look at it. We harp on this every time, but just, like, the parking spaces in this area are fucking dumb. Like, you should be able to fit more than 3 in this spot, like, for sure. But even so, James parked like an asshole. Like, he had plenty of opportunities to not do exactly what he did. This is like the worst way that you could like park your car here. This is the min-maxed, most assholey approach that you could have possibly taken. So we'll get back to that in a second. Over here, there are 2 things that are not important, but whatever, we can talk about them. Here, there's a van. There's a van here. We'll see this van over and over and over again, but probably because it's one of the 4 or 5 vans that, or one of the 4 or 5 cars that the folks that made this game saw when they visited San Bruno, California to get some inspiration for this game's like town map. But also in this game's opening cutscene, the teaser trailer that plays, there's a brief moment where 2 other characters in this game, Eddie and Laura, who we'll meet later, are seen sitting in front of a van like this, and then Laura kicks Eddie, and Eddie's eating pizza, like they do. The most important things to know about those characters. Laura kicks people, and Eddie eats pizza. They're doing it in front of this van, which has led to speculation among fans and Guy Seehee, the dude what voiced James there, the guy in the cool jacket, into thinking that this might be Eddie's van, or the type of van that Eddie drives, or whatever. I don't know. It's fun. I can't. Either way, who knows? That's about as right as anything. I don't know. But more importantly, there's a little billboard for Pete's Bowl-O-Rama. You know, you're a tiny town in Maine. You got your sights set on being a sightseeing town, a tourist trap, and before people drive back onto the freeway next to this rest stop, you got one chance to try to get their attention and trick them to visit your town. And what better way to do that than a billboard for bowling? And it's like the shadows of the bowling pins kind of look like people, kind of look like guys. It's weird. I don't want to go to Pete's Bowl-O-Rama, but we have to. Maria's with me on this. Over here, we see something that we're going to see a whole lot of, just nonsensical boundaries and barriers. I don't know why a freeway overpass would be blocked off by a chain-linked fence. I cannot imagine any situation where this is like desirable. It's not like this road does not have anything preventing you from just driving right up to that fence and Like there's no signs, there's no cones, there's nothing back here to make someone driving this way not think they can just barrel through that place. It's kind of a miracle James didn't, and to that end, there is nothing preventing us from leaving as well. James didn't sneak in here, he drove in here like anyone would. So this is something oh god! Farron, what's going on, buddy? Everyone hanging out with Farron. You guys, you were doing, there is Final Fantasy 14 occurring, I was there. I still have a tab open, and now I'm watching myself twice. How did that go? How are you doing? We're looking at toilets. That's what we do here. You all know this. Sector 6, the Irish and Farron, what's up? Hey, everybody. My name's Davey. I'm Davey, and we play, it seems like we just play Silent Hill 2 here. Seems like what we do now. So, welcome. The game, or we just started. You're here at the perfect time. We were in that bathroom, and then we left. And it's been an hour. We've been talking about this bathroom for an hour. It's what we do. Welcome. Anyway, so as I was saying, one of the things that disappointed a lot of people after that played the first game and then were waiting for that game's sequel in Silent Hill 2 is that there are very few direct story connections between the first game and the second game. There's really only one like overt reference to it, to the actual events of the first game, that is shown in the room where you fight Pyramid Head at the end of the game. Not to say that this game's story isn't related at all to the first game's story, because this game does a really interesting job of kind of filling out the town's lore in a way that informs the story of the first game in a really cool way, and we'll get to all that when we talk about the Book of Lost Memories. But what this game does also do is it plays on the player's expectations coming out of the first game, where in the first game, right out the gate, literally from the first moment that you're controlling, the first moments where you control Harry Mason, the town is physically blocking Harry's progression in any direction except for where the town, or in that case, Alessa's power of the town or whatever, wants James to go. And it looks like a little bit that's what's happening to James here. There is just a mystical, weird barrier preventing James from going this way. And there is definitely fuckery happening where the town is going to manifest nonsense barriers in front of James, but unlike Silent Hill 1, where Sybil and Harry and Dr. Kaufman and all of the people that are in Silent Hill are prevented from leaving. They are trapped in Silent Hill until the power of the town gives them an opportunity to leave. James is really, at least physically, under no sort of restriction like that. He is like mentally drawn to this town, so maybe it's just a prison of a different design, but there's nothing preventing us from leaving. We can try. James just won't do it. This is the road I came in on, but there's no point in going back. James has decided he wants to come here to look for Mary, and that's kind of the end of it. But there is no, at least here, giant hole in the ground in the road preventing James from leaving, or a massive wall that's been built in front of him out of nowhere that makes sure he does not deviate and escape the town. But that's also not going to be a permanent thing. He will eventually be trapped here, and when we get to that, that's part of, or that's at a part of the game where it's going to be really instructive, I think, to talk about like the rules, such as they are, for the power of the town, for the fog world and the other world, and how Silent Hill is fucking with the people inside of it. Because the way that things manifest in this game and the way that the powers manifest in the first game are measurably different in weird ways. And then that all dovetails into 3, and then 4 does cool stuff with it, and then everything breaks after that, and we will get there. But James decided he wants a map. So let's go in his car and get a map. There's the map. I got a map of Silent Hill. Apparently James was sitting on that map while he was driving, because it's on the driver's seat. If I were looking at a map, I feel like I would either want it in front of me when I was driving so I could reference it when I was moving my car, or like maybe put it in the passenger seat so you can like reach over and grab it, but this implies James was just like sitting and farting on it the entire time. But James is also a chronically strange man who's from a family apparently of exclusively chronically strange people. So I guess it's gonna be far from the strangest thing this man does over the course of this playthrough, so whatever, I guess. Also, if you go back into the car, here's a line that I've decided is important. It probably isn't meant to be, but it does rhyme with something later that is definitely important, so I'm gonna say it now. If we go back in the car after we have the map, there's nothing else worth taking, is what James says. So it could literally be he doesn't feel like grabbing his Cheetos out of the dashboard, doesn't want his driver's license or registration or something. But again, keep in mind that as close to canonically as you can prescribe something without it literally being shown in the game, Mary's body is in this car. The physical, tangible Mary's body is not something that James in his current state is going to find useful, so maybe there's like something to do with that. It's probably not, but the exact verbiage he uses here is really similar to verbiage that he uses later in a very similar situation in the labyrinth, so keep that in mind. Or don't, I'll say it again when we get there. But anyway, we now have a map of the town. Here it is. Just like we said earlier, where folks that play the first game might be confused as to why, like, okay, this is Silent Hill, but this isn't the Silent Hill I know. This isn't where I was. The Silent Hill I know was on the north side of the lake. And actually all the way up here on the north side of the lake, we can see one landmark that is very obviously connected to the first game. Lakeside Amusement Park. That's where the climax of the first game begins. And then over here, just to the east of Lakeside Amusement Park, you can see a part of shit. What's it called? I have the Book of Lost Memories here, so I can just check because this has a map of the town in it. Oh, but it's all in Japanese. That's right. Okay, I know that's Old Silent Hill, but what's this called? Shoot. I don't remember what this section is called. I have the mouse here, but this section here, with like this rectangular section and then breaking off into a bigger rectangular section to the north, is right around where you get to the lighthouse in the first game, and then you move west, and then you head over to the Lakeside Amusement Park. And then just to the north of this section is where you hit Old Silent Hill, which is mostly where the first game concerns itself. So it's all there, kind of. Our journey is going to end right here. So just to the west of all that, we'll actually never see any of that, but it is there. The town as we knew it from the first game is around, kind of. So it's just over there. But we go over here. So from right here-ish, on the map where the that little freeway overpass is, apparently if you travel down Nathan Avenue and then Sanford Street and then go over here, this is Old Silent Hill, like right around here. And according to at least this version, if we look at this traffic sign over here, Old Silent Hill is 50 miles from here. Which that just doesn't feel right. I don't know that this doesn't feel like 50 miles. You can, like, we can time James sprinting from here to here later in the game. It takes him maybe 2 minutes, like at most. So say that's like a tenth of that. Say that's 5 miles. James can apparently run 5 miles in 2 minutes. I don't I have a feeling that's not true, but whatever. Anyway, we're 50 miles from where the first game was. It's what's important here. Speaking of things that might be important but probably aren't, we have on this giant chain link fence blocking off the freeway, the word welcome, drawn in these little signs here. Although the L and the E have fallen off, you can actually see the L here to our left, and then on the right, it's really hard to see it because it's flat, but you can see the E in welcome down here. So if you go a little crazy and try to attach symbolism and meaning to every little thing in the game, which I'm guilty of very much, like welcome could be the town welcoming the people with darkness in their hearts, I suppose. And we come could, like if you take away the L and the E, and I don't know why you would need I don't know why the E would be off if you're trying to say we come, because come is like in the E is how you spell it. Could be the people being called to the town. Although, I guess Angela probably came this way, and maybe Eddie, like Angela is like right down the road from here, so maybe everyone entered the town from this spot. I don't know, like all the people with the darkness or something. But whatever. I don't know. I think that's everything here. I think it's everything that's worth talking about. What do you think? Yeah. Okay, third screen. Gonna have PTSD of this map forever after what the DDR pad did to us. Shoot, hold on. Let me reassign something. And I bear with me while I'm dealing with the binding or the controller bindings in this game. The DDR pad playthrough has messed with me in ways that I'm still reckoning with. So mentioned earlier when we were talking about the fact that James physically can leave this place if he wants to. Another way, right out the gate, that this game plays off of your expectations from the first game is in this first march down to the town. So we see here we can't go down this road here onto Nathan Avenue because of that chain link fence. So our only option to get into the town is to take this windy road down to the mouth of Toluca Lake, and then get over here, and then try to find a way into South Vale from these side roads. And there's Rosewater Park, the park on the lake. It's been underlined by James, so that's where we gotta go. And this is the only way to do it. But at the very beginning of the first game, the section that we're in here, and the first thing that you'll do when you play Silent Hill 1, again, they rhyme while not really being the same thing. The game is very much playing on your expectations coming out of the first game. Where in Silent Hill 1, Harry crashes into Silent Hill and then goes looking for his daughter, and ends up getting stuck in a road that he cannot deviate from, that he has to walk down. And when he gets to the end of that road, he finds a horrible, dilapidated, like super dead guy bolted to a chain link fence. And then when he tries to escape, a bunch of demon children with knives show up and stab him until he dies. And while all of this happens, the sun goes out. Just this, like it was the middle of the fucking day, and then the sun stopped existing, and the only light he gets is from like a dingy lighter that he had in his back pocket. And at the beginning of this game, James is forced to walk down a narrow road that he cannot deviate from. He has no other way to get where he's going, and hopefully this time we actually get to hear some of them. But while James is not in any danger, unlike Harry, the game's going to do its damnedest to make James and the player think that they're in danger, because if we're lucky, we will hear... There we go. We'll hear horrible Satan, nightmare, dog, evil growling sounds, and things ruffling off in the distance, sounding like they're getting closer and closer. But no matter what you hear, you'll never see anything, and you'll never actually be in any danger at all. You'll be fine. But coming off of the first game, the player might not be expecting that. Even though James's journey and Harry's are so dramatically different, the player has no way to know any of this yet. We did over the course of the last 3 weeks, we did a playthrough of this game on a DDR pad. And that, one, I have arthritis in one of my knees, so it was not uncomfortable, but because I had like foam pads and stuff underneath the DDR pad, it just took a while. This suddenly became a challenge. I was stuck on this screen for a good 35 minutes. It was a whole thing. So now, as much as I am not afraid of this part of the map because I know what's happening here, I feel that twinge of fear just being reminded of that time it took me 35 minutes to escape from this place. It was a whole fucking thing. And yeah, no, when the first time I went to stream this game, I did a refresh playthrough, and it had been a very long time since I had seen the game played. I actually hadn't played it myself ever, really, at least not to completion. I tried to do it as close to sitting in the dark with volume up and all that stuff as possible. I ended up not getting that close to that because I'm a big horror baby. But yeah, no, this section had me on edge. This entire first part had me very much on edge, even though there is nothing to worry about. And the guides I was looking at were all saying, yeah, there's nothing to worry about. And to chill, it'll be fine. Which, unless you're playing on a really high difficulty, is actually kind of true of the entire game. Like, almost nothing is really that big of a threat. You can, and most guides and even like official materials and even the game itself will tell you, don't even bother fighting things. Just run away. For the most part, as long as you're not engaging with the game, like with the game's enemies, you're not in a lot of danger. But the atmosphere and the audio and the design of the creatures and the way the scares are designed still gets you on edge when, even though, like, in the video game, you're not, like, really in that much peril. Right here is the first save point of the game, which it might not look like it because this game's save points are kind of shiny, reflective-looking red squares. But there's a well here. And if we look in this well, we see at the bottom of the well, and this well does have water in it. It can be kind of hard to tell, but there is water in this well. James is looking down in the well. There's water in the well, and you can tell if you look at like the sides of that red square down there that they're rippled, like it looks rippled a little bit, as if James is looking at it through water. And the dialogue that we're about to read doesn't just get read here. If you miss this red square, if you miss this save point, James will say the rest of this stuff, depending on like whichever save point you find first is when you'll hear this dialogue. But we got it here, so there's something in the well. He won't say that part. What's that? Looking at this makes me feel like someone's groping around inside my skull. It gives me a weird feeling. And then as we go into our save point, we see this image of James being like us staring at James, James staring at us, James like standing here reflecting, similar to how we did in the bathroom at the beginning of the game. And in this save point, we can see a few things. One, James is just like how the red square was warbled underneath that water just now in the like in the well. James's form in the save screen is warbled. If you look like here at the break between James's neck and his jacket, you can see that there's a filter over this image to make it clear that whatever is looking at James, it is being seen through water, which then also might tie into James's original goal of coming to this place to drive into the lake, and then going into James feeling like something's groping around inside of his skull. It's all around this save point image, but most obviously visible at the corners. You can see, you might be able to see, you should be able to see with the resolution I have right now. Coxman's being nice. These like meshes of veins or neurons or something. These like angiogenesis looking tubes coming at him everywhere. That again kind of evoke that idea that literally James's mind is being probed right now for information from the town, for things to manifest out of this dark place in James's heart for reasons that we will get into as we see them. Also, we can save our video game if we want to. God, it took me an hour to get here. Fuck. Which actually, I think I made a joke when we did the DDR pad playthrough that normally we get to this well faster, but I think even though I was dealing with like control problems with the DDR pad, with how much talking we do around the bathrooms, it probably took me like longer to get here now than it did even though I'm using like an Xbox controller, so whatever. But anyway, for anyone who wasn't here for the DDR pad playthrough, what made that playthrough so difficult, at least until I hacked a way around this, was on a DDR pad, there, if I go to the controller configuration, go all the way to the top. So, you see in the, there are 3 columns here. There's the function on the left, like what is the thing that you're doing? What are you mapping to your controller? And then the middle here is the keyboard control, and then to the right is the joypad. So the easiest way by far I could get the DDR pad to work was to read it as an X input controller, but you'll notice that turning and moving do not have equivalent buttons to be mapped on a joypad. That's because they're looking for joysticks, of course, especially with X input. And I had no way to manually map the DDR pad to these move buttons. So I had to find a way to move that was not the button used to move. So we have these strafe buttons that we can use, which I ended up mapping to the DDR pad, so I could strafe left or right, just fine, which was my primary mode of movement for the game. But I had no way to rotate, and I could walk backwards, because one of the buttons was mapped as a joystick pointing down. But that was it. All I could do was strafe and walk backwards until I hacked a thing to just hardwire the one of the DDR pad's buttons to control the thing that would clamp down on my keyboard to turn me to the right, or to the left, whichever one it was. Until I did that, I had no way to rotate, which was a problem, because it turns out that the pathway that you use in order to walk into this map is like perfectly perpendicular to this door. So all I could do was like get to this door and then like strafe into it. And James can't see the door from here. I cannot interact with this door from this angle. I can like turn around with both strafe buttons, but I could never get James, no matter what I did, to actually turn ever so slightly so that he could actually look at the fucking door, until I hacked a way around all that. It just fucking sucked. But anyway, it is already time, and another thing that does rhyme with the first game, it's already time for us to meet our first kind of co-inhabitor of Silent Hill, where Harry meets Sybil, a person basically brought into the town under the same circumstances, where Harry and Sybil and Kaufman just kind of happened to be in Silent Hill while Alessa recombined with the half of her soul that reincarnated as Cheryl and kind of went full force again, and put the power of the town into overdrive. James, Eddie, and Angela are all in this town. They've been called here because they have darkness in their hearts. And one of the first things James will do after he walks down his narrow hallway is meet the lady that's been called here. So we're going to walk over here and we're going to meet Angela Orozco. And ominously, We're gonna meet her in a graveyard.
Excuse me,
Oh, I'm sorry. I
No,
was
it's
just...
okay. I didn't mean to scare you. I'm kind of lost.
Lost?
Yeah. I'm looking for Silent Hill. Is this the right way?
Yeah. It's hard to see with this fog, but there's only the one road. You can't miss it.
Thanks.
But
Yes?
I think you'd better stay away. This, this town, there's something wrong with it. It's kind of hard to explain, but
Is it dangerous?
maybe. And it's not just the fog either.
Okay,
It's...
I got it. I'll be careful.
I'm not lying.
No, I believe you. It's just... I guess I really don't care if it's dangerous or not. I'm going to town either way.
But why?
I'm looking for... someone.
Who is it?
Someone... very important to me. I'd do anything if I could be with her again.
Me too. I'm looking for my mama. I mean my mother. It's been so long since I've seen her. I thought my father and brother were here, but I can't find them either. I'm sorry. It's not your
No,
problem.
I hope you find them.
Yeah, you too.
So, I'm not going to go super in depth into Angela's story for now, like we typically do when we do these playthroughs. Not because, like spoilers, because we're spoiling everything, but just because we don't get a lot of information about Angela's story, but what we do get is largely very traumatic and very, fucked up, to put it lightly. I just want to put in as much context as we can when we see it in the game. So, in short, Angela almost certainly murdered her father before she came here for pretty good reasons. And then as she was fleeing the town, or as she was fleeing where she was, something that we see in the opening cutscene. Hey, Twin Tornado, how you doing? Hello, welcome in. Happy Friday still, I think, probably. Look, Silent Hill 2. We like Silent Hill 2. As Angela was fleeing that situation, because she has darkness in her heart now, because she did a murder, felt the pull towards Silent Hill, same as James did after he killed his wife, and all the guilt that she felt around that, and has now been called here. So she is looking for her mother, and thought that her father and brother were here. She might have also killed her brother. That part is unclear. But we will get into the specifics of that in time. For now, we're just gonna bother her and hope that we get the 2 lines of dialogue we can get back to back, so we don't have to bother her like 8 times.
What is it?
Oh. Nothing. Sure is quiet here, huh?
I guess. Aren't you looking for someone?
That's right.
I swear, it feels like the Enhanced Edition added like pseudo randomness or something to make those lines more often to come back to back like that. Because on the PS2 version, when I was getting footage from that for a thing, I I swear it took me like 8 tries, and Angela just kept saying that first line over and over and over again. But anyway, that's Angela. We won't see her again for a long time. We should see her before the end of the stream, because we typically can get through the apartments and on a first go, but I guess we'll see. Over here, there's like a gravekeeper or an undertaker's little shed or something. Can't really see any, like, you can't see inside of it. There's no real detail around it, but kind of looks cool, I guess. And then over here at the foot of Toluca, or at the mouth of Toluca Lake, we can see the amazing water texturing. It's just I just love how I am in love with the just weird concentric circles, like rippling vaguely into the center of the town of the lake forever. It looked really good in 2001 for the PS2. Now it just kind of looks like water that someone diluted, or milk that someone diluted, but again, this game looks fucking incredible, given that it came out in 2001. I don't think it looks as good as Silent Hill 3, which is, for my money, maybe the greatest video game, like the best looking video game ever made, like when you consider the hardware it was made on. But there are some things that just weren't quite on the level in this one. So this section has one of my favorite like creepy details, because we are still on that road that we can't escape from. And another trick this game's gonna pull is that as we're running around, you're gonna hear like a very loud, sounds like very close set of footsteps right behind you, but it'll only be present when we're running. What we're gonna do is once we start hearing it, we'll run for another second, then we'll turn around and turn the camera, and there's not gonna be anything there. Let's see. Here it is. Is this the HD version? No, we'll talk about that in just one second. Let's hear it again really quick. Yep. Ah! So the second we stop moving, those footstep sounds disappeared. It actually disappeared like mid-footstep sound. It's a really creepy little effect that they throw in there. So no, this is the PC version with the Enhanced Edition mod. It's not the most recent version of the mod. There have been a few updates since this one, but it's funny. It probably wouldn't be a problem now, but it wasn't that hard to install, but it's only very recently that the Enhanced Edition mod got an actual installer. Before all you had to do was like extract files and put them into files that the website tells you to put them in, but even that took me 30 minutes and I fucked it up once, so I've been kind of allergic to fuck with it again. Especially because this version of the game, I wouldn't call it unstable, but it's just a little finicky, where if I don't like boot my computer and then boot the game immediately before starting anything else, it's probably not gonna like start. It'll just like hang forever. But once you get it going, it seems fine. Anyway, over here, someone went to lunch while they were achieving lumberjacking and left their chainsaw here. This is how these work. This is how chainsaws work. There's a chainsaw here. There's a chainsaw here now. Yeah, there it is. So this is a new game plus weapon. Something that you only get after you've beaten the game. You might need a certain rank to do it, but I would be surprised if that were the case, because I've never gotten a high rank in this game because I fucking suck at it. So we achieved chainsaw. Normally you would not see a or you would not have a weapon at this point of the game. You get your first canonical weapon a little later, but we have a chainsaw now, and it's gas powered, which is kind of a reference to the first game, where the first game had a few weapons. I think the chainsaw and the rock drill. I think I'm probably getting one of those wrong. We'll see when we play that game, when I refresh myself on my notes. But there are multiple weapons that, like super weapons that you could use on a New Game Plus, but you only got one tank of gasoline, and you had to, like, pick which weapon you wanted to use for your playthrough. So, in this game, you just get the gas-powered chainsaw. You don't gotta, like, make a decision between one of multiple great weapons, even though the chainsaw does kind of suck. But yeah, now we have a chainsaw. It's ours. We can do chainsaw things with it. This is the act of... These are the actions of a professional. Right here. You really want to keep the chainsaw, like, in the zone of damage. You want to hold it out in front of you for as long as you can. Just like that. James knows what he's doing. Once you do some violence, James can do a funny animation that we'll see later. Stop following me. Hey, it's Eddie's van. So, walking around here, we can also see that we are near Wiltse Road. W-I-L-T-S-E. Wiltse Road. And over here we can see Silent Hill Ranch, which, weirdly enough, in the HD version, the HD version has a complicated history. Long story short, it fucking sucks. The HD version of this game, this sign for the Silent Hill Ranch, for some ungodly reason, the sign puts the word Silent Hill Ranch in Comic Sans font, and it looks fucking awful. We could... At some point, I need to play the HD version. It's just really fucky. Can you cut down trees? No, I don't think you can. I don't think you can do anything like that. I don't even know if you can get close enough to a tree to like try to cut it down. I don't know that there are any. Oh, here's one. Ah! I did. Okay, so my controller actually did shake when I did that. So I guess maybe it's just doing that because I'm running into a wall. Okay, yeah, it's my controller's shaking because James is colliding with a wall in his attack. But no, he can't damage the trees, even though it does kind of look like the tree that we got this chainsaw from is bleeding, which it's probably blood from someone who was fucking with Mr. Chainsaw, but still, it does kind of look like the tree is bleeding a little bit, which is weird. Trees don't do that as far as I know. I've never cut a tree down myself, and if you haven't, then you can't really debunk the idea that the tree is bleeding, but, you know, I've just never seen it, and I feel like I would have known at this point. Like, if trees bled, then I feel like environmentalisms wouldn't have such a hard time making their arguments. Over here, or not here, but around here we can see the makings of what looks like some kind of like outdoors processing plant. Be able to see it through the fences over here. We can also just see a bunch of like abandoned cars. But just kind of keep in mind that there's all of this like abandoned, very, very old industrial looking like decayed section just chained off from the rest of the town, and that it's right around a road called Wiltse Road. That'll be important when we get to the Historical Society. That'll probably be tomorrow at the pace that we're going. And then right here, we see something that is kind of a funny artifact from this game's development, probably. We have a dumpster here. We have two dumpsters. Two dumpsters. And if you look at the text right below that like red symbol, you can pretty clearly see the word San Bruno Garbage. Does San Bruno come up in the Book of Lost Memories? I don't actually know. There's a section in the Book of Lost Memories that goes over things that inspired stuff in the game, but there also are interviews and other supplemental materials that confirm what I'm about to say, so... Okay, it looks like... No, that's fine. But anyway, San Bruno, California. is a city that was visited by members of Team Silent in order to kind of, or at least like pictures were taken of that place for the means of inspiration for the section of the town that we're gonna see for South Vale. So I don't know if this is like a just straight up they textured a dumpster to look like a dumpster they saw in San Bruno or not, but it is just really funny that, like, between this and some other stuff that we see in the town, there's actually weirdly a lot of California in Silent Hill in this game, even though Silent Hill is canonically in Maine. But whatever, we will get to that in time. So right here, there is a sign here that says, "Danger, keep out. Prosecutors will be trespassers will be prosecuted." But James doesn't care. James, you see, if a door is unlocked, any sign on that door means nothing, and this door is unlocked. So James would never break a law, and he didn't do it there. But if he felt guilty about that half law that he didn't break, it wouldn't really matter, because while he's not physically trapped here, again, James is not physically trapped in Silent Hill, at least not yet, like Harry was in the first game. If at this point we wanted to go back to the bathroom to pick up the blue gem, or go talk to Angela, or like if we thought we forgot something in the car, we can't really do that because James just decides there's no reason to go back. I'm gonna go look for Mary. So that pull to go into the town to look for Mary, which could be a in-game representation of the call that the town has over James, just prevents you from going backwards. But again, we just opened that door, so we know we could do it again. That's not how you properly handle a chainsaw. You don't take the blade and lean on it on the ground like it's not a cane. You fucking idiot. Anyway. So over here is one of the clearer pictures of this. And here, while I'm doing this, I need to my baseball team is playing another baseball team that I don't like, so I just need to put that on my screen here so I can enjoy it. Hopefully, I hope I enjoy it. I hope we don't just get fucking wrecked. That would be nice. We almost always do. Anyway, so right here, we actually see a bunch of these posters. Like all 5 of the posters in this side of this wall are the same. They're just like different levels of decay. But exactly, like King says, this picture or this poster is a and it is present in the PS2 version too. There is a little bit of skepticism you have to carry when you're looking at assets in this version, because this is a modded version of the PC version of this game, and the PC version's already kind of busted, and who knows what modders do. It's just easier to see this in this version because it's higher resolution. But you can see a picture of Jack Nicholson from The Shining when he sticks his head into into the wall to scare that one lady who was like abused on set. Her story is very sad, but the author of the book that movie was theoretically based on, at least a little bit, although Stephen King does not really seem to feel the same, is of course Stephen King. The Shining, the book was written by Stephen King, later followed up with a sequel called Dr. Sleep, which was then adapted into a movie that is not a sequel to the Shining movie, but it's a sequel to the book, but the book never actually got a movie that is canonical to the movie of the second book. So whatever. Anyway, Stephen King is probably like influence 1 or 1A when it comes to Team Silent making the Silent Hill series. And to that end, we'll talk about the inspiration section in the Book of Lost Memories when we get to probably on Monday. But in the Book of Lost Memories, the book called Lost Memories, Book of Lost Memories is not the name of the book, but it just flows really well, so everyone says it. But probably, or in the section in this book that covers Western or Western inspirations for this game. Mind that this is a series that was made by Japanese developers, was made by Team Silent and Konami, but was always made primarily and made first for a Western audience. There is no primary Japanese voice dub or anything. The English dub, it was the primary dub. It was made first for an English audience, and in doing that, or in crafting this, Team Silent looked up a ton of Western authors, primarily Western horror authors, while they were trying to come up with their vision of Silent Hill. And Stephen King's work is physically in the book the biggest section in the inspiration section, and the setting in Maine, in Maine in general, the state that Silent Hill is canonically residing in, and even the specific settings of Stephen King's book within Maine, with Castle Rock, being a town where a bunch of weird nonsense occurs around is something that is very similar to how Silent Hill is crafted, and a lot of the specific tropes that the first couple of games evoke are very similar to tropes that Stephen King refers to over and over and over again in his work. And Stephen King has the ultimate honor that Team Silent could bestow, in that he is the inspiration for one of the street names in Silent Hill. I don't remember, is Bachman Road in the first game? I think that's a first game thing, but let me check. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's in the north side of Silent Hill in the first game. There is a road called Bachman Road, with Richard Bachman being a pen name that Stephen King would write under back in the 80s, and even occasionally now. Although now it's for marketing. Anyway, Stephen King, big deal. The Shining is a Stephen King thing, kind of. So, whatever. But we are actually, Angela said that there's all the fog, but there's still only the one road, which is both diegetically true, but also kind of indicative of even though James can physically leave the town, ultimately he is being guided by the town, and there's only one avenue through this game. This game has sections where you are not restricted on rails, and just like we're about to do, we will get off of this one road and be able to explore parts of the town more or less without being nudged in any particular direction. But even with that being the case, we're not just going to be able to go wherever we want. There is one destination that you have to go to eventually. It just depends on how long it takes for you to find it. Got a place called the Roadrunner over there. It's fine. I don't know what it's supposed to be. You can't get any closer. And here you got a billboard for Silent Hill Farms, which we can never see it. We can see the ranch, and we can see a barn somewhere, but can't see a farm. I don't want a farm in Maine. And then right here, we are about to get off the road and cross the threshold into Silent Hill proper. Get right onto Sanders Street and get things going. Walk off of Wilt's Road. So right here, this spot where you have this long wall right here that just seems to kind of go on forever. Just remember that there's a wall right here where we enter town for later. Eventually, this wall will end up playing a different role, but for now, just mind that. And then it's time for us to begin to explore. So, thankfully, we're not on our own. We don't gotta pull out a map old school RPG style and mark it up with where we have and haven't gone. James will do that for us, but and he's actually pretty good at it. He's got pretty good map etiquette. So over here, the game or the map indicates that there's a road over here, but there's a bunch of garbage in the way, and there's a danger sign and mysterious chemical drums, and James would never break the law, so he just marks this with a little zigzag. Just can't go that way. Nope, can never go that way. This is not a door that needs a key or a door that's broken. It's just, you can't go that way. Fuck you forever. Same deal over here. Caution tape, can't cross that. That would be against the law. So, zigzag. But if you don't nail down your hamburgers, they can be stolen. That's not a crime. We can take this. We can take that hamburger. That's not a problem. Here is a flower store. Flower celebrating 70 years. Which I mentioned that, like, again, folks that played this game after the first game, at least back in the day, back when this game first came out, a lot of the time ended up being a little disappointed that the first game doesn't really, the second game doesn't, like, follow up on the direct plot threads of the first game. But the second game, I think, does a really cool and interesting job of building out the lore and backstory and, like, general information about the town. And right out the gate, you see here that Silent Hill has existed for at least 70 years. And we'll learn later that it has existed for much longer than that. But in the first game, there was a particular flower of import, and you see a flower shop right at the gate, which is just suspicious. But that's fine. And over here, we see apparently Silent Hill, even though it's been around forever, doesn't know how to fucking zone a parking lot. Because, like, if someone parked in this spot right here, no one else could park here, and you would just have all kinds of problems. But, you know, whatever. Maybe this was why, I mean, we know the mayor of Silent Hill was fucking murdered in the first game. Like, the first game assumes it's because that he was, like, against drugs and was murdered by the druggists, but maybe he just was a bad civil servant and drew shit parking lots, so he got, like, someone ran him over, like, in a parking lot that he put in the middle of the fucking road or something. I don't know. Anyway, you tried to play the Silent Hill 1 in 99 as an... Oh, yeah, no, I was in my 20s before these games were at all palatable to me, because they just... They dig in. They dig in really deep, really easily. Especially if you don't have, like, experience with any kind of horror, which I really didn't. And still kind of don't, to be honest. But anyway... So, as we walk over here, we're going to see another thing that that rhymes with the expectations that the player might have coming off of the first game. So, in the first game, Harry, when he leaves, or when he wakes up from crashing his car, will see a ghostly figure walking away from him, walking into the fog. In that game, it's an apparition that looks like Cheryl, his daughter. In this game, it'll look a little different. But let's go and find the street lasagna. Get this party started. That's Shadow just now. So we saw a butt walking into the distance, a very prominent butt. And there is all of this lasagna on the ground. And again, we know it's lasagna because if we go into the options menu and... trying to get to the... No, you don't. If we go here to the blood menu, or to the blood color, we see that blood is canonically black. Also, I want... Oh, I can't get more ammo? I thought I had all 4 endings. Whatever. Blood is black, so whatever this is on the ground is not blood. But if we follow this lasagna trail and follow the butt, something will happen. But I don't really want to do that. That is kind of a way to Rosewater Park, because we do got to go northwest, but whatever, fuck that. But if we go this way, of course... that shadow just now bothers me. What was that? We can't go to the west. At least not immediately. And, like, we could go to the south here. There's nothing on the map that would indicate this would be important, but we could try. And, yeah, just this. Again, the mayor of Silent Hill. I don't know how, like, someone maybe, like, petitioned saying, like, hey, do something about the traffic, and he was like, oh, I'll do something about the traffic, and ordered that the cops, like, put up giant tarps in the middle of the road to, like, funnel all the cars down into the road that no one uses or something. I don't know how they think, and he's a dead man anyway. But, long story short, you can't go nowhere but north. You can't go south because there's a big old tarp. You can't go to the west because James doesn't feel like it, basically. So we gotta go follow that shadow. That's what we gotta do for now. We can go over here, and I think around here, right around here is where we have to, we come over here later. I'm just curious if, I've never tried to see if the camera angle changes like it does later in the game. No one's even talked about poop yet, not even once. Well done, Chad, I'm proud of you. Here's more lasagna. So we should probably keep following in the path of the lasagna. We could break off to the west and ignore the lasagna, but oh no, caution tape. Hey, Strife, how you doing, buddy? Caution tape, we can't cross it because of crimes, so can't go west this way either. It's a bummer. It's a damn shame. But, that's fine, because, you know, all we gotta do is go northwest. So if we can keep going north, which so far we can just get to Nathan Avenue, head over to Rosewater Park. We'll be good to go. Will not be a problem. The lasagna trail does lead off to the east over there, but the east is not north or west. It's the opposite. There's been a cave-in on the road. I can't go any further this way. I can't make it to the park this way. I'll have to find another way. But James isn't going to be able to go west on Cat Street or Sanders Street because he just doesn't feel like it. So we're kind of at a loss here. We're kind of boned already. So James is so concerned. Ooh, ketchup. Yeah. James is so concerned about that butt shadow, so I guess let's follow the path of the lasagne. I think there's more ketchup in here. James will turn his head when he sees something he cares about, when he sees something he would like to interact with. Normally he is eyes forward at all times, no matter what you're doing. But when he turns his head a little bit, you know that he's looking at something important, and over there he's looking at what looks like a little ketchup bottle on the ground. So let's go and achieve 1 ketchup, 2 ketchup. God, after doing the DDR pad playthrough, being able to just walk over and look in the direction of ketchup and pick it up feels so fucking nice. We could save, but why would I? So down in the lasagna corridor over here, all hope is not yet lost because we could theoretically get to Nathan Avenue from here and then get over to Rosewater Park. So maybe James is onto something. Maybe the butt shadow will yield us salvation. Oh, fuck baseball. Fuck. Baseball made me sad. Damn it. Fuck. I'm a master of this game that I've done the DDR pad. I fucking guess. Like, honestly, you want to see some crazy shit? Watch someone who is well versed in the current speed run of this game. Because when I got halfway decent at this game speed run, like enough to like be able to show what it does, or like what you do in order to achieve it. I was never like good enough to get on the leaderboards or nothing. But oh gosh, Axe Effect, what's going on? Hello. Let me while this has happened, let me check OBS to make sure nothing is breaking. Everything seems fine, perfect. Hello, Axe Effect. What were you up to? What were you all doing over there? Welcome in. I'm Factory Davey, and James is doing a little bit of Evil Dead nonsense with that chainsaw, and and we're about to go kill a butt lady because she's eating me. She's eating me in there under that underpass, and we need to find our wife. And there's a radio, and I need to put the Padres game back on, and here we go. So, this is our introduction to this game's first enemy, the Butt Lady, also known as the Lying Figure. You can see there on the ground, right above where I am, like basically what I'm running into right now. There was a corpse on the ground, and it looked like this creature was attacking it or eating it or something. And that corpse, if you look real close at it, you'll see that it's wearing dipshit dumb guy pants, like James is wearing, and a dumbass cool green jacket, kind of like how James is wearing. And this creature here has an aspect of being smothered by this cloth over their head, and looks very sickly. I probably should have played on normal, but if I just stand here for a minute, they'll eventually do their attack. There we go, where they can spew this horrible, like, vomit-y looking goo stuff out of their torso hole. Which, Scuba Squat, hello, Scuba Squat, hello, look at that pog dog. The cloth over the body, the smothering motion over the body, and like the general gait of this creature kind of indicate Mary's hospitalization and illness, as well as like the vomit, the stuff coming out of the little chest cavity there. And there is an aspect that, like, it's textual, and it's definitely like I think fair game and a fair reading. And that, like, we call this thing the Butt Lady because of the very, very prominent, here, let me turn her around, very prominent butt, very prominent, just assy ass. And that has often been read into, along with a lot of the other monsters in this game, as being an allusion to the kind of repressed sexualization that James would have felt because his wife has been ill for 3 years, and he hasn't been able to achieve physicality, if you know what I am saying. Masahiro Ito, the creature designer of this game, has kind of put, like, lukewarm water on that, where he said, like, that wasn't really the intention. And like, I don't like it. He the way that he puts it, it's like, he thinks it's a mistake to, like, wholly characterize any of the monsters by their sexual nature. Not that, like, it's totally wrong to read into the fact that, like, these things have butts and the nurses have big boobs and whatnot. And even the description of the mannequins in the Book of Lost Memories describes that creature, which is like two sets of legs, like two sets of mannequin legs stacked on top of each other, as symbolic of James's, quote, natural inclinations or natural urges, which would seem to point in the direction of that sexualization, and that like him wanting to be able to do wife times. That you also kind of have to consider when you look at Masahiro Ito's work. When you look at pretty much anything he draws, like he could be drawing a tank, he could be drawing like actual like military hardware, and there will almost certainly be aspects of sexualization and bondage in that work, just because that's kind of what Masahiro Ito does. So if you look at SAR, sexualization above replacement. If you just consider how much more sexualified is the art and design in this game versus Masahiro Ito's baseline, it's not that far off. So when he says things like, I don't think you should characterize the creature design solely by that aspect, I don't think he's being disingenuous. I think that is part of how he designs everything that he makes, and it works in the text of this game's story, and it is notably absent in Silent Hill 1. But the barrel of tank would be... that has literally happened. He has literally done this. His stuff is cool. The acid buffer zone stuff is crazy. I love it. I love it. Anyway, I'm gonna kill this thing. Exactly. We need ass sabermetrics. We do.
Is it dead? What the hell is it? It's not human.
So right out the gate, mind that James came to this town after killing his wife. The first thing he does is he kills a manifestation from his mind of his wife's illness and his wife's hospitalization and the suffering that she felt over the last couple of years. And as soon as he does, he immediately dehumanizes it. He goes, that's not human. What the fuck is it? Which is telling a little bit. Any hoozles. Dead! Could it have been that creature? What's going on in this town? I don't know, but if you look at our inventory, we got a radio in that cutscene. We have achieved radio. And we'll do a full sweep of the inventory eventually. But let's see what's going on with radio, which in the first...
Ah! Goodness!
Cheer.
Scuba Squad, thank you for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 15 by my count bits. I probably should have just checked what chat said. Thank you for the bits. Hope you're having fun. Good having you. Thank you again. Anyway, in the first game, we find a radio in the very first room of the game, and that radio goes off when fucky things are occurring, when there are monsters afoot. And when we walked up to this area, we heard the sound of static coming out of the radio because there was a monster here. But then we killed it, so it's quiet. Listen really close to the words and the static in the radio.
This thing broken? What the? I better take it anyway. I might need it.
So, you can pretty clearly hear it if you know what you're looking for. And in the, I think either in like press copies, like preview copies that were sent to journalists, or like review copies of the game, although I think that's pretty late in the process, so what do I know? The part of that dialogue that you hear through the static was actually fully subtitled instead of just partially subtitled like it is there, where you can really clearly hear what turns out to be Mary's voice asking James, "Why did you kill me?" So if you know what you're looking for, or you had that version of the game pre-release, then you can put together pretty easily that James is going about this journey in part because his dead wife was actually made dead by him. And yeah, Scuba Squad, I think this is... baseball. Baseball things are happening on my television. Anyway, I think this is like... Personally, I think this is the greatest story ever told in a video game. And the way that it is structured is like almost without peer in a lot of ways. I do like a lot of the puzzles too. The puzzles are I mean, it's also like horror games in the 90s and early 2000s, so some of them are kind of silly, but they're fun. They're cool. And we are playing at hard riddle, so we will see a lot of stuff. Do I ever play with the chainsaw? I have, yeah. And normally I would by now, but I just really like this animation where James is just doing like The Simpsons, rolling his arms around, and it's the enemy's fault if they run into me, not the other way around. But I have played with the chainsaw. Hey, Shop Johnner. I forgot if I said hi. Hello. How you doing? Happy weekendy times. So now that we've seen one of the butt monsters, one of the butt ladies, they're going to be everywhere. The town is going to manifest them all over the damned place. But thankfully for us, we can't go further north because of hole in ground, and we can't reach Nathan Avenue from that underpass. So north is not an option to go northwest to Rosewater Park, so we're gonna have to go west somehow. We know that we could go west near that Mexican restaurant, because the only reason James didn't do that earlier was because he didn't feel like it, because he wanted to go check out that butt. But thankfully, the caution tape has also been torn to ribbons, so we won't be breaking any crimes going this way. But before we go that way, there's something very important that we want to look at. Right here. I've been playing RDR2 all day. God, Red Dead Redemption 2, like, was in the same place as Elden Ring was for me, where it was like, when I was playing it, it just really felt like no matter how much time you spent playing it, you never really were, like, making measurable progress in, like, a good way, and, like, it's just so fucking vast that it doesn't feel like you're ever going to exhaust everything. It's awesome. You worked an hour from or you sometimes work an hour from the town this was inspired by San Bruno or somewhere else. Does it look like the place? Can you see the building? Can you like find? Oh no baseball, no! Yay! Haha! Things happen. Sorry. The accounts and descriptions of which will not be disseminated here, but a thing happened that made me happy in baseball somewhere. Anyway, the folks that played the first game were bummed out a lot of the time. It's in Pennsylvania. No. If you're thinking of Centralia, this game was not based on Centralia. That's the movies. That's a whole other thing. We could talk. I need to watch those movies again so that we can really get into it. But this game was not based on Centralia, if that's what you're thinking. That's a really common thing for people to go into. But and if think of another town, then it could be that. But you know, the movie Silent Hill was based on Centralia, Pennsylvania. So it's a common. I don't even want to call it a misconception, because it's like, we don't know for sure that the people who made this game were not inspired by Centralia, but it's just we know from documentaries that they were inspired by San Bruno, California, and Maine. So anyway, so in the first game, or in the second game, there is not a lot of direct plot connections to the first game. And a lot of people were kind of disappointed by that, because the first game does end on a cliffhanger, and they wanted to learn more about the cult and the history of the town. And while this game doesn't have like overt references, like Alessa doesn't show up anywhere, Harry doesn't show up anywhere, nothing like that, there is still a lot of world building. Sorry, I'm just looking at baseball. A lot of world building that is done in this game that does inform a lot of what we see in the first game, in a way that's really cool. Like, this game tells a super cool personal story that like, I feel seen by the game of the story more than the story of like any other video game I've ever played, and like uses the town of Silent Hill as a backdrop for that. But it also kind of expands upon the actual like town itself in the background while it does so in a way that's really cool. And this is one of the bigger parts of that. This monument here. So let me open up my OneNote again, because I'm going to need some notes. Check my work email because I'm a dumbass. Okay. 1 second. I got OneNote to open on my phone in the last hour, so this should be good. So this monument here, you can see on the actual physical monument. Parts of the words here have been rubbed away, and that'll be reflected in the subtitles that we see. But so for example, something is written on it. Too bad I can't read it because the surface has been rubbed away. Remains of blank swamp. So in the game, we don't seem to have a way to be able to read everything on this monument, but yeah, we people were able to like remove the little gray rectangles that are on the screen here, and it turns out that what they did was they wrote out the entire text and then added gray squares over the text to like provide that censoring or the censorship. But if you just get rid of the box, then you can actually see the whole text. So like it's like 95% canon, where like it was never intended to be read, but it is there. So anyway, let's read what this monument says in full. This reads, "Remains of Blood Swamp." The X, literally the letter X, so we don't know how many meters, but the X meters of land surrounding this monument was originally swamp, but was later filled in. From long ago, the swamp was nicknamed Blood Swamp because the executioners poured the water used to wash the execution tools in here. Perhaps it is for that reason many people seem to have seen ghosts in the area. So this is a really important piece of the puzzle, not only to figure out some plot stuff in this game, including like the potential nature of Pyramid Head and some of the history that we hear about the town and some stuff that we see in the first game. But it's also it's a really big piece of the puzzle to like the history of the town itself, where this was a place where people were taken to be punished, to be executed. This is a place whose business was death at one point. So much so that like this entire place had so much blood in it that it was a swamp. And again, we are right next to the shores of Toluca Lake here. So the banks of Toluca Lake were a swamp of blood. And the Book of Lost Memories describes a lot of the the spiritual power of the town, like being corrupted by all the excess death that occurred in this place. So like literally the land itself was tarnished by that blood, as the spiritual power of the town was corrupted and twisted by that excess death that was carried out by the peoples of this place. When we get to the Historical Society, and we see the painting of Pyramid Head, which is real. It's not a projection of James's mind. We know that from Masahiro Ito. When we see all of the artifacts in that place that relate to execution and are later put into context as being the work of the sect of Valtiel, one of the angels of this town, or one of the angels of this town's faith, who, according to Silent Hill 4, are the part of the faith who are responsible for carrying out executions for the god of Silent Hill. This monument here will be a really big kind of piece of that puzzle, of showing like a physical piece of that memorandum, or a physical memorandum of like when this place was a place pretty much primarily where people only came to die. We'll learn from the Book of Lost Memories, when we talk about that tomorrow, that this place was a ghost town because when people started dying here, there was a mysterious epidemic that could never be explained that led people to like completely abandon this place, and no one wanted to live here. So when the Civil War began and they needed a place to put prisoners, they put it in that plot of land where everyone got sick, so no one wanted to live there anymore. And then when they started like when the prisoners and the damned tried to turn that place into a town and got corrupted and indoctrinated into a cult, and everyone started dying again, that epidemic came back. And that's all stories for another time. But anyway, those 2 paragraphs there are really important, I promise. But hey, this caution tape is gone, so let's investigate. We can go west now. I love west. Ah, almost got both of them. You can like just barely clip 2 enemies in one swing if you're like super tactical, which I evidently wasn't. Anyway. There's a little alleyway here, but this alleyway doesn't go to Nathan Avenue, so there's no way it takes us to Rosewater Park, so there's no reason to go down this alleyway. That would be dumb. So we're not gonna do it. Over here, though, next to Big J's, there's a road. And that road does lead to Nathan Avenue. So if we can just get down this road, we'll be home free. We'll get to Rosewater Park, and then we'll find our wife, and then we'll be happy and healthy forever. It's James's van, or Eddie's van, someone's van, my van. Some kind of bug thing. Kill it. It's not human. Get on the ground. Leave me alone. Ah! Boom. You have to tap. You have to. I can't say tap the ash. You have to step on your foes, or they wake up. If you don't tag them with your foot, they'll come back. That's why I'm waiting. That's why I'm going back to step on them. That's what they want, so that they can stop. There is a dead body here with lasagna on it, but that's fine. We don't care about that. We just have to go north, but we can't. We can't go north because of carp, because of tarps, because of fences. The road is blocked. I can't go any further this way. I can't make it to the park this way. I'll have to find another way. Again, James kind of seems like he could just get on these little jars, what are these called? Tanks, vats, whatever, and then just like jump over the fence, but he's not an athletic boy. He only knows how to jump down, not up, as we will see later. But since we can't go nowhere else, and this is not going to be the end of our journey, we might as well see what this dead guy wearing my pants and my jacket and all of these other barrels, that sounds right. All of these other things that I'm wearing here, mysteriously, suspiciously, has to say for itself. There's a book here. Memo pad on the ground. I'm gonna write everything that I've learned so far. Maybe that'll help you out somehow. If you're reading this, it probably means I'm already dead. Yeah. Yeah, you are. Good job. You got that right. I saw those demons. They were there, I'm certain. But my friend says he didn't see anything. If that's true, does that mean that what I saw was an illusion? But whether that demon that ate human beings was real, or whether it was some kind of hallucination that my mind dreamed up, one thing I know for sure is that I'm beyond all hope. So that kind of alludes to, again, the way that the rules of the other world, the rules of the town of Silent Hill, are operating a little differently in this game than they were in the first game. In the first game, Harry, Sybil, and Kaufman, like the first time we see Kaufman shoots a monster right in front of us, and then we see the same monster. And then we do him the same favor, where we shoot a monster off of him that's attacking him, and they both see the same thing. Same with Sybil. When we save Sybil with the Aglaophatus, the parasite that shoots out of her is seen by both Sybil and Harry. In short, like Harry says, everything that is manifested in the town in the first game is like physically there. The town is actually shifting from one form of reality to another. And it's happening for everybody. It's not like context specific, it's not person specific. The town is what it is in that game. But in this game, maybe because there's no like singular driving force, like pressing on the powers of the town, like Alessa was in the first game, or like for whatever reason, in this game things operate a little bit differently. Like this memo says, I saw those demons; they were there, I'm certain. But my friend says he didn't see anything. That's going to happen a lot, where what James is seeing is going to be different from what Eddie is seeing, and different from what Angela is seeing, the 3 people that were called into this town. James is going to ask Eddie, have you seen that red pyramid thing, talking about Pyramid Head, and Eddie will go, no, I haven't, even though you would have met Pyramid Head like 8 feet from where Eddie is throwing up. When James says that he's surprised that Laura hasn't got a scratch on her when he meets her in the hospital, Laura will go, why should I? What? And that's because Laura doesn't have any darkness in her heart, and she's just hanging out. The town isn't dangerous to her at all. It's just a kind of abandoned, sleepy tourist town in the middle of Maine. So, moving on. It seems that they're attracted to light. That's why people who need light to see are their natural prey. They also react strongly to sound. If you want to go on living, you'd better be off just sitting in the dark and staying quiet. But even that probably won't save you. Did you miss much? So you've missed, let's see, how long has the stream been going on? So in terms of the actual runtime of the game, you've missed maybe 2 cutscenes, so not really. We've been going on for about 2.5 hours, so I guess 2 things. One, like we've talked about some like backstory and stuff like that, but in terms of what's actually in the game, not so much. And 2, these playthroughs are kind of designed to be able to jump in at any time. So, like you can feel free to ask any questions you got anytime. We love talking about this game. And 3, we play this game all the time. So you're, even if you like, I never want anyone that comes by here to like ever feel like any FOMO or like, oh, I missed it, because we will be here again. But yeah, no, welcome in. I think, digesting the plot of Silent Hill 2 is maybe what we do best around here, so we'll see how it goes. But welcome in. Astenix? I'm bad at reading internet names. I hope I got that right. Please correct me if I'm wrong. If you're going to try to fight them, the most important thing is to relax. It's dangerous to fire a gun or swing some wood with a nail in it while you're all crazy with fear. Take good aim and then squeeze the trigger. And don't forget to finish them off. I think most of these creatures can be killed, even if they are tougher than people. And we did spend about 45 minutes talking about toilets. Satan toilets. Satan toilets from Jewish mysticism. It was a whole thing. It takes me 45 minutes to get out of the bathroom at the very beginning. It's a nightmare. Run away, it says. And then over here, run away, 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 run away. So if you're gonna prescribe meaning to literally every single detail in this game, which I do and people do and have for 20 years, so I'm gonna try, but it probably doesn't matter. Like super doesn't really matter here. These runaways here are in a 3x3 grid, and 3x3 grids are very important later for symbological reasons, where they imply that James has come to fully understand the truth of the matter. But I don't know. Run away, it says, in a 3x3 grid. In short, the rules of the other world are different in this game than the first game, and we got a hint there about that. And 2, you can't go north because of stuff. So let's try going further to the west, to the left, whatever. Before we do that, though, we're gonna grab a hamburger from this restaurant. Hamburger. Yeah. Also some delicious bullets for a gun that isn't real yet. Ah! God fucking damn it. Played this game like 30 times. You can't scare me like that. Back when they're on the ground like that, they're like kind of functionally immortal unless you're using a gun. Because you can't just step on him out the gate, you gotta hurt him first. But I can't hit him with my stick, and I'm not supposed to have a gun yet. I could have one if I tried really hard, but I don't really... Whatever, fine. Let's do what the dead guy said and run away. Seemed like it worked out really well for him. So, mentioned earlier, was the story written by one person? So, from what we know, the core, like, idea for the story was put together by this game's director, Tsuboyama, I don't remember his first name, Masahiro Ito, the creature director, Owaku, the scenario writer, who's probably primarily responsible for the story, and some other stuff. But a small team kind of came up with the general idea, and then presumably the scenario writer kind of fleshed it out from there. But it's just an incredibly layered thing. It's really crazy to think that they did all this in like 2 years. Here's a stop sign that makes no sense. There's no markings on the ground, and like if you stop here and then you run over here, and there's like an intersection, but where the stop sign should probably live, there's a speed limit sign telling you that you can park here. You can park at this intersection if you want. And then over here, there's a street sign pointing the wrong way again. So you can't go this way, but there's a fence going this way. So, and I don't know who it's like meant to stop, because there's no traffic coming from that way. The only way that I know this is all like wrong for sure is I've never been in Maine. I know in Maine they might have like roundabouts and maybe incorrect stop signs, but from what we know here in California, where I live and where a lot of this game's like geographical inspiration came from, if you look at this driver or the license plate here, you can see this is a California license plate, as is that one. And I think on the truck back here, and hey, there's the San Bruno garbage dumpster again. The reason why all this crap is here is because this game was, this section was largely inspired by San Bruno, California. This is just one of the easiest places to kind of pick up on it. I've only noticed it for two reasons. One, again, we've played this game on stream. I should go back and count. Probably 13 times at this point. I've played it a bunch outside of that and like talked to people and dug into supplementary books and shit. I don't know. It's just diving into this one video game from 2001 is kind of our favorite thing to do. So it's where we are. Die alone. There we go. Oh, baseball's going real bad all of a sudden. Oh, fuck me. Whatever. So if we walk past here, the camera is going to change angles, telling us, hey, this apartment right here, it's really important. But we can't do anything with it, because door's locked. So if we just go further west like we had intended to, we see another thing that rhymes with the events of the first game, and also a barrier that prevents us from getting any closer to Rosewater Park. We see a door here. Door's locked. Now in the first game, which again we'll play after we're done with this game, we start with 2, because of course you do. In the first game, there is the door that awakes in Eclipse or something like that. I should have that memorized. I don't know why I don't. Or the Door of Eclipse, where when you find the keys... Ooh, baseball. Yes! Ooh, yeah! Haha! Anyway. When you find the keys that open that door and open the door and get to the other side... the door literally opens into an eclipse. When you open that door and leave the house that you're in, the sun disappears and goes out, and you're left in this endless night. And here you see kind of the opposite. You see this is the door that wakes in darkness, opening into nightmares. So this door is locked, and it's one of the few doors in the game that is locked but doesn't have a key. This door will wake in darkness. You don't need to open this door to bring about the eclipse. This door will only open in the eclipse, in darkness, And then when you open it, you'll find some nightmares, and that'll be fine. But for now, nothing to do. We can't go further west, and we can't go further north to Rosewater Park, so if we look at our map, really our only chance at salvation is down here on Saul Street, because if we can get to the west there, maybe we can get to Munson and head all the way to Rosewater Park. So let's get to it. Of course, if we could break into this apartment building, that might do it, because if we cut across this apartment building, we can get to Rosewater Park, but that's a pipe dream. We can't possibly climb this fence that mostly is covered in barbed wire, not here at the door, but, you know, everywhere else. And James is just an able-bodied 28-year-old man. It's impossible. The door is locked. James would never do a crime. The door's locked. It's actual, for real trespassing to break in there now because someone locked the door. Or something. So let's go to Saul Street. Better Call Saul. Better Call Saul is back. I watched the first 2 episodes. They went up this week of the final season. The show's really good. Tony Dalton is a very scary man. So next to this monster, we see another one of these corpses, what looks like us over here. There he is. It's me with my stupid jacket and pants and shoes and maybe the being dead part even. This one didn't leave us any notes, though, because he's very inconsiderate. What are you looking at, James? Oh, hamburger. Yeah. Alright, here's Saul Street. We're just gonna ignore all the foes surrounding us. Don't need to sweat them. Just make our way down Saul Street. The notebook said to run away, so we're gonna run away. Like we do. And we find this overpass, and there's a door here. God bless us. Hopefully it's not locked. Oh, man. Gosh darn it. Well, now we're just fucked. Because all the avenues leading west and north are closed off to us. There's no way to get to the park. We might as well just leave and go home and abandoned our mission. Or we could, like, steal stuff out of this halfway house. This door's open. It's not a crime. I'm gonna steal this dude's Mountain Dew. I got the hyper spray. It's me. Over here we get a save point. I could save my game, and I will. There we go. Fuck, it took us an hour to get here from the well. Holy shit. Let's see. First time we played Silent Hill, we were uncomfortable and scared. Oh yeah, no, it's yeah, the first game, all of these games, I never play, I didn't play them like for the first time when I was like actually playing the game. I was already kind of familiar with the story, but totally, no, they totally leave, except for maybe 3, really do like have always left me with like a bit of a void feeling in like the best way. It's great. Anyway, there is a piece of paper here. There's a memo lying on the sofa. I'll wait at Bar Neely's, it says. And there is a Neely's bar. So someone who was cool with me breaking into his trailer here says to go to the bar. So let's go to the bar. Got nowhere else to go. And I got this hyper spray. Here it is. Suspicious spray can. Its effects are unknown. So I got a really bad score the last time I played this game, so I have achieved the blue hyper spray. You get a different colored hyper spray depending on how highly ranked your last playthrough was. Basically, the better the spray is, the more damage it does, but I don't know. I'm bad at this game, so I've never gotten a good one. But here we go. I'm gonna just squirt this Mountain Dew at this butt lady, and they'll find it uncomfortable. But you'll note that James will kind of cover his own face when he's using it. And he's doing that because the using this Mountain Dew hyper spray, just like actual Mountain Dew, is very dangerous. It's very, very bad for your own health. So if you use it for too long, even though it can do damage to your enemies, it can also hurt you very much, so it can be a bit of a gamble. Which there's really no reason to take gambles in this game, because you can just run like this. But, you know, it's a thing you can do. So we need to go to Bar Neely's. Before we go there, we can kind of check out the rest of this street. We can check out Happy Burger, which will become a like a shared location from the third game. There will be another Happy Burger location that is actually the location of the very beginning of Silent Hill 3, where there will be a bunch of satanic red stuff occurring, and demons will be implied to be around, and it's a whole thing. But we'll get to that in time. For now, I'm just gonna take a hamburger from the trash can out of the back of the Happy Burger, and then consider why the drive-through menu is like perpendicular to the road, and then it just like leads to the parking lot. But whatever. Let's go to the bar and talk for like an hour about something that can never have an explanation. Let's do it. So here we are. Someone said they were waiting at Bar Neely's, and now that we are in the bar, we see a map very similar to our own map, and we can see that it's got a bunch of shit drawn on it. So let's compare notes with someone else who's been wandering the town. This is a Strand game. Silent Hill 2, turns out, was the very first Strand game. So we can see whoever was checking this place out, looks like they actually came from Rosewater Park through the apartments onto the side of the town that we're on. So they're kind of taking the reverse path that we're taking through the town. So that at least lets us know that we can get into the Woodside Apartments, theoretically. And that could be a way to get to Rosewater Park. We see they circled Neely's Bar, where we're at. They circled the little trailer down in Saul Street at the bottom of the map. The only thing that they have on their map that isn't on ours that is of interest, except for those things, is... what's that symbol at the end of Martin Street? There's a big old question mark there. And we decided not to go down that alley because it doesn't connect to Nathan Avenue. But now that we have a reason, once we get there, we will check out Martin Street. But before we do that, we need to talk about something. There's a window here. There's a window that's been tapered or taped over, tarped over, whatever, by a bunch of newspapers. And there, on the window, is probably still to this day, 21, 22, whatever, how many years later, probably the most enigmatic thing in this game. Probably the thing that has evaded, official comment the most from the creatives of this game, that really doesn't have a super clear explanation, in any of the supplementary materials or anything like that. This statement: there was a hole here, it's gone now. Who's leaving the map? So we'll talk about that when we get towards, or when we get into the apartment building, so in probably like an hour. But we are seeing all these other corpses in the town that look like James, so, and we will see later some evidence, maybe, that this may not be the first time James has done this. So maybe, and the note where the guy explicitly was leaving notes for us about how to survive in the town, maybe it's other versions of James. Maybe it's hitchhikers. It's mysterious. Who knows? It's a mystery. And speaking of mysteries, this line here: there was a hole here, it's gone now. So Neely's Bar is will eventually have another note tied to it. It'll be right over here on this wall. But it's not here yet. It'll only show up once we get to the other world. So for now, all we have is this. There was a hole, all caps there, even in the subtitles here. It's gone now. So as for explanations of this, what this is meant to evoke, what this is meant to mean, I only have like 2 answers, and they are unchanged from the last time I did this. So if you've heard this before, it's not going to be any different, really. At least from what I have to say about it. But the 2 general explanations about this or that I have, are one, the one that I vibe with less, that there are holes in the 4th game, Silent Hill 4, that characters crawl through in order to kind of interact with and maneuver through the world crafted by that game's antagonist, Walter Sullivan, and like go from one place to another. So, and like those holes do disappear over the course of the game as Walter kind of cuts off parts of the cuts off parts of his worlds, and maybe someone used the ritual that Walter uses in that game, the ritual of the Holy Assumption and the 21 Sacraments and blah 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 blah. And like and Walter Sullivan is named in this game, like there are traces that the people who raise Walter and Walter himself are like kind of sort of around in this game. So like maybe it's got something to do with that ritual, maybe it's got something to do with the events and the rituals around the 4th game, and just also the book Lost Memories, not this physical book, but the book that this is an adaptation of that you find in the game, does detail the same ingredients needed for the ritual in that game and the ritual used in this game for the ritual of Resurrection of the Dead. So like the ingredients to do the ritual of the Holy Assumption are present in this game, although it's also considered heresy by the cult. But anyway, so maybe a connection to Silent Hill 4 in retrospect, maybe, I don't know. The one that I tend to gravitate more towards, even though there are still holes in it, is the fact that you find this in a bar. And we know from the Book of Lost Memories, and it's pretty textual anyway. We know this from the game itself. Let me see if I can find the page. And then so in the Book of Lost Memories, we will go over this book at the beginning of the streams as we go through, or as we like start up the streams over the 2nd and 3rd stream for this playthrough. But in this book, there are pages dedicated to specific aspects of the storytelling of the first 3 games. One of which is let me switch over to OBS so I can make sure that you can see this. Boop. Page 100. The tarot card marked Death is associated with the storytelling device of Holes, which is a storytelling device that Silent Hill 2 concerns itself with. We'll go over this page in detail at the beginning of probably tomorrow's stream, or maybe Monday's. But basically, Holes, as they are presented in this game and described in this book, are like used in by the power of the town to represent people coming closer to the truth of the darkness in their hearts. In the Historical Society, where we will go to later, if we go to the bigger version of this map, right over here on Toluca Lake, like right down the street from where we are now. When we get there, when we are staring into the abyss that James must stare into to get to the end of his journey, James will jump down into holes over and over and over again, and there'll be holes seemingly without a bottom, and he'll start to wonder why he's doing this. Does he have to jump into these holes? Why does he keep doing it? But he keeps doing it over and over and over again, and in this act of physically descending over the course of the hour or so that you're in the Historical Society, James is physically getting closer to the truth that he is denying right now. And this line here, there was a hole here in a bar. This could maybe relate to James's relationship to alcohol, which is unlike Silent Hill 3's protagonist, Heather. Heather in the third game, when she looks at anything, hey Charisma, how you doing? Happy, I think still Friday, but maybe Saturday. Happy weekendy times to you. Shout outs to Holes. So when James gets to Heaven's Night, the strip club, the horny building, the horny mount, when he gets there, most of the time when James looks at items in this game, he'll go, oh, there's a door here, I don't care about it, or oh, there's a bottle here, who gives a shit, or if there's a gun here, I'm gonna take it. He doesn't really like expound upon it. While Heather will have like anecdotes that she'll share in the textual monologue that she gives over the course of that game, and will have literally hundreds of things to say over the course of her journey. But one of the few times that you get James to open up a little bit is in Heaven's Night, which you probably won't see tonight, which is why I'm expounding upon it here, and then we'll talk about this again when we get there. But in Heaven's Night, you can find a crate full of like liquor, and when James looked at it, he goes, "Oh, a bunch of liquor," which is kind of what he would say about most things in the game. But then when you go to skip through that dialogue, James will keep talking. He'll say, "It's not that I don't drink. I drink quite a bit. I drink to get over the loneliness and the pain, but I don't need that anymore because I'm here now. I need to find Mary." And over the last 3 years, that kind of goes to expound on how James has been using or abusing alcohol to get over the pain that he's suffered the last 3 years. Right now, he thinks that pain is the loss of his wife and the death of his wife, when it's actually, of course, been his wife's illness and the fact that they haven't been able to do anything together, and that she has been wasting away from the disease that she's been suffering from. So maybe the alcohol and the abuse of it was his way of coping and his way of grappling with the situation. But now that he has another path, or now that the source of that pain and Mary's illness is gone, or literally he just has he has another source now. He has another hole, another void, another thing calling him forward, forcing him to press on towards the truth in this letter that is supposedly from his wife. That hole is now gone in the bar, but also, like, it doesn't really line up with the way that the Book of Lost Memories describes holes. Because, like, the holes are calls of darkness. They're not calls of, like, solely seeking truth. They're voids that are left behind from guilt and from shame. And, like, James probably felt a lot of shame from, like, not being able to, like, really be there for Mary, because he is a chronically strange dude and doesn't really know how to deal with his loved ones dying. I mean, who would? But I mean, nothing that he did at that point, I think, can really compare to the murder that he did. So again, that's the best I got. But ultimately, that just goes to show, like, most things in this game, given Masaru Ito's Twitter account and like interviews that we've had, supplemental books, the events of Silent Hills 3 and 4, like even chats from some of the Western developers like Tom Hewlett and some of the other folks who, like, really did care and tried to be consistent with the later games. Like, we can get within 1 or 2 degrees of, like, I think pretty much fully understanding like the nature of a lot of the stuff in this game, but this one pretty much evades real explanation all these years later. But it just rhymes with so many aspects of this game's story that it's still super interesting, and love to talk about it, and love probably being extremely wrong. Anyway, there was a map here and we got it, so let's go where the map said to go. We're gonna go kind of a long way because there is another alley on the other side of Martin Street that cuts north of Standard Street, so we'll just check both of them out. Be very efficient. I need to get more water. It's about time for a break. Once we get into the apartments, it'll be time for a break. Ketchup. In the first game, there was a little alleyway, and then there was a basketball over there, but this one doesn't have a dog's head that's been alley-ooped into it, so it's playing on your expectation of dog heads when there aren't any. Or something. There are no dogs in this game. I hear a bug. That might sound like a really squeaky wheelchair, but it's a bug. It's a really loud bug, and he sucks. I gotta catch up. And somewhere there's gonna be a butt monster coming out from a car, so we just gotta get ready. Oh yeah! Can't trick me. Alright, well they led us over to the corpse, so that's nice. Is this Enhanced Edition? It is. Yeah, we are playing the PC version of this game using the Enhanced Edition mod. It's mostly easy to get running nowadays. Getting the PC version can be pretty expensive if you get it physical, which I did. But the mod itself is pretty easy to set up, and it looks fucking amazing. So yeah, that's what we're using. Azure Witch, hello, hi, happy weekendy times. Welcome to Silent Hill 2. I love Silent Hill 2. It's really good. We're gonna play it forever. Here's a corpse with my stupid jacket and my dumbass pants and everything. Check out that James right there. Look at the man. He's gross and dumb, but he had a key. Got an apartment gate key. So to maybe kind of sort of answer the question of who's leaving these maps around, this guy might be the guy who left that other map that we found in the bar, and now he's dead and he's got a key to the apartments that we know that he cut through. So I don't know. They might be other Jameses. They also might not be. It's very confusing. Mind that, so in Silent Hill 1, like we said, everything that happens in that game can pretty much be assumed to be real. It is like everyone's experiencing the same thing. Everything that's being manifested is physically being manifested into the town. Everyone deals with the same shit. While in this game, it's all James for the Maria. I like that idea. Honest to God, that might be my favorite explanation for what's going on here. Just the dude keeps getting horny for Maria over and over and over again. And just look at how much lasagna is surrounding his body. This dude got fucking wrecked. Anyway, but in this game, everything that we're seeing is strictly from James's perspective, which is skewed, which is probably in a lot of cases not true. And we know that because when we see through the eyes of Angela and probably Eddie, James cannot actually see the things that they are seeing. When Angela says, or when James says that the room that is literally on fire it's hot as hell in here, he doesn't say anything about the flames lapping at his face. And Angela thinks he can and goes, oh, you see it too? For me, it's always like this. Well, for James, he just sees dead hymns everywhere. He sees dead Jameses, which, I mean, could tie into the idea that maybe he's doing this more than once, which I mainly prescribe to because it makes me less sad, because it ties into a theory about some stuff we'll see in the apartments. But also, we know that James's plan when he came here was to drive into the lake and in his own life. So seeing reminders of that, seeing dead hymns everywhere does tie into that stuff. You know, it could be a lot of things. We are seeing through James's eyes. That was ultimately what I was. I tend to make short points long, but yeah, we are very much seeing through the lens of James, and that lens is probably not entirely accurate. Was the point of that tangent. Anyway, we got a key to the apartments, and we know that the apartment building was locked earlier So now we're just gonna go on. We haven't committed a crime yet, and we have the key to the door. We have the key to the apartments, which means we're allowed to walk in. It's legal. Possession is permission, like they say. That's what the cops say, I think. Probably. Maybe. I don't know what it's like in Maine. I know what it's like in San Bruno, and it's not that, but whatever. What are they gonna do? Where are the cops? They're not here. James Sunderland. I will do anything. I don't even mean that in like a tenacious way. Just, I'm James and I'll do whatever I want. Most of them won't even be crimes. They'll just be fucking disgusting. Bug. That bug just fucking, he just like, James skipped over behind the gate. Now he's dead. There isn't even geometry over there. What the fuck? That's stupid. Couldn't get, oh, bug, get back here. Oh, he's stuck behind there and I can't, he can't get on this side of the fence anymore. Oh yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like Laura explicitly makes the point of, like, why should I have a scratch on me? Everything's fine. Because Laura doesn't have any wool over her eyes. She doesn't have anything mucking up her lens like every other character in this game does. Anyway, we broke into the apartments. We did it. Booyah. Trespassing. It says no trespassing, and I didn't do any because I found the key. Although I'm not going to register in the main office because I don't know where it is. So we can look around. We can see garbage. Garbage! No use for that. Yet. We will see so many fucking broken locks over the next few hours. It's gonna drive me crazy. We can walk all the way over here to this door, but it's locked. Which is sad. Which leaves us only one option. The door that the game puts you right in front of from the start, and you probably should have just checked it. Welcome to the West Side Apartments. We know it's the West Side Apartments because there's a map right here. What says so? Woodside. Fuck me. Woodside Apartments that are also on the west side of the place. Yeah, no, when I, Bone Puns, what's up, Bone Puns? When I played this game for the first time to, like, get ready for my first stream of it, we'll talk about a few, problems that I ran into. Bone Puns, oh my goodness. Bone Puns, thank you for the 5 gift subs, oh my gosh. Early birthday present, that's, wait, you were too kind. Those will go to Raider Dog, CJ Heartless,
Deep fried
Efufu, Hacks Effect, and Laws. Thank you so much. I got a map of the apartment building. So, over the course of the next few hours, once we come back from break anyway, I need to find a way to make that alert happen only the one time, but I don't know how to stream. I'm a bad streamer. It's only been 5 years or 3 years or however long it's been. I don't know. I think we got 2 more of those.
Deep fried goodness.
There we go. I think there's one more deep fried goodness coming. One more Grandia 2, Satan Lady, deep fried goodness. Am I wrong? I can't count.
Deep fried
there we go.
Goodness.
Pretty sure that's it. We can save our game, and again, if this was the first save point we had used, we would have gotten the line of dialogue where James says, exactly, James sees it as Woodside, but we know from the supplemental materials it's actually West Side because of, exactly, fair.
Yeah, bring on the ultra mustard violence.
I was choosing to ignore you evoking the name of Mustard. Mustard is disgusting and should be erased from this world. As Deadly Premonition said, sometimes we must remove things from this world because they should not exist. And frankly, Mustard is one of them. But thank you for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bits, Farron. No, baseball, no. Fuck, damn it. Ah! I hate you, baseball. Anyway. When we come back from break, which is going to happen in a minute, we will explore these apartment buildings. We're going to tear them the fuck apart and find all kinds of things. But before we do, again, when you load up the first save point of the game, when you find that save point, just to go over it one more time, you find a well, and at the bottom of the well there's a red square, and that red square is inside of water, and it's got, like, when you're looking at it through the water, it looks kind of rippled, kind of like it's got a filter over it. And as James is looking at it, the square is looking back at him, which is why the save point maybe looks red. The screen cuts to red before you save your video game, like this. And then as James is being reflected on by the red square, you could see, like right here at the jacket, that the actual picture of James is warbled as if it's being observed through water. And he says the town is groping around inside of his skull, and there are all these veins or neurons in the back here that hopefully you can tell from the contrast of the stream. Sometimes it's hard to tell because of stuff. How are my drop frames doing? Do I have any? I haven't been checking because I've been watching baseball. Doop-a-da-boop. Ah, it's been good. Yay, that's nice. Good job, Coxman. Anyway, that's the save point thing, so I just want to say it again. So, when we come back from break, we're going to explore the Woodside apartments, and it'll be a good time. We're going to get stepped on and shot and stabbed, and poop will occur. But first, okay, we are back. Thank you for your patience. The literal second I muted my microphone to go on break, the Padres gave up the fucking lead, so I had to go and deal with that the way I deal with disappointment, which took exactly 8 minutes. So, thank you all again, and do I like DMC? I love the Devil May Cry game made by Ninja Theory, and only that one, because it's the only one I've played. I like the pizza, and I like the music. Obviously, I like the music from DMC 5, as you can tell from the break screen starting with it. But I need to play that. I need to play Devil May Cry. It needs to happen. I don't know when it's gonna happen. It'll happen eventually. Okay. Video games. Let me make sure OBS is still functioning. It looks fine. That's good. Hold on. There we go. Okay, so here we are, back in the Woodside Apartments. We need to cut through this place in order to get to Rosewater Park so that we can find our wife, so that we can have a wife again. Have her not be dead. So let's get to it. So, this section of the game is going to be the first time that we have to contend with darkness. Going to be the first time that we have to contend with the idea that if we don't have enough light to see something, because James doesn't have object permanence because he's a dumb idiot baby, he can't actually, like, do anything with them. So here, because we're under a skylight, and you can see that he's casting a shadow, we can look at our map, we can open doors, we can do all of these things. But over here, if we walk over here, you'll see eventually his shadow will disappear. Boom. No shadow. So right here, we have a shadow. We can look at our map. Not a problem. But if we walk just over here to where the shadow is gone, it's suddenly too dark to read the map. So if we can actually see this door, but for the most part, we can't interact with doors or items or anything like that if it's too dark for us to see, which will be important a few times while we're in this place. Because notably, we don't currently have a flashlight. We will in a second, but... Now, for example, right now, if we ran all the way up to the 3rd floor, which I normally wait to do next, we have a standard sweeping protocol that we follow when we're in Silent Hill 2 maps. But if I were to run up here and run all the way down this hallway and run over here, there is a shopping cart with a gun in it. I can very plainly see the shopping cart with the gun. But James can't look at it. He can't see it. It's not real. It's not here. Even if he's like running into it, he refuses to acknowledge that it exists because we don't have a flashlight yet. Hey Peachy, I absolutely cannot. And even if I could, I wouldn't. But this is probably the shortest time I've been. This is probably the shortest time between playthroughs that we've ever had for this game, and I think this is gonna leave into a playthrough the rest of the series, because we've had to do those for a while now, and there'll be a Fatal Frame thing in there too, but I think we're gonna dovetail this into the rest of the series this time, but yeah, no, it's Silent Hill 2. I felt like it was a Silent Hill 2 night, so here we are. James Legally Blind. Honestly, he might be. I was told by doctors that I need to drive, or I need glasses to drive. Maybe James needs glasses to find a gun in an abandoned apartment in Maine. What do I know? But let's go ahead and sweep like we do. We have all of these doors here to check. There are so many doors, so many opportunities for keys that we can discover in this place. So let's get it on. And like, I just love when you first walk in, you can hear static, but it's really low. It's really quiet. It's like just barely starting to kick up. And you can hear like footsteps of monsters around, but you can't see any of them yet. But you know that these hallways are real narrow. And if someone is walking in your direction, they're probably going to run into you. It's, oh no, Padres, you stupid sons of bitches. Anyway, this game's not going good. First things first, let's run over here and look at the garbage. If we consider geographically where we are right over where the garbage was on the ground from before. So here is garbage. There is a trash chute. There is some kind of strange garbage stuck in the hole. All right. So let's get sweeping. Let's check this flare. This door is locked. The door is not, or the lock is not broken, but the door is locked. There's supposed to be a door here. And you can see that this, what looks like where a door frame would have been has been kind of like spackled over a little bit. And if you look at the map, which we cannot do because it's too dark to read the map right now, we would be able to mark this door as like not being accessible, but we can't do it yet because the door is not real because we can't see it. This door is real, but we can't see it, but it's real, but it's locked, so it's not real yet because it needs a key in order to be real, which it isn't. The hole is garbage in it. Exactly. The chute was a hole. Chutes are holes, and now there is no hole. The hole is gone now because there is garbage in the garbage hole. It's a the garbage hole is only a hole if there is no garbage. This lock's broken. There's garbage here. And notably, there is no, like, Satan-y, stabby Satan man on the other side of this garbage looking, waiting to kill, trying to murder me. Yet. And if you walk in here, there's the television, and the television is not on and not displaying static. And there is a chair here, and this chair does not have gallons of blood at the bottom of it, and does not have a dead guy sitting in it, or anything like this. And this door's lock's broken. And inside of this kitchen, there's nothing. I thought there was something, but there's nothing. And there's no key on this shelf, like there would be on most, and this lock is broken. And there's a clock here. A large clock, but it is too dark to see well. I can't even see all of this, like, almost luminescent writing on the side of it or nothing. And I can't see the hint to this puzzle. Okay, I thought it was 2200 and I was gonna scoff at it. 3200 makes sense. That tracks. And like 4 months rent for a deposit. The design of this hallway seems like a fire hazard. Like if there were a fire, like it would just take one uncooperative dude to just back everyone up. It's just traffic fundamentals. You don't want this. This is too narrow. Yeah, no pets unless they're capable of violence. No pets unless they can wield a weapon. If your weapons cannot, if your pets can't like hold a knife, they're not weapon here. They're not welcome here. There's a door here. So it's too dark to observe that clock. It's too dark to look at maps. It's too dark to acknowledge that doors are real. It's too dark to see a gun that we can see. It would be really nice if we had like some kind of portable source of illumination. It's like we're on a stage. It's like we're giving a show. Anyway. Here's like a dress with like a light in the boobie area. And we've seen this dress before. It's the dress that Mary was wearing. She was still healthy. The pipe looks like a cane. Oh, you know what? Just give him a minute here. There we go. Right there. Anyway. Use canonical weapons only. So here's a mannequin wearing her wife's clothes, gifting us the ability to shed light on the situation. Also back here, a bunch of actual mannequins. Like we see 2 mannequin heads. We see 2 sets of mannequin body parts. Just kind of thrown about everywhere. And then what looks like a combination. It's really hard for me to get an angle of them. With the maybe the camera's like actively preventing me from seeing him unless I'm looking at Mary's dress. But anyway, just behind the dress and to the right, you can see like an amalgamation of 2 different mannequins just kind of thrown together. And that'll be an enemy here in a minute. But again, Maria, two different manifestations, 2 different like ideas of that James has of his wife in his head. And we see Mary's dress here, but then in the back we see torn, destroyed amalgamations of like a human mannequin just thrown together into some form that vaguely resembles humanity, but it's really just here to like beat James up a lot once we take this light, because enemies that need light to see, and when we saw in that note from outside from dead James, from dead me, that shining a light on enemies is a really good way to get them mad at you. But I need light to achieve gun, and I need gun to achieve plot. That gun up on the 3rd floor is a plot load-bearing gun. So, I got a flashlight. It's gonna get really loud in a second. Here's the mannequin. You can see it looks like it is, like the bottom part of it is like one mannequin, but then someone ripped off the entire upper part of it and just combined it with another mannequin. And it's it loves violence. It likes achieving violence. It's very shiny. And it has butt. It does have butt, like mannequins do. And according to the Book of Lost Memories, this enemy is meant to be indicative of, quote, James's natural urges, natural inclinations, natural tendencies. Which for now means I'm gonna kill it. I'm gonna kill it. Don't worry about the undulations for now. James, do you have thoughts about this dress? Just a mannequin. But these clothes. Whatever. Got 2 mannequin heads here. They're very shiny. There are arms and legs scattered all over the sofa. Luckily, they came from a mannequin. So, there is one other thing in this room right here. There's a little pamphlet. Now, this pamphlet is interesting because, and this is where I go crazy theory crafting, desperately trying to make one of the endings of this game not horrifically sad for myself. But this pamphlet right here does not show up on a first playthrough. If you're playing this game for the first time, this pamphlet will not be on this desk. It's only after you've beaten the game and... Sorry, 1 second. Gotta sneeze. I did it. It's only after you've beaten the game, and therefore after James, theoretically, has gone through this adventure one time, that this pamphlet shows up. So let's go ahead and see what it has to say. It's actually a randomly generated pamphlet. It can be one of 3 things. So let's see which one we get this time. Normally I will tag anything in this game that can be kind of like upsetting out of context. Like, it is Silent Hill, so I think you should generally expect that to happen everywhere, because Silent Hill. But I do try to tag the things that are like really above baseline. This can allude to suicide. It might not necessarily do that, but it can. So be warned of that. There's a note with a cutout magazine, or there's a note with a cutout magazine article attached to it. There's a title written on the front side: "Searching for Another Conclusion." How to be a happy couple. Do you really love her, in sickness and in health? If you truly love her, then you must act. It all depends on how hard you fight for her. Whatever happens, don't give up. Always try just one more time. Even though there may be hard times, never turn to another woman. And if it comes to it, you must be willing to protect her with your very own life. After all, true love means a willingness to sacrifice. Be true to your heart, and with luck, things will work out in the end. So, what this pamphlet does is allude to methods that will lead you in the direction of one of the game's 3 kind of core endings. This game has a system that it uses to try to like gauge your behavior and guide you in the direction of one of 3 of this game's endings. The Maria ending, which is what this pamphlet is alluding to with the how to be a happy couple note, where everything that it said there, well, let's read it again. How to be a happy couple. Do you really love her in sickness and in health? In sickness and in health is kind of a reference to when Maria falls ill, when you're taking care of her in the hospital level. When she falls ill, if you go back into her room and see her a few times when she's acting sick, that'll get you some points that'll lead you towards the Maria ending. If you truly love her, then you must act. It all depends on how hard you fight for her. Whatever happens, don't give up. Always try just one more time. So that thing, always try just one more time, is something that's similarly alluded to in all of these, where it's like, don't give up, keep trying, look for another conclusion, like the title of the pamphlet says. Even though there may be hard times, never turn to another woman. So this alludes to, there are at times in the game where you kind of have an implicit choice, either between sorry, 1 second. Yeah. Swallowed something dumb. Okay, sorry about that. Like I said, I kind of swallowed water and then suddenly, I guess I swallowed it down the wrong pipe or something. Just, I don't know. So I'm probably gonna be clearing my throat for a while because I don't know what's going on, but I'm fine. Okay, we're back. So the thing about always trying one more time is something that the memo alludes to, no matter what version of the memo that you get. Where you're searching for another conclusion. You've already gone through your story, but you want to see another way through. And then, even though there may be hard times, never turn to another woman. There are points in the game where you kind of have to implicitly decide between Maria or Mary, or between like embracing following Mary, or kind of rejecting that. A few of the overt ones are when a Maria like asks you to do something. When Maria goes, "Oh, the hotel is this way," or "Hey, go chase Laura. She just ran off in this direction." If you do something opposite of what she says to do, she'll kind of scold you and go, "Why? That's not where I said to go. What are you doing?" And then at the end of the game, if you're looking for the Maria ending, which this ending is pointing you towards, at the very end of the game, there's a monologue that Mary gives, kind of describing what the last couple of years have really been like. And one of the ways to get points towards a Maria ending is to ignore that monologue and just rush through the hallway where you hear it and get to the end of the game. And if it comes to it, you must be willing to protect her with your very life. So that one's pretty obvious. Don't let Maria get hit. Do not cut her with the chainsaw, whatever you do, which I would have never done an accident for sure, so whatever. After all, true love means a willingness to sacrifice, and this also alludes to one of the things that the game keeps track of to assign you an ending is keeps track of how low your health gets and how often your health stays low. So a trade-off between low James health, or like neutral James health, and high Maria health, like this alludes to, will kind of get you more in the direction of a Maria ending. God, I don't know what the fuck I did. But that was weird. So the but be true to your heart, and with luck, things will work out in the end. Whatever. It does not work out in the end, but not in the Maria ending. But hey, what are you gonna do? So the reason why I felt like I'm probably prescribing way more meaning into this pamphlet only showing up in New Game Plus than was intended. Because, like, it is here kind of alluding to how to get other endings, but to me, like, the game doesn't really lay out, like, how it's choosing your ending for you. This is kind of the closest the game gets to textually explaining that getting the in-water, leave, or Maria endings is defined by all of these weird nebulous variables that the game is, like, keeping track of. Like your health, how many times you look at items in your inventory, how fast you go through certain sections of the game, how strictly you keep to the instructions that Maria gives you, etc., etc., etc. So while the game does give you these, like, subtle hints, like, to me, they're not all that useful. Like they, which to be fair, a lot of stuff in late 90s and early 2000s horror games were not super useful. And a lot of games that were put out from Japan back in the day were not like had a lot of like textual stuff in them that was either through a weird translation or or just in a desire to keep things oblique, which Silent Hill most certainly has. Like, not super explicitly helpful, but still, once you understand what's going on, like, you can tell what they're meant to refer to. So it could just be gameplay-wise, like, if you've gotten an ending and you want to get another ending, maybe this gives you some ideas of how to get another ending. But to me, again, because I need to hold on to this idea or else this gets horrifically sad, which is not saying, like feel free to disagree, but just it's where my brain goes. I don't particularly think any ending of this game is, like, super, super, super beyond tragic for James, that there is no, like, way that James's story can end that, like it's sad and tragic and horrible, but it doesn't bring me to the point of thinking that this game excuse me, I'm so sorry. I don't know what the hell happened to my esophageal area. Doesn't bring me anywhere near the point where I feel that, like, the people who made this game are, like, mean-spirited in the way they tell their story. That they have kind of shitty ideas about, like, who deserves to be punished and who deserves bad things to happen to them. But Angela's story, for reasons that we will get into when we have context, does get pretty close to that. I don't think it explicitly says anything, like, overtly shit-headed, like some other games in this genre have. And we will get to those later. Believe in my esophagus. Thank God, someone does. God, I don't know what the hell I did. But basically, Angela's story only being able to end one way would, to me, be prescriptive of something that is really shitty. For Angela's story to be inevitable. Like, Angela's ending to be completely inevitable. That would make me very sad. And when I look at James's story, and this is a game, even though Angela and Eddie are main characters in this story, this is James's story. We're seeing this game through James's lens. God, I'm so sorry. I'm not in, like, discomfort. It's just keep constantly having to clear my throat. It's weird. Although my face is itchy, which is why I keep taking myself off camera so I could scratch my face. So we know James's story can end more than one way. It can end very, very positively. It can end with him deciding to move on from this scenario, from everything that happened around his wife's illness and all these things. And when I say positive, I mean positively for James. And can leave with him picking up the the mantle that Mary wanted to pick up of taking Laura and adopting her. At least that's what appears to be happening. And raising her as if he were her own or his own. That is the best ending for James. It can also end with him driving into a fucking lake, or taking Maria and accepting her as a real answer for the problem, and then she immediately gets sick again. And that's actually a really good question, Peachy, about in the Maria ending, is she a real physical person or just a symbolic of him moving on? So that's a question that I think is probably impossible to fully answer, because this game pulls the trick, right, of making sure that Maria is never seen by anyone that isn't James. Like, Maria hides from the bowling alley to make sure that Eddie and Laura doesn't see her. So if someone else saw Maria and responded to Maria, I feel like that would give us a pretty good idea of like what the manifestations are in truth, quote unquote, because there is one monster in this game that we know, at least not textually necessarily, but from what Masahiro Ito said, and what some supplemental material has said, there is one monster that is seen at the same time by two different people, and it appears differently to those two different people in the Abstract Daddy. The monster, or the boss fight you fight with Angela, where Masahiro Ito has said the form of the Abstract Daddy that we see is similar in shape and form to the form that Angela sees, but it's not the exact same thing. And that the imagery on the Abstract Daddy like has meaning to James, and that the form that the Abstract Daddy that Angela is seeing has different symbolism and different like visual meaning to Angela. So that would imply that maybe either it's being projected by both of them in the same place, and they're like two different things that happen to be acting at the same spot, or that there's like a neutral thing there, what looks like a bed, and then James and Angela's thoughts are being projected onto that bed framey looking thing in different ways that matter to them in separate significant ways. And maybe in that case, and then we talk about the Easter egg in Silent Hill 2 that I mentioned, or Silent Hill 3 that I mentioned in the bathroom, where there is a woman named Lady Maria who looks like our Maria in this game, but she has black hair. And when Maria wakes up in Heaven's Night, as we'll see tomorrow, in the Born from a Wish sub-scenario, it kind of seems like before she realizes she's looking for James that she was expecting other people to be around, and she wakes up in Heaven's Night. So maybe there is just a hooker lady, and that hooker lady is projected by James to look like Maria, but to other people, maybe it looks like a black-haired version of Maria, and James is just going around, driving around Maine with this now suddenly very sick woman, and she's gonna die immediately, and James will come back to Silent Hill and revisit all those amazing times that he had with Maria, when Maria found him and then she died immediately, and then she found him again and then she died immediately, and then she found him again and then she died immediately a third time, and then the cycle continues anew. That is weirdly the one the answer I would prescribe to of the two, of whether it's a real person or symbolic. I am going to lean into the side of there's a person there, a person-shaped thing there that looks like Maria to James, but maybe it looks like a different lady, or some kind of mannequin, or some kind of like lady-shaped like goo or something. I don't know. That has nothing to do with the pamphlet. I don't mean to say the pamphlet means anything to do with that. What the pamphlet is saying, what I think the pamphlet is saying, what I need the pamphlet to say, is that James can go through this story and subconsciously, textually, whatever, who knows, not be happy with his conclusion, and that will to see another conclusion manifest in him getting to do this again, finding this pamphlet, and maybe leading himself in a direction that leads to a better ending. Maybe. And the reason why that's important is because, to me anyway, is because James's story can end more than one way, but we don't know that, like, in game that's possible. It could just be that, like, for us, being someone who is starting this journey right before James gets to town, there are multiple different ways for James to go about doing his business. And from what we see, like with that, because James's story can end more than one way, it should therefore be possible for Angela's and Eddie's story to end another way. It's just we don't get to see any of that no matter what ending James gets. So I would like for there to be a way for Angela's story to not end where it ends, because if it ends exactly where it ends, and it is inevitable for it to end where it ends, that fucking sucks. So, like, and not even in like a that's a sad way, that's like in a Are you sure that people who went through the things she went through can only go down that route? Because that sounds kind of blueberry to me, but only a little bit, because this is James's story, and that's not a fair evaluation. It's just Angela's ending makes me very, 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 very sad. So my monitor died. Why did my monitor die? Why did my monitor die as the baseball game cut out? Normally that happens when my internet went out. I'm still here, right? OBS says I'm here. I think we're fine. That was mysterious. Okay. Whatever. I'm gonna assume we're fine. Okay. So that's the pamphlet. It wasn't supposed to take that long. I had a coughing fit in the middle. So thank you for your patience while we talk about pamphlet that probably means nothing. On the ground. Ow. Can't open this door. Walk in here, we can get ourselves some bullets for the gun that is real now because we have a flashlight with which to see the gun. We can see a toilet, but there's no poop in this toilet, so there's nothing to do here. Got some handgun bullets. We got a picture of something. I don't know, like a map or something, maybe. I don't know. Not much in here. Lock's broken. This lock's broken. So like I said, the gun upstairs is a plot-bearing gun. Until we pick up that gun, nothing is going to happen over here. There will be something that happens over here later. It cannot happen yet, because if we did not have a gun, we could not shoot a guy canonically when we need to shoot the guy, because we don't have a gun with which to shoot him. In the endless wisdom of Dale Gribble, if you don't have a gun and someone breaks into your house, how are you going to shoot him? It's a good question. Before we answer that question, there's a key on the other side of this door, on the other side of this fence. And again, even though, like, if I turn off my flashlight, there is clearly light coming from the little side room, like the little laundry room over there, and the key is clearly in the path of that light. So I don't know why James can't see the key if I don't have my flashlight on, but he cannot. Are the monsters kind of weirdly shiny? There's definitely shininess to the mannequins, and to like the shininess is like more clear in this version than any other that I've seen. So like there's a shininess to the mannequins, there's a shininess to the lying figure, the like the cloth over the lying figure that like suffocates them. And there's a shininess we'll see in the apartment building. There's a really nice place to see this because it's dark. There's a shininess to the save point. Like there's a reflectiveness to the save point. So the way that and actually, I don't remember who it was. The last time we played, or last time we were on this, when I was talking about, I don't know why the save points are shiny and are shiny. Someone said they're shiny because James is reflecting in them. He sees his reflection in them. He is considering himself in them, like we see in the actual save screen. So my best guess would be that anything that is reflective is something that James is reflecting upon. And the monsters are all very much things that James are reflecting upon, like the suffocation cloth thing over the lying figure. James is very much reflecting on that murder he did with suffocation. The reflection of the mannequins, we know from the Book of Lost Memories that the mannequins are reflections or manifestations of James's, quote, natural urges and inclinations that he has had the last couple of years, and he's definitely thinking about that. So maybe shiny equals James is thinking about it? Maybe? I don't know. That's a good question. I wish I was good at, like, literature and themes and whatnot, but I am wiki-pilled. All I know how to do is just cram every single little aspect of everything into my brain and just be able to summon it all at once. That's all I know how to do. Anyway, there's a key here. This is a plot-bearing key. I need it. I need it now. Key on the ground. If I stretch my arm out, I might be able to reach it. Will I pick it up? Yes.
Ow! Hey, wait! Damn it.
There is a child. She doesn't seem to like me very much. That was Laura. That was a young girl, we will later learn, was a patient in the very same hospital that her wife was kept in, or was staying in, during the final stages of her illness. And, she does seem to have shit-headed tendencies in general, so maybe she was just being a jerk, just kind of natively, just like a baseline little girl jerk. But we do know that Laura has very real beef with James, so maybe she was just kind of fucking with James specifically. It's a little unclear. Later, it'll be for surezies that Laura is actively fucking with James because of James, but we'll see that later. I can't reach it no matter how far I stretch, but who's that kid? We'll see later. For now, we need to achieve gun. So in this room, there's a gun, and even here, now that we have the flashlight, now that we can make out details in this room, if you look at the ground, you can see a bunch of casings of bullets. And if you look at the walls, James will remark that the wall is pockmarked with gunshot. And no cure for being a little bit. It seems to be true. That would seem to be evident. So there are bullets everywhere. There are bullet holes everywhere. And here, there is a shopping cart. It's a shopping cart. What is that doing here? And then inside of the shopping cart, where the child goes, where the most precious cargo goes, this Japanese developer making a game specifically for the West has decided to put a gun. Maybe they have opinions about something. I can't imagine what. What maybe they think about being able to do this and just being able to do that with things you could get out of Walmart. Maybe they over there had thoughts about this. Can you see the name of the store on the shopping cart? I've never tried. Hey, something drugs? Almond drugs. Pretty sure is what it is. Anyway, I got a gun. I now own a gun. It's mine. Now I can do the plot. Plot things can occur now because I have a gun. Let's get to it. So now that I have a gun, once I walk over here, once I walk down this hallway, you're gonna hear a noise, a very strange noise, a noise that I have no way, I'm not at all equipped to be able to, like, figure out what the fuck it is. And before we do that, remember, there was a door over here, right here, room 201, that I couldn't investigate because I didn't have a flashlight. I couldn't tell that it had been, like, spackled over with some kind of goo. Fuck, baseball, fuck. Baseball's going bad. Anyway, there was a door here, probably, but we can't see it, but we can tell there was one, so James marks it as a zigzag. So there we go. We did it. Anyway, once I walk down here, we're gonna hear a noise coming from our left up to the north. So, that noise, according to Nub Zombie, another awesome streamer of Silent Hill, and an audio engineer, and a sound man in his own right, he described looking at this sound and saying that it is the composite sound of both a woman screaming and a baby crying, but like mixed together in a way where it sounds like, you'll see. What was that? Some kind of sound, some kind of noise north of here. So something happened up there. This was the room. We're walking in the direction of the room where there was a television and a chair, and there were no dead bodies, and there was no static on the television, and there was a bunch of garbage in the hallway. There was like a bunch of pipes in the way, and there was nothing of note on the other side of that barrier. But as we get closer to the door, before we can even see anything, we can hear the static coming out of our radio. There is something here that is a threat to us. And as we get closer, we see a figure whose shoulders stand at the same height as our shoulders, but he is otherwise very dissimilar to us. He is adorned, apparently, in like a butcher's robe, and he's got these large, weird-looking gloves on his hands, and of course his giant triangle head thing, this bulkhead grafted to his head, and he's just standing there very unnaturally and looking at us, and he himself somehow is adorned in this red light. He won't always look red to us. He will look kind of like off color looking skin a little bit. But here he's got this red light washing over him, but that light for some reason isn't touching the ground behind him or the walls to his side. And he's just looking at us. We know something screamed down here. Something sounded like something very bad was happening to it, and we can guess that Pyramid Head may have done that. But for now, notably, this thing just kind of staring at us, just kind of taking our measure and allowing us to take his measure, is unarmed, except for the pointy pain head. He's not wielding his great knife. He's not wielding his great spear. He's just standing here with nothing in his hands, just making his presence known. We will talk a whole lot about Pyramid Head over the course of this journey, but very, very long story short, Pyramid Head is here primarily to force James to reckon with what he did, to make James remember that he killed his wife and come to grips with that. That is his primary purpose. He carries that out in a way, as James says, by punishing him, by like James, the best way for him to reckon with this is that he feels subconscious, like subliminally, he feels this need for punishment for this thing that he is pretending he did not do. So the best way to break through that barrier is to punish him over and over and over again and force him to grapple with the emotions that he is suppressing right now, that he has thrown into that abyss, and that he must jump down holes in that historical society over and over to get close to being able to reckon with. But for now, there's just a weird guy, and he's being annoying. And he's gone. Hey, Proto Man, what's going on? What's up, Proto? I'm a threat to us? I hope not. I have not hugged a zombie today, or anybody. I think I might have hugged my mom. I don't know. We were kind of two shits passing in the night today. But no hugs, no zombie hugs, ever. The scream was Pyramid Head stubbing his toe. Maybe. He does kind of sort of make a noise when he gets hurt. Kind of, a little bit. But probably not. My guess, my best guess is that the extremely dead body in front of that television over there, the television slumped over in a chair in front of some static and whatnot. I have a feeling that that girlish death rattle occurred out of the mouth of whatever it could be that is inside of this chair. He's got... You can't really tell the color of his stupid jacket because it's covered in red. But it is a dumb, stupid, little baby bitch green jacket. And he's got our dumbass pants on. But also, he's got our stupid hair. And if you pivot the camera around, he's got our dumbass face. James, stare into the face of God. It certainly wasn't the executioner guy that was staring at you like a minute ago right outside this room or nothing. It couldn't have been him. He's dead. Who could have done this? No worries, Proto. You do what you gotta do. Happy weekend times. Thank you for the host. Sorry, didn't proc OBS. Like I said, OBS really fucked up like 30 minutes ago, so I apologize for that not procking. But thank you. I hope you have a good weekend. Thanks for stopping in, buddy. Anyway, James is dead. You can see all this like blood trail here. He bled a lot. It kind of looks like someone stabbed the shit out of him and then left him here to bleed and then dragged the chair over to the television. Like he was making some kind of point. And then he maybe rammed his head into the TV after he was dead. I don't know. There's a key here. Mine. I got the key to somewhere. There's a locked door over here, I think. It probably goes to that. Yeah, he totally does it. Oh, no, baseball, why? Oh, yeah, baseball, yeah. Oh, yeah. I hate baseball. Anyway, it's the room the key to it, too. What's in here? In the room that we were just in, there was a clock. But we can't look at the clock because of reasons, primarily because of we don't have a key to look inside of the clock. But next to the clock there was a key. And we used that key to walk into this door. And in this door we see a bunch of red light. And if we turn on our flashlight, there are moths that come and bother us and they follow us around. They're really annoying. Look at them. Fucking stupid moths. And then over here, there are butterflies on this bed. There are dead butterflies on the bed and ground. There's nothing else of interest here. So we got the dead butterflies on the ground and the bed and then these moths flying around and And again, mods and butterflies are like two sides of the same coin, where butterflies are ugly or butterflies are pretty and stuff, and mods are ugly. And to James, his dying wife was like oh no, she's dying. And Maria, the hooker lady, looks pretty and stuff, but it's kind of mixed up because the butterfly's dead or whatever. But duality still. Also, there's like a goo hole. There's green goo here. And there's green goo on this door, which is gross. Exactly. The big green gooey glory goo hole here. And it's making like a weird undulating, like metallic spring sound, which is fine. Oh, there's like drawings of like butterflies on this wall. I never noticed that before. I don't know what the fuck I don't know what to say about this hole. The green goo shows up later in a bathroom. I don't know what to say about it there either. There's an ear in that hole. And a key. And in this hole, there's probably something. We're gonna stick our hand in there in a minute. James doesn't care about... James will stick his hand wherever. He doesn't care. He doesn't give a shit. Literally. We know that with his hands. I'm gonna put my hand in this hole. It's too dark to tell for sure, but I think there's something on the other side of this hole. Will you investigate? Okay. I got it. Okay, so next to the clock there was the key to a door, and then we used the key to go into a door, and then inside of that door there was a key to the clock. Get used to it. This is gonna happen a lot. We're just gonna... The game could have just as easily given us a key to the clock, but it decided not to. We had to do this instead. You should have done this first. Nothing in the hole anymore. So, just to, like, probably the easiest thesis statement you can make, the easiest way to clearly delineate between the vibe of the Team Silent developed and the Western developed Silent Hill games, is partially represented by this hole, where in this game, James sticks his hand in the hole and then, like, recoils back as if something, like might have tickled him or slightly prickled him, but he doesn't know what it is, and it's the fear of the unknown that gets to you, and you don't really, like, know where you are. Things don't seem overtly dangerous, but you're just 1 or 2 degrees away from reality in a way that's really unsettling. And then in Silent Hill Homecoming, there's a hole that Alex Shepard has to stick his hand into, and when he does, like, some kind of bear grabs his arm and tries to tear his arm off through the hole, and Adam has to like pull his arm out of the hole, or his arm disintegrates and he dies of blood loss immediately. It looks really dumb, and this series, I like Homecoming. I do like Homecoming, but the series used to be good. And then, it's not even fair to really rail on Homecoming for that, because Homecoming was meant to be an adaptation of the movie, and the movie's a whole different thing, and whatever. And they could do that. I don't want an adaptation to just be a retelling of what we have in the games. We already have what we have in the games. We don't need a movie for that, but it's just, I don't know. I'm not into it. Also, the mods will, like, stop following you if you turn your flashlight off, so that's kind of cool. They, like, go back to the red light over there if they don't get stuck in the door. It's kind of cool. And then over here, there's, like, a cage, and this cage is, like, empty, which is probably important somehow. I've never really been able to think of anything, but... Anyway, we have a key to the clock. So let's go achieve clock time. The Padres continue to shit their bed. No pets. Is a butterfly a pet? Can a butterfly wield some kind of weapon? Can we like get him off on a technicality on that? So over here there's a clock. And we're kind of boned here. We've kind of checked every door there is to check. And there's really nowhere else that we can go. There's no keys that we've missed or anything like that. Like we got a locked door here on the west side of this hallway. But there's no key to it anywhere. And that's really our only lead at this point, except for being able to get north past all of the debris where Pyramid Head was standing. But if we look at this clock, if we could move this clock, maybe we can get over to room 209 and continue our adventure. So let's figure out what we can do with this clock, maybe. There's some words over here. The scars from the past shall remove the nail that stops time. Will you push the clock? Like a very big, strong, big, powerful, big guy, big man. We will push this clock! No matter how hard I push, it doesn't move. It's like it's stuck to the ground. The scars from the past shall remove the nail that stops time, the clock says. Over here we see things engraved into the wall. Henry Mildred Scott, very clearly hours, minutes, and seconds. And we see 3 different directions. Henry looks like it's pointed maybe 10 degrees to like 10 degrees up from west. Mildred is pretty much exactly northeast, and Scott is exactly to the east. So if we were looking at a clock face, that would be like, what, 9:15? This clock is stopped at 4 minutes 4:59 and 15 seconds. The faceplate is closed and it is locked. I can't touch the needles of the clock like this, but thankfully I have a clock key, and we know it's a clock key because there's a clock in it. There's a clock in the key. There it is. For some reason, it seems like a giant pain in the ass, but let's use it. The second hand does not move, which is nice. So we just need to get this to like around here-ish. And you actually have a pretty big, even though I'm playing on hard puzzles, you have a pretty big like margin for error here. Like that worked. This works. This works. This works. This works. This works. This works. You're not looking for precision here. Somewhere around here is where the nail that stops time is. Ish. Anyway. I did it! I removed the nail that stops time. So, notably, the answer to this puzzle does not change no matter what your difficulty is. And the scars from the past are the thing that removed the nail that stops time. So something about the time indicated here on the wall may be a scar from the past. So some people have speculated maybe 9:15-ish might be either when Mary died or when James killed Mary or when something of significance happened to Mary at some point, or James got bad diarrhea one day or something. Maybe. It's just the fact that answer never changes is suspicious when so many other puzzle answers do, but I don't know. It's a mystery. Anyway, we're breaking into someone's house through their clock. This lock's broken. So that's broken. Save point. It's a little harder to tell on this one, but you can see from the way that like light reflects off this thing that it is a little reflective, but again, it'll be a lot easier to tell on another one later. Also ketchup. So here's where Pyramid Head was standing. There's lasagna on the ground here. I don't know if that matters. But there's a lot of lasagna on that guy that died over there in the building. And maybe Pyramid Head, some of the lasagna ended up here. But only there. It's where he stubbed his toe? Shit, you're right. That's its canon. Maybe I should get you to edit that script I'm writing. Fucking James, go up the stairs. I'm like, I saw the face of my DDR pad there for a second. When James isn't going where I need him to go, I get like irrationally fucking furious now after those DDR pad playthroughs. Again, I mentioned that when this game gets more savage than its baseline, I want to point it out. So we are about to see a part of the game where sexual violence is occurring. It is very savage, like I said, so be warned of this. I love gut lasagna. I shouldn't have said that before we walk in here. It's Maine. There are bullets in every closet. Okay, so I hope you were paying attention during the cutscene, and you noticed there was a key in that closet, even though the game takes you out of the closet after you exit the cutscene, because you need to go back in the closet and grab this key, or you're fucked. Got the courtyard key. What Pyramid Head was doing there with the mannequins, we know from Masahiro Ito himself, from on Twitter, that quote, and again, this is mind two things. One, Ito is a little bit of a troll, and two, English is not his first language. But the way that he described what was happening here is, quote, "They ain't fucking," is what Masahiro Ito said, creature designer for Silent Hill 2. So Pyramid Head is primarily concerned with, again, getting James to grapple with what he did. And the mannequins are manifestations of James's natural inclinations and natural urges. And Pyramid Head is going about attacking them and trying to destroy them so that he will, James will stop fucking around with them, basically, and attacking them in front of him, which is a thing he does. Also, it's really fucking freaky, and he's Silent Hill, so freaky things are gonna happen. But that's pretty much all there is to do in here. There is like creepiness going on in some of these paintings. Like this painting looks kind of weird. Over here, there's like a creepy like portrait here, and stuff. Was that I was trying to eat the mannequins? Honestly, given the like from what we see in the in the first lying figure, and the way that this scene is animated, I don't blame you for that at all. I don't think that's, again, it's one of those things where it's like you can almost never rule anything out in these games, and I think that's a yeah. I mean, Pyramid Head does have that weird tongue thing that, like, protrudes out of the bulkhead, so, maybe we'll see that during the boss fight later. It's really, I don't like it. I really don't like it. I don't know. Is this the room? I think this is the room where, like, sometimes the enemy just kind of phases into the wall. It looks really weird. There you are. There you go. Alright, we got a hamburger. And there's like a picture of like a guy and a lady. I don't know who they are. I don't know what this is. And there's like a snow. I think a ketchup I missed. Yeah. There we go. Over here, there's a key. We got a fire escape key. You can tell it's a key to the fire escape because it says so. There's a tag. It says fire escape on it. And this is where Laura stepped on our hand. So we got that key from earlier when Laura owned us. Get some bullets. I should probably start using the gun. The gun's a better weapon than this stick. And I have so many bullets now. I have 150 bullets. You can tell these are penguin type bullets because it says penguin on it. These are guns rated to murder a penguin. So let's get on it. You can tell how many penguins the town smushed together to make the enemies by how many bullets it takes to bring them down. Because one of these bullets kills an entire penguin. That's what the box says. So, why would Laura do that? So we know from later that Laura does not like James because Laura was friends with Mary, and Laura saw that, like, Mary constantly talked about James and wanted to see her husband, and James never came by. And Mary's letter to Laura later mentions, please don't be too mad at James because of him being a total dick. Yeah, Laura's also canonically a shithead. But she's also like an orphan, which is like the only kind of kid that's allowed to be a shithead. Like, kinda. Like, at least in, like, fiction. At least she's not a murderer. Yet. The people who made Homecoming had their way. Maybe she would have been, but thankfully they didn't. Canned juice. We have juice now. Here it is. Bloody apple. Blueby apple? Bloopy? Bluey apple, maybe. A heavy 6-pack of expired canned juice. It was in the hallway on the first floor. Can't drink it. It's expired. James would never break the law. And now we're next to where that locked door was earlier. From outside. Now we're here. Let's go utilize this canned juice. Laura assassinated my swagger. Laura broke the bone in my hand and made it so James can't pitch. Canonically, he was going to be the staff ace of the New York Yankees, but not anymore. Not in that hand. Nuh-uh. It's over. Life is over. Now. For James. Hammett bone, they call it. It's fucked up. There's garbage here. There's a trash chute. there's some kind of strange garbage stuck in the hole. We saw this earlier. So this scene makes no sense at all. It's kind of baseball. I like that a lot. Every game should have 26 endings like Nier Automata, where more than 90% of them are shitposts. So this scene is just kind of a weird thing, like just weird early survival horror, like puzzle nonsense. But Nub Zombie, the awesome streamer I mentioned earlier, had an idea the last time I watched him play this game that I like a lot, so I'm just gonna bring it up here. Where so we mentioned earlier when we were talking about the writing on the wall in the bar about there was a hole here, it's gone now, about how James like abuses and uses alcohol to get over all the pain and loneliness he's felt with his wife's illness and all this stuff. We also see James explicitly say that he doesn't drink anymore because he has other things to do. He has other stuff going on. So like when we look at when we use this canned juice here, because it's very heavy, you see, it says it's a heavy 6-pack of expired canned juice. What James is going to do is he's going to throw the canned juice into the garbage. And if, like, since the game goes to the point of saying that James has discarded his drinking because he is on this journey now, that could line up with the idea that James finds a 6-pack of beer and throws it into the garbage, and then through that garbage he finds an item that he needs to progress with his journey. But probably yes, it's probably right that it just juice. That works too. I think that works. Let's go find the weird garbage. See what was in there. In the strange garbage in the hole. The garbage bag is torn, and the contents are strewn all over. I got a coin of the old man. You can tell that because it says it's got an old guy on it. What is this? Some gossip magazine, eh? The police announced today that Walter Sullivan, who was arrested on the 18th of this month, but for the brutal murder of Billy Locane and his sister Miriam, committed suicide in his jail cell early in the morning of the 22nd. According to the police statement, Sullivan used a soup spoon to stab himself in the neck, severing his carotid artery. By the time the guard discovered him, Sullivan was dead from blood loss, the spoon buried 2 inches in his neck. An old schoolmate of Walter Sullivan from his hometown of Pleasant River said, "He didn't seem like the kind of guy who would kill kids. But I do remember that just before they arrested him, he was blurting all kinds of strange shit like, he's trying to kill me! He's trying to punish me! Yeah, the monster! The Red Devil! Oh, forgive me, I did it! Oh, but it wasn't me! No." The schoolmate then added, "I guess now that I think about it, he was kind of crazy." So in Silent Hill 2, this is mainly just here to be like, Red Devil, that's weird. Pyramid Face, that's weird. That's weird. Maybe I should stab myself in the neck with a spoon. But of course, with the benefit of hindsight, we know that Silent Hill 4, yeah, exactly, Peachy. Yeah, Silent Hill 4 will feature a man by the name of Walter Sullivan who will basically become God and perform the ritual of the 21 sacraments and murder 21 people and gain the power of heaven and create a mini Silent Hill in the city of Ashfield. There we go. And try to use his newfound powers as the one who has the power of heaven to It's gone. What's gone? Is the stream gone or the whole? OBS, are you broken? You bastard. You're not. Perfect. Okay. Anyway, we'll use the power of heaven to try to, quote, according to the rituals, summon the mother, which is God from heaven, and kill everyone in the world. But he thinks that it will revive his mother, who is, of course, the apartment building he was born in. And, killing these 21 people, including himself, will make his mom, the apartment building, wake up, and he'll be reunited with her. But that game wasn't made yet, so it's, for now, just red guys are scary, is what you need to know. Let's see. But your question is, what happened to the juice? Shit. Where hold on. Hey, Feature Boot, what's going on? Garbage, you drank it all? Shit. But then where'd the cans go? Did they eat the fucking cans? Are they so obsessed that they had to like eat the aluminum to get just that tiny bit more of the juice? It looks like the garbage stuck has fallen through. Okay, it's not stuck in the chute. Oh my god. Where did the juice go? Fuck. Man with 21. Anyway, I'm gonna go about this next part the wrong way. We're not gonna talk to Eddie yet. We should talk to Eddie, but we're not going to. Instead, I'm gonna use the fire escape key. We're gonna go over here. There's no fire escape outside the door. Maybe they knocked it down when they built the building next door. I think I can get into the building next door if I just jump through the window in front of me. This isn't a law because the window is open. Never open your windows or James Sunderland can enter legally. I'm sure someone somewhere wants to stare at Eddie's ass crack, but I'm not gonna lie and say that I do. Farron, are you... I don't know if Farron's awake. There's a toilet here. It's got poop in it. Visible chunks of poop. No jokes. Just straight up, this is what's happening. Yeah, no, that's why we're going out of order, because the line in front of the Angela door is really interesting. That's why we're gonna do this out of order. There's a toilet here. It's got poop in it. Looks like there's something stuck inside the toilet. Will you take it out? So here's the thing. Silent Hill does make James, probably also Eddie, does make James do a lot of weird shit. A lot of weird stuff. Like, he's got to stick his hand in that goo hole to get the key to be able to manipulate the clock, and he needs to jump down into a bunch of different holes and whatnot. But this toilet is not plot bearing, unlike the gun that was in the darkness. No, you can complete the entire game without reaching your hand into this toilet. And as a matter of fact, we are going to complete the rest of this game without the reward for the Great Mighty Pooh. Shout out to Conker. Shout out to Conker and his bad fur day. He's going to throw his shit at you, he said. And he did. Anyway. But I'm not going to get the reward for this because I don't want to, because I need to prove a point. But James is going to remove this blockage. Now, we don't know if he's wearing a t-shirt under his jacket. His shirt could be long sleeved too. It could be. We don't know. But even if his shirt is long sleeved, surely he could roll up the sleeves of both the jacket and the shirt. He could do that. That's legal. No one can stop him. And yet, it looks like a wallet. There's some kind of memo in it. Mega Man X7, X4, V5, what, I don't know what those are. Those are letters. I don't know how to use letters, so we're just gonna ignore that. It's definitely not a combination to this safe that has a bunch of guns in it. He has Poop Hand for the rest of the game now? Yep. Yep, he does. Just forever. He doesn't even have a line about this sink. He doesn't have a line about any sink. He doesn't do anything. He doesn't want to do anything about this. And so Silent Hill 4 does not have a whole lot to do with the plot of Silent Hill 2, but it does feature the father of James Sunderland, a man named Frank. And James is going to do a lot of weird things in this game. That's probably the weirdest. But Frank takes the cake. Frank is a man where he's a superintendent of an apartment building. Action and riddle level, easy, hard. Easy action, hard riddle. Because I don't give a shit about... I probably should have put it on normal, just so we can get more aggressive, behaviors from the enemies, but... I don't care. I'm here for the story. I'm here for the lore. I'm not here to be challenged. I got dumb hands. But Frank Sunderland's a man who will, as a superintendent of an apartment, when he sees a baby inside of an apartment on its own, he'll call the hospital. But when the hospital people leave behind an umbilical cord, he's gonna take that umbilical cord and he's going to keep it in his room. He's gonna keep it in his apartment. And he's going to keep it in his apartment for 27 years, even though it smells really bad. In his words. His words, he volunteered to a resident of the apartment. He just went, "Oh, this reminds me of that time when I found an umbilical cord and man, that umbilical cord smells like piss lately." And then the girl he's saying it to is just like, "What?" And then he's like, "I gotta go." And then he leaves. And he comes back later and just stares at your door for a while. So the Sunderlands are chronically weird freaks. All of them. All two of them. There were only two, ever. Frank just kind of, like amoeba-like, sputtered off a bit from his shoulder that became James. Probably. Will I throw shit at you? Just dive in. Frank's just like, "You know how I made my fortune, young James? I was scavenging an apartment for copper wire, and I reached in the toilet and I found the deed. And then I just made it an apartment building of my own." And James took that shit to heart. I don't have a map of this area. I need to find the map. Here's the map. Haha. Baseball, you son of a bitch. God fucking damn it. Fuck. Baseball's going bad for me. There's nothing on the 3rd floor. Is James being punished? James feels the need to be punished. James did a murder. Murder's bad. So exactly what the town is trying to do here is nebulous. It is never going to be totally answerable, you know? But what we know is that Pyramid Head is... All Pyramid Head's trying to do for sure that we know is that Pyramid Head is trying to get James to realize what he did. It's hard, I think, to make the argument that the town is, like, actively trying to deal out justice, because this isn't a place of justice. Silent Hill is a place of punishment. Silent Hill is a place where people went to be executed. It wasn't a place where people went for, like, adjudication. It wasn't a place of trial. It was a place where people gathered people and then murdered them a lot, and then their murder blood seeped into the soil. So much that it made a blood swamp. So I don't think there's like an angel on high actively trying to punish James, and I don't mean to draw a strict line of like James is straight up a bad murder bad man. This game's, the way that this game tells its story is very nuanced and complicated. And James's motivation for killing Mary goes from things that would be written as noble, between like, oh, I did it because I didn't want to see you suffer anymore, and things that are a little less noble, like, I wanted to get my life back, so you have to die. And James wants to be punished. That is what, textually, we know that. James says, I was weak, I had to be punished, and that's why you're here. And Pyramid Head is here to try to force James to accept the truth of what he did. Whether the town has a judgment about that, who knows? It's impossible to know. And then we can get into the rest of that when we actually see the end game of the game and talk about the things that we see there. But Silent Hill is a place that calls people that just have darkness in their hearts, people that have trauma inside of them that they are reckoning with. It's impossible to know for sure why it's doing that. Like, we know textually it's doing it because Alyssa amplified the power of the town, and the town was corrupted because so many people were murdered here, and there's just an abyss that draws people here. Whether the power of the town is like trying to make these people better, which, mind, James originally drove towards Silent Hill to end his life. That was his only goal. But through getting the letter from Mary, through getting the letter from Mary, through kind of like the rewriting of history that his head has kind of twisted and made for him, he has been given another objective by the town, because the letter is not real. The letter is not a real, tangible thing. We know that later because the letter disappears. Like, through the actions of the town, he has a chance to get out of this place alive, and a chance to move on with his life. Did Angela kill her dad? 99%, yes. Almost certainly. It would make no sense thematically if she didn't. Let's see, it's not everyone with darkness in their heart. So, okay, so the rules of the town are different between the games, right? So, in Silent Hill 1, there is no, like, the power of the town is strictly just the spiritual power that just natively lives here. It's been corrupt. We're going to talk about this when we get to the Lost Memories, so at the beginning of next stream, we'll cover all of this. But the power of the town was just the spirits that live in the land and the rocks and the people and everything. And then people came, brought their outer faiths, brought the Abrahamic religions, brought a bunch of people who came to get sick and kill the natives and do all kinds of extra death. Okay, you never understood is James being naive in the beginning of the game. So yeah, basically, Mary got sick 3 years ago, and then like a week ago, she was sent home from the hospital, and James got like sick of taking care of her, or didn't want to see her suffer, or both. Almost certainly both, because it changes depending on the ending. Kills Mary, and then his brain breaks. He does not know what's real anymore because everything's shitty. And his brain breaks so hard that when Mary got sick 3 years ago, he has rewritten that so that Mary actually died 3 years ago in his own head. And then the town manifests this letter. And the town gives him this letter to give him another objective, saying, okay, look around the town and find Mary. Mary's totally here. She's been dead for 3 years. But you got a letter from her. You know absolutely for surezies it is her because it is her name on this letter. We just pulled it out of your brain through the save point, but anyway. You don't need to know that for now. So he's running around the town because the power of the town gave him an objective. When he accomplishes this objective and goes to the special place to find in the letter, he'll meet Maria, who is a manifestation that looks like Mary, who's going to be killed over and over and over and over again in front of him, so that he reckons with the idea that he killed Mary. He has to be punished for that. He has to relive it over and over and over again. And once he realizes what he did, then he can reckon with everything of the last 3 years, including him killing Mary, and eventually make his decision to either drive him to the lake like he originally planned to, or realize that his life is still worth living and picking up the mantle that Mary wanted to pick up of adopting Laura and doing that, or deciding that hooker demons are a good idea and hang out with Maria, or get all of the goo from the lake and try to revive Mary, which is probably a really bad idea, or a dog did it, or aliens is the general idea. Okay, so for the rules of the town, because yes, Future Moot, it's not always darkness in their hearts. So the Book of Lost Memories does kind of break apart what's going on with the town. And it's really complicated and really confusing, and it's honestly one of those things that makes it hard to talk about this series with, like, when people are kind of operating on the rules of one game or another. Well, not hard, but like, this is awesome. I love talking about these games, but it's just, you kind of have to consider the nature of these stories of these games, because they're all pretty, 1, 2, and 3 are pretty different stories, and the town is operating in different ways. So in Silent Hill 1, the town's power is corrupted by all the people who have died here over the years, and all the other, like, faiths that have come in and kind of intermingled with all the nonsense. But the power is still kind of latent. It's not really, like, it's not overtly manifesting shit, unless you think of Origins, which is fake. Although Origins is interesting, and when we play it, we'll talk about it. But anyway, textually, Silent Hill 2 is its own canon. That's mostly true, but canonically, we do know this game takes place after 1, and 2 has a lot of world building that informs 1 and 3. But it is honestly better to think of it as its own canon because it's telling its own kind of story, and the town is operating differently. That's a good way to think about it, honestly. So in Silent Hill 1, the town is just kind of, it has the spiritual power around it. Weird things happen. When a lot of people die, everyone gets sick and everyone leaves the town over and over and over again. There are cults that, like, revere the spiritual power, but it's not that strong. It's not swallowing the entire town in nightmares. But there's this girl, Alessa, who is really strong, who's really good at, like, harnessing this power individually, but can't, like, destroy the entire town. But then her mother impregnates her with God using a ritual. She splits her soul in half in order to prevent God from being born, bamps half of the soul across Maine to be caught by Harry Mason. But then Alessa's mother casts a spell on the half of Alessa's soul that remained in Silent Hill, drawing that other half of the soul to the town. That drawing of the soul, that drawing of Alessa's other half to Silent Hill, is probably why the town, when the Powers town gets corrupted and amplified, calls people with darkness in their hearts. The idea that Cheryl had to get back to Silent Hill and the idea that Eddie, Angela, and James have to get to Silent Hill are very similar. There are things that rhyme between the two games and the two stories because they are probably operating on like the same internal magic logic, but they are textually different phenomena. So when Cheryl's half of the soul reunites with Alessa's, the Mother of God now, an actual like super strong font of the town's power, is present. And in that, the Powers town is massively amplified. This is described in the book of Lost Memories. And then Harry comes in, kills God, and basically the one who has like control of the reins of the power of the town, like Alessa and God, is gone now. And there is no one at the wheel. There's no one specifically controlling the power, but the power has still been massively amplified. So through the amplification of that power, the town, through the same drawing power that it obtained from Dahlia, can call or is calling people with darkness in their hearts, apparently passively. Apparently, like, it's just a thing that's happening now. It's really, I tend to think that it is neutral, that it's just there. If you have darkness in your heart, you come and you fill in this void that has been left by the Red God and a bunch of other shit that's alluded to later in the game that we will get to. Anyway, but in Silent Hill 2, there is no cult, there is no, like, God in the way, there is no one at the helm of the power of the town. It's just people with darkness in their heart come to the town. Now, Laura is also in the town, and she doesn't have darkness in her heart, but she's a dumbass. And if we look at this letter, if I read it. In my restless dreams, I see that town, Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday, but you never did. Well, I'm alone there now in our special place waiting for you. That's roughly what Mary actually wrote to James. What she wrote to Laura is something like, I'm going to a quiet, beautiful place. And because Laura's a dipshit, what she thinks that means is she's going to the place that has the word silent in it, that Mary thinks was beautiful because she wouldn't shut up about the hotel that she stayed at there. So Laura walked to Silent Hill when Mary died and disappeared and wanted to find her friend. So that's why Laura's here. She wasn't called by the town's power, she's just looking for Mary. Everyone else was called by the town's power because they did big murdery things and feel bad about it. And then in Silent Hill 3, the town's power mind that God didn't die in the first game. Mind that God did not die in the first game. God merely went into a stupid little baby. And that stupid little baby grew up into Heather. And then Claudia, a witch bitch, decided to feed the God inside of the little stupid baby. And the power of the town is textually, according to Silent Hill 4, the power of God. So when Claudia goes and feeds God in Heather's womb, even though that God is not physically in Silent Hill, because she's in a town called Portland, because the power of the town stems from that God, maybe kind of, sort of, it's confusing, the power of Silent Hill emanates around Heather. So then the power of the town, again, is at the, like, Heather's at the reins again. There is someone in control. It's not a passive, neutral thing anymore. It is, God is doing things right now. That's why there is no passive, oh, I'm called to the town to do something. It's, Heather's got God in her womb, and the power of the town is exploding out of her in violent dick monsters, kind of a thing. Is as brief as I can make it for why the town does different shit in different games. And then 4 has nothing to do with the town because Walter Sullivan does a ritual to give himself the power of God, which is the power of Silent Hill, and then he makes a bunch of places that look like an apartment building because he thinks it's his mom. Anyway, I hope that helps. Sorry for the tangent. On the same page, times malevolent, powers corrupted, you can see people. Yeah, that's basically where I go. But again, it could be malevolent because of Mary does get sick here. The crew has all said Mary did not get sick from the bad vibes of Silent Hill. The town did not kill Mary to bring James back. But I mean, she did get sick here, so that's weird. But Eddie and Angela's story don't have anything to do with Silent Hill, so it's probably not that. It could be benevolent because of the whole you get the pamphlet telling you how to get a different ending thing, which is what I like to think, but whatever. Hope that helped. I don't know. Okay, so things. I need to look the other way. So, earlier in the place where we are, over here, room 208. The clock room. The room with the clock and the dead guy, the dead me, where I died. Remember that? I made a noise. I made like a baby lady screaming noise when I died. Over there. In that room, there was a clock, and that clock had, quote-ish, I'm probably gonna get it wrong, a quote reading that the scars of the past, that stopped time or something, that produced the nail that stopped time. Very basically, the scars of the past are in room 208 in the Woodside Apartments. Something bad from the past is in room 208. Is the town like an actual real town outside all of this? Yes. Yes to that. There is an actual town called Silent Hill. It has been a tourist trap in the past, but then so many people have died, people kind of got warded off, and it's been abandoned. But over the years, it's been cyclically, like, inhabited by people trying to make it into either like a penal colony or a tourist attraction or like anything, a place to put your stuff. But then when a bunch of people die, everyone gets sick and abandons it, which has happened a few times. But yes, there is an actual town called Silent Hill in Maine. Laura is there right now, hanging out. It's just abandoned. But it is real. It's just no one lives here because it sucks. Anyway, room 208. On the other side in the Woodside Apartments, in the other apartments, there is a room 208 where James died a lot. And there's a scar from the past there. In the Blue Creek Apartments, there's a room 208. Where the lock is broken. But there's something in there. Can't get out. Because the lock is broken. But there's something in room 208 that seems like it wants to get to us. Thoughts on the movie? I saw it. I actually haven't seen it since I started getting way into the games, so I don't really have super big thoughts. I know Peachy and some other folks do. I need to watch it again. But ultimately for me, I don't really care if like it's not a faithful adaptation. I have the games, you know? I don't know. I probably wouldn't care about it one way or another from what I've heard, but I haven't seen it. The store's locked. The lock's broken. The store is locked, but there's a note. It sucks, looks pretty, that's about it. I feel like that's probably where I would end up, but we'll see. Note stuck on the door. Dear Tim, I have to run an errand, so I'm going out. I left the house key with Uncle David. You know where he lives, don't you? The key in the room near the first floor staircase. I'll be back as soon as I can, so please watch the place while I'm gone. Ever notice the door shaking? Yeah, and mine, room 208. 208, number, it's gonna matter later, probably, maybe. We'll see. But yeah, I noticed it, but I never noticed exactly how it, like, triggered. I think that was either something I saw on the wiki or like, found while I was, fun gummies were happening and I was hyper fixating on random shit. Probably the wiki. Which the wiki has a lot of garbage in it, but it is it also has an incredible volume of information. A lot of the information is bad, but almost all the good information there is to find is in there mixed among the bad. The wiki's not a bad place, at least anymore. This is the poop room. I don't want to be in the poop room. Lock is broken. Okay, that's everything on this floor, right? Yes, sir. Okay, let's go down to the first floor. The third floor is nothing. There's nothing there. Bunch of garbage. And then there's this door, which I need to find a copy of the black box of Silent Hill 2, the original release of the PS2 version, to see if this door does anything, or like if this door's lock is broken, because this door will be used later by Maria in the side scenario, but that side scenario was not in the original release of the game, so I'm curious, but I have not yet been curious enough to investigate and to buy a copy on eBay. Oh wow, I didn't even know you could shoot the bug. Hell yeah, got him. Anyway, doop-a-doop-a-doop. I think it's this door. Okay, no, it's not this door. It's one of these doors. We'll find it eventually. Let me kill that other bug. There's another bug ruining my... It's being loud. Also a mannequin. Ah! Bug! Bug! Kill it! Kill it! Kill it! Piece of shit. Also, we might as well talk about it since it's here. So, the mannequins, the lying figures, the, later the nurses, and, the abstract daddy, all of the, and the flesh lips, all the monsters that we are gonna see in the game, for the most part, are taken straight out of James's mind, right? You got the lying figure that looks like it's got the smothering face stuff, and like how James killed Mary, and the mannequins got all the leg parts and it's all broken, like how Mary's body had been ravaged by disease, and the nurses have a baby face in them because James and Mary wanted a baby, and also boobs because of boobs and stuff. This bug here means nothing to anybody in this game. It's just a bug. But bugs did mean something in the last game, because Alessa was terrified of bugs and also interested by bugs. And bugs were like half of the enemies in that game, including this bug, the Creeper. But this thing's still here. And according to the Book of Lost Memories, the Creeper pretty much is just here because Alessa's amplification is the thing driving the town in this game, and this is just kind of a remnant leftover from that possession that Alessa had of the town. So, bug. Anyway, I think it's this door. It is this door. So this door, if we had already gone to meet Eddie, would just open. We don't need a key. We don't need anything like that. This door chest would already be open. But instead, it feels like some power is holding the door closed from the other side. Almost as if I need to find something or someone before it'll let me in. So, one thing that we're going to talk about when we talk about the nature of the town and, like, is it benevolent? Is it trying to do good? Is it trying to do bad? Is it neutral? One weird quirk of that is, like, it's one of the few things that I don't know how to reconcile if the town is truly being neutral, is this idea that in order for James to progress in his journey and go talk to Angela again, he has to meet Eddie. Eddie, Angela, and James have to meet each other, have to cross paths, have to imprint each other on each other's stories. We will see this happen, like, textually in the game a few times, where Eddie talking or James talking to Angela materially affects how Pyramid Head appears, and James killing Eddie is the thing that, like, triggers the envelope beginning to disappear, and Mary's letter beginning to disappear because he's coming closer to the truth. there is something about actually needing to go through this scenario with somebody that is, it's just weird. And yeah, honestly, that's not like, maybe the town wants conflict. Maybe the town wants them all to die. Maybe that could totally work. It's just, it's a weird thing to prescribe to neutrality to me. Anyway, although I do generally go neutral otherwise, but I don't know. This game's weird and cool. And I kind of like there'll never be an answer, so we can just play it forever. But anyway, I guess we should go meet Eddie. Because the town seems to want me to do that. So, let's go do that. Because we did skip an entire part of the Woodside Apartments, which we probably should not have did. I got some goo. There's some goo here. I got some goo. Let's look at the goo. White, or a glass bottle containing milky white anointing oil. This is the white chrism. We'll see this goo in another scenario. And it'll be cool. Also, there's a desk here. I don't care about the desk yet. I don't have all the coins. I don't want the desk. Fuck the desk. I don't give a shit about the desk. Fuck it. Let's go talk to Eddie. Let's go achieve ass crack. What ending am I going for? At this point, probably Rebirth, because we haven't seen Rebirth in a long time. Because I've been going for all of the, like, the endings that are, like, defined by the ending pickers, like the ending selection scenario. And now that I finally have all of them, I think we'll go for Rebirth. But we'll see all of them when we're done. I like the Rebirth ending a lot. I never saw this cutscene until, like, very recently of James going back into Woodside, because I never bothered, like, going to Blue Creek before I did everything here. Anyway, we need to talk to Eddie, so we need to go head down to the first floor. Is James military? I don't think so. So, the Book of Lost Memories is, like, the only, the supplementary book, this thing, is, like, the only thing that we know, or, like, has the only piece of information we know about James's life before he got here. So the jacket looks like a military jacket. It looks like a jacket from Jacob's Ladder, right? And in Jacob's Ladder, the main character is military. But according to the Book of Lost Memories, James is a clerk. I don't know what kind of clerk. He's a clerk. They're probably military clerks. I don't know. But he's apparently a clerk. That... Front butt. I got a coin of the snake. I don't know why it's in a crib. Like, James and Mary did want a baby, kind of. I don't know why the crib's in the pool. I don't know. Weaving is a clerk. I feel like someone that worked at a Hollywood Video when I was a kid called themselves a clerk. Like a cashiersman. Something like this. Novelization says he was a bit of an athlete in high school. Ooh, that probably explains why he can fall on his side butt and like not die. But also, it is weird that he can only sprint for like 2 seconds before he runs out of breath. Well, I guess he's 28. You know, maybe he's out of his prime. This door goes to hell. Thank God the lock is broken. This door also goes to hell. But that's where we came from. Also, this door, it goes to hell. And I can unlock this door, and then we can use this to go fastlier to the fire escape when we're done here, but we're not done here yet. So, I don't wanna. How many coins do I have? I'm missing 1 coin. We need to talk to Angela. Anyway, this next part is going to involve a lot of vomiting. And the actor that is mimicking the vomiting gets way into it. So, I don't know. Be warned. So we're about to meet Eddie Dombrowski. Eddie Dombrowski is an interesting guy. So we know from earlier in the game, or from later in the game, that Eddie Dombrowski is a guy who he's a big guy, chubby guy, and he's a big guy, and he's been picked on all his life because he's a big guy, and he's pretty sensitive about it. And at one point, there was a footballsman, a man of football, who was bullying him. And then they were fighting, and a dog, the football man's dog, attacks Eddie, and Eddie shoots the dog with a gun. And then he shot the football man right in the leg. And the football man does not, we don't know if he dies or not in the game. But Masahiro Ito had said later that the football man did not die. And the way that he said that explicitly is that Eddie Dombrowski, according to Masahiro Ito on Twitter, and he's the creature designer, not the scenario writer, so who knows, but he said Eddie never killed anybody. And when someone asked him a follow-up question, what about the guy in the fridge? The guy we see over there on the left. Masahiro Ito again reiterated, Eddie never killed anybody. So we see this dead body in the fridge. What the? Who could have done this? And we hear the puking man, and we see the puking man later has a problem with his weight and with his relationship with food. And there's a dead guy in the fridge, and you can imagine a scenario where the guy was opening the fridge and was like, "Hey, would you want a delicious pie slice in this fridge, fatty boombalatti?" And then Eddie goes, "Fuck you," and slams the fridge door on his waist, looks like 800 or 900 times, and kills the man, and then throws up because he's upset about it. Maybe. And we will later see that Eddie kills a person or seems to have killed a person, even though we never see him do it. Seems to have killed a person in a kitchen in the labyrinth. Again, because of Eddie being very easily upset by his relationship with food, you can see someone going like, "Hey, look, food, look, behold the foodstuffs, big boy," and then Eddie goes, "Fuck you," and shoots like 8 bullets into his back, which is about as many holes as that body has in it. And that body, in the painting that's in the room with the dead body, there's like a painting of the room inside of the room, and in the painting, the body is clearly James. But in the actual real space, it's just like a dude, so it's confusing. So in the game, and actually in the Book of Lost Memories, the Book of Lost Memories does seem to side against Masahiro Ito and say Eddie Dombrowski is a very violent person when he is upset, when he gets riled up. So probably, as we see in the game, and it makes thematic sense, that Eddie did kill these 2 people, even if they're not real people, they might be monsters or whatever. And then eventually, and James knows this, James sees Eddie appears to have murdered these 2 people, and then when James catches up to Eddie later in the game, and Eddie's all riled up and going crazy, like going maniacal with a gun, absolutely, yeah, you can be violent without going homicidal, and Eddie canonically definitely did go violent without homicidal by shooting that guy in the leg, for sure. I agree. So, like, Eddie probably killed these people. James knows that. James knows Eddie probably kills people for calling him fat. And then Eddie, when James goes, "Are you crazy? Why are you killing people?" Eddie goes, "Are you calling me fat?" And then James goes, "Oh, shit." And then they start shooting at each other. and shooting at each other with guns. And then James wins, and then James goes, "Oh my God, I killed a person," and then the letter starts to disappear because it's not real, because murder stuff. And James realizes he can kill a person, and then that's how he realizes he killed Mary and goes on with his life. But going off of what Masahiro Ito said, that Eddie never killed anybody, a kind of fun idea comes about that, where what if Eddie didn't kill that guy? What if Eddie didn't kill the guy in the cafeteria? And what if Eddie wasn't trying to kill James, but James shoots first? Just because of the way that Silent Hill is fucking with his ability to see things. I don't prescribe to that idea, but it's an idea. So when one dies in Silent Hill, where do they go? Good question. Probably they just die for real. They just become dead. Probably. It's confusing. Downpour has opinions about that, and they're really stupid. So, according to Downpour, if you're a cop and you want to kill a guy who's a prisoner, and then he kills you, you become a prisoner, and they become a cop, and then you're in jail. Which is stupid. In this game, you just die. Angela's dead. Eddie's dead. You're just dead now. Although I like to think maybe you get another, you come back and you get another chance somehow. I don't know how the fuck that happens. That's where I need to happen, because Angela's story is sad. But or they become a monster. And honestly, they become a monster it doesn't not work. Angela is a monster in Silent Hill 3. Everyone has said Angela is a monster in Silent Hill, or a corpse in Silent Hill 3, because they just needed a corpse and they had the Angela model. But it is Angela's corpse in Silent Hill 3. Imagine what Eddie's Silent Hill looks like. We can actually see it later, and it's really funny. It's really mean that I think it's funny, but it's just so well put together. It's a magnificent troll, but his boss room is what Eddie's Silent Hill looks like. I'm pretty sure. I don't think James is manifesting dead meat carcasses with shitty little like curtains around the bottom of the carcass that looks like Eddie's dumb shorts. I'm pretty sure that's what Silent Hill looks like for Eddie, constantly taunting him, constantly belittling him, constantly comparing him to dead, rotting meat, because that's how he sees himself. And then Angela's just on fire all the time. And James's is kind of boring, and he has dead bodies everywhere, but it's mostly just Maine, which is its own kind of hell. Anyway, hey, Eddie.
It wasn't me. I didn't do it.
Do what?
I didn't do anything. I swear. He was like this when I got here.
My name's James. James Sunderland.
Eddie.
Eddie. Who's that dead guy in the kitchen?
I didn't do it. I swear I didn't kill anybody.
You're not friends with that red pyramid thing, are you?
Red pyramid thing? I don't know what you're talking about. Honest. But I did see some weird-looking monsters. They scared the hell out of me, so I ran in here.
Well, I guess this place isn't too safe either. What happened here anyway?
I told you, I don't know. I'm not even from this town. I just...
You too, huh? Something just brought you here, right?
Yeah, you could say that.
Darkness.
Whatever it is, I think you better get out of here soon.
Yeah, you're right. What about you?
I'll leave as soon as I'm done here. Eddie, be careful.
James, you be careful too.
Eddie! Hey, buddy. How are you doing? I can't aim at him. Hey, Eddie!
Eddie, are you okay?
Yeah, I guess.
Eddie, are you okay?
Yeah, I guess.
He's fine. Anyway, there's a room over here. And in this room, there is a anatomically correct football. That's exactly what they look like. Absolutely. And over here you have illusions, the water margin, and nature divine protection, and a football man. Can you check if Eddie's okay? Yeah.
Eddie, are you okay?
Yeah, I guess.
He's fine. And then over here you have pro football, it says. And pro football of power sports. And club inflexible person. Yeah. And over here, there's a football man where they like, I don't know. This happened in Illbleed too. I don't know why they just like take real football screenshots and like airbrush over the actual number on the jersey and like, and then it's fine. It's just fine to do that. I don't get it, but anyway, here's a football man. And so Eddie shot a football man. Eddie shot a football man in the leg. So over here in the room where he's throwing up a bunch, there are football men staring at him, calling him an inflexible person, and showing him that he will never be of the power sports. He will never be pro football in the meme font in 2001. Never. RIP, it says. I guess so. Yeah, I guess that works. I don't know nothing about copywritings. Does Silent Hill have Easter eggs? So, probably a few things that I have hinged on as, like, critical to the theory I need to be true for this game to not be horrifically sad, are probably Easter eggs. Yeah. Doop-a-doop-a-doop-boop. Like the pamphlet that says the pamphlet that shows you different ending. There are a bunch of like weird unlockables, like this chainsaw you can get early if you've beaten the game. Silent Hill 3 has a ton of Easter eggs, a ton of total nonsense where the main character can become a Sailor Moon lady or shoot laser beams out of her eyeballs. And in this game, a dog did it. Like, there's the ending where the dog did it. Just there's a dog and he did it. I can't think of any like minor Easter eggs right now, but I can. I can't think of one. And we are, I think, next-ish to it. So let's go look at it real quick. There's one I can think of that's in the apartment. So let's go take a look. Although I'm forgetting the name of the game again. Eddie shot dog. Eddie did shoot dog. And that dog does not like Eddie, canonically, so probably for real. Great. Thank you, Future Mute. I was thinking Galaga again. Thank God you're here. I need to write that down. I'm putting it into OneNote right now. Hold on. Gradius did it. There. Thank you. Okay, so we can cut through the clock room real quick, like. Say hi to the James corpse. There he is. It's me. It's them. They died. I lived. I'm fine. The Konami code does do something in Silent Hill 3. It makes it takes a man's pants off. There's a man who wears pants, but if you put in the Konami code, he stops wearing them. And then he follows a teenage girl around a mall. And the game's just kind of like, this is fine. It's fine. It's normal. There's like a sexy time noise that's made when it happens. It's weird. Anyway, right here. Heavy Viper is like the graffiti here probably is a reference to Gradius, one of Konami's other games, like a scrolling shooter situation. Probably. Heavy Viper. There's an Easter egg for you. Probably again. Also, the Bible. There are Bible Easter eggs with all the allusions to hell. Maybe. I would also like more Douglas. There's like a little touch of Douglas in Homecoming. Tiny, tiny, tiny touch of Douglas in Homecoming. I want more Douglas. It could be Solid Snake. Maybe. That works too. That's Konami. I like that. Anyway, room 109 was this door right here. Was not locked. It just wouldn't open. There was a force preventing us from opening this door because we felt like we had to meet somebody. But then we met Eddie, so now we're in here. Every time I played this game, I've pointed out, or at least played this game on stream, I pointed out, hey, this door's ugly and this door isn't ugly. So it's duality. And I don't necessarily, like, not think that's the case, but I don't know. I don't know. Sometimes doors are ugly. So let's just go talk to Angela. Now, before we go in here, this scene has, Angela is thinking very, 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 very hard about suicide in there, and it is just very obvious that this is a scene about James trying to talk Angela down from ending her own life. So, be warned of that. Here we go.
Oh, it's you.
Yeah, I'm James.
Angela.
Angela, okay. I don't know what you're planning, but there's always another way.
Really? But you're the same as me. It's easier just to run. Besides, is what we deserve.
No, I'm not like you.
Are you afraid? I'm sorry.
It's okay. Did you find your mother?
Not yet. She's not anywhere.
Did she live in this apartment building?
I don't know.
So, all you know is she lived in this town.
What did you say? How do you know that?
Well, I just figured, 'cause this is where you're looking for her. How else would I know?
Yeah.
Am I right?
I'm so tired.
So, why did you come to this town anyway?
I'm sorry. Did you find the person you're looking for?
Not yet. Her name's Mary. She's my wife.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Anyway, she's dead. I don't know why I think she's here.
She's dead?
Don't worry. I'm not crazy. At least, I don't think so.
I've got to find my mama.
Should I go with you? This town's dangerous. Now I know what you meant back there in the cemetery.
I'll be okay by myself. Besides, I'd just slow you down.
What about that?
Will you hold it for me?
Sure. No problem.
If I kept it, I'm not sure what I might do. Oh, I'm sorry. I've been bad. Please don't.
Okay. So, in that scene, a few important things. One, and this is probably not an important thing, but I'm gonna say it anyway. So we know for surezies this letter is not real, because that textually occurs in the game. The inventory, it disappears from the inventory when certain things in the plot happen. This picture here, which James shows to Angela, might not be real. It's unclear. If it's not real, then it's interesting that James shows it to Angela and then she looks at it and goes, I'm sorry, what? Which is a reasonable response to, I'm sorry, I don't know who that is, but... And there is, like, stiltedness in Angela's dialogue that was not intentional. We know that from Jeremy Blaustein and some other production folks. But this photo here, this photo and this letter, later in the game, there's an elevator whose gimmick is that you can't carry anything onto it. Its storage capacity or whatever is one person, and you have to put all of your other parts of your inventory onto a shelf in order to progress the game, but you can bring with you the letter, or at that point just the envelope, and the photo. So that could imply that both the envelope and the photo are not real, because the elevator lets you bring them, even though it does trigger when you bring Laura's piece of paper with you. Right? The fucking elevator kicks so much ass. I wish it had an elevator as good as its job. I wish it had anything as good as its job as that elevator is at measuring one person. But alas. It could also be just a gimmick of, or a quirk of how the inventory system is handled, where it might only be checking for items that were added to your inventory after you started the game. And like these are in your inventory at the start of the game, so it might just not be looking for those. There's apparently evidence in like the way that section is coded to indicate that like it's only looking for shit that's been added to your inventory. It's not omitting the photo or the letter, but I don't know. It's confusing. So I just wanted to bring it up, but I generally, James would have a picture of his wife from that vacation. It makes sense for him to have this. I generally think the picture is real now, but I don't know. Who knows? Anyway, more importantly, Angela, when she is reflecting in this mirror, which Angela is in here doing what James was doing earlier. She's looking at a mirror and reflecting and considering. And remember that James originally came to this place to end his own life, and Angela is very much considering that as well. But Angela says that you're like James is just like her, and that for James it's easier just to run, implying something that we see later in the game, where Angela seems to be seeing aspects of James's story before James is becoming aware of it, just like how we saw the body in the fridge next to Eddie, and then confronted Eddie about the thing in the fridge. Angela is trying to confront James with this idea that he is running from something. Angela knows he's running from something, but James doesn't. And then later on, Angela will just straight up say, "You just wanted your wife dead," and probably saw that James either killed his wife or like try to discard his wife in some way and just like ignore his wife during her hospitalization. That all happens down in the labyrinth. So again, there is this idea that Eddie, James, and Angela's stories are getting intermingled, and another big way that this is getting intermingled is what we just picked up from Angela. We got Angela's knife, a knife from Angela. I don't plan on using this as a weapon, but this is the knife almost certainly that Angela used to kill her father. So now James is in possession of a murder weapon, and it is interesting and potentially important. And let me grab the other coin before I forget it. Grab the coin, James. There you go. So when we first see Pyramid Head, he's unarmed. He doesn't have a weapon. He's just standing there with his gloves on, looking at you, doing bodily violence, but not wielding any weapons. But after James cross paths with Angela, and picks up her knife, and Angela imprints part of her trauma onto James, and they have this exchange of these things where James exchanges like the picture of Mary, and Angela gives James her knife. That is when, or at least right after this, is when Pyramid Head achieves and receives the Great Knife. And then we can talk about the symbolism of the knife later, but it just lines up really well with this idea that Eddie, James, and Angela are on this journey together, and they have to be on this journey together in order for all of them to get to their conclusions, whatever they may be. Angela and Eddie's, as we see them here, are not great, but James has many different paths that he could go down, including there's a dog somewhere. We can examine this knife. The blade is stained with something red. It's of course not blood. It can't be blood, because blood is black in this game right now. But there's blood in the ground. Also, it's hard to see it, but on the ground here, there is a thing. There is a photo. A photo that's been torn up, and on one side, on the left side, you can see what looks like, this looks like a whole big family. On the left side, looks like you have the mother and the daughter, and Angela did say she was here looking for her mama, or her mother. And then on the other side, you can see what looks like the father of the family, and then the photo's kind of folded over what might be a son, what might be a brother. So Angela almost certainly killed her father, may have killed her brother from what we see in her last scene. How did anyone see that? By tapping everywhere. I don't know how you see that with PS2 resolution. I don't know how you see that until you're playing on a really high resolution situation like we have in the enhanced edition. Anyway, this is probably a picture of Angela's family, which doesn't really make sense given that Angela's last name is Orozco. But anyway, at least it's symbolic of Angela's family, and ripped it apart because she is discarding the male part of her family because of the things that the male part of her family did to her. and then trying to bring herself together with her mother, which is her explicit goal in coming to Silent Hill. But then we'll learn some real shitty things about that too, and it's really not good. And Angela's story is very sad, and we will get to that when we have all of the context. Again, we don't get that much information, so it's hard to just like dive into the story without just getting into the really savage stuff. So we will get there in time. Their magazine's on the floor, nothing unusual here. Fashion magazine says fashion. And then here is canonically for surezies. I actually haven't checked to make sure all of these states are, like all the contiguous states are exactly as they are drawn in like in the current like map of the United States. I think it would be kind of funny if like North and South Dakota were just combined randomly in the map you find in Silent Hill or something dumb like that. But anyway, the United States are here, so the United States is canon. There it is. James doesn't look at this. Does he look at anything? I don't think he looks at anything. Doesn't look like there's anything useful here. Okay, so let's do a quick inventory sweep because we've collected a lot of things. We have a photo of Mary. We have a letter from Mary. Definitely Mary's name in her own handwriting in front of the envelope. This letter is fake. The town put it here in order to trick James into doing stuff. Angela's knife. I don't plan on using this knife as a weapon, but because I have it, Pyramid Head has evolved into the great knife wielder, maybe. So these two items here are important because looking at the letter from Mary biases you towards the in water ending, I think. No. It biases you towards the leave ending. And I think, again, it's confusing. And Angela's knife, if you keep looking at it, if you keep examining it over and over and over again, it biases you towards the in water ending because you are considering what Angela's considering. We have the coin of the snake, a large coin imprinted with a snake, found it in the pool with no water. There are Greek letters, I think, all around the coin here. If you take a font that takes Greek letters and like, or takes English and translates it into Greek and then reverse the text, there's like a note here that says something, and I really should have it down. One of them is like, or I think two of them are like a note about a kid that was born to a member of the staff when the game was being made, and the other one is like a thank you for playing or something. I really should have that down, but I don't because I'm dumb. Anyway, there's a snake here. Here's an old guy. He kind of looks like Adam Shepard from Homecoming. Kind of. James does seem like a kind of a pushover, kind of like a good guy. Like, yeah, I'll do that, whatever. I'll hold on to your knife. Yeah, I'll move your car to Kansas, whatever. I don't care. Sure, why not? Here's a coin of the prisoner. Note that the prisoner is a woman. It's important for later. Here's some white goo. We have white goo here. Can't use it. How would you use it? We have a blue gem. Did I fuck up? When's the first time you use this? Why do I not remember the first time you used the blue gem? Oh, no, okay. It's in the hospital. We're fine. We got some ketchup. I'm gonna drink it. Got a hamburger. I'm gonna eat it. We got a gun. I'm gonna reload it. We have penguin bullets. We can blow up 155 penguins. We have hyper spray. We have some blue Mountain Dew situations here. We have a wooden plank. It's got nails on it. I can hit people with it. We got a chainsaw. A tree died to give us this. We got a flashlight. I can turn it off. Also turn it on. We got a radio. I can turn off the radio and make the game like super non-atmospheric. I can also make the radio super loud. Or super quiet. Or super medium. And that's it. That's all the things. Why are they colored like that? I don't know. I have no idea why they're colored like that. I cannot... Maybe like... height? I don't know. Did Silent Hill 1 have... I don't think it did. I think it just had a flat on or off. I don't think it had a volume control, but I don't think so. I definitely don't have as much muscle memory for 1 as I do for 2, but I don't think so. No radio, no music, ultimate experience. I like the radio. I think the radio does a service for this game story. I'm thinking of the wrong place. So I'm going to check something, but we need to be on the second floor to check that. Okay. But before we go there, we need to go to the room next to the staircase, which would be this one. Fuck. Should be this one. And we need to do our very first puzzle. I mean, you can, if you count the clock puzzle, then that was the first one, but this is the real puzzle. I'm going to try it for realsies, because I think I got it right last time. And then we will look up a guide if I need it, because I do like this game's puzzles, but I don't like getting stuck on them forever, so who cares? Puzzle time. Let's go. There's something written on the desk. First lies the seat of he who is peerless, silent and empty, heartless and fearless. Beside him sits one who knows the place of the servant is next to the throne. Dozens of feet, yet not a single toe, the one that is hidden beside him doth go. Seducer of dreams, creature of Hades, lying further from man and closer to the lady. Man and woman, seeing all, heedless to the raven's call. Silent and hidden the two may be, they be not there for you to see. Return them to whence they would be, and blessings shall descend upon thee. I speak thus with the North Star behind me. The birth of the sun is the start of the story. That last part is supposed to tell you that the puzzle starts on the left. I don't know. Because the North Star is behind you and the sun rises in the east. But if north is behind you, then east is left. Maybe. I don't know. There's a line of 5 1-inch round depressions set into the table. So we got 3 coins here. We got 3 coins. We got one of a snake, one of an old man, and one of a prisoner or a lady. So let's read that again and then consider that we need to put these coins in these holes here because they're round. So let's do it. Let's consider again. I'm going to draw 5 circles on my piece of paper in front of me, and we'll figure this out together. Again, we're going left to right. So first lies the seat of he who is peerless, silent and empty, heartless and fearless. So we know from the end, the ones who are silent and empty are not there for you to see. So I'm just going to draw an X through that one because there's no one there. We don't need a coin, I'm guessing. Beside him sits one who knows the place of the servant is next to the throne. Dozens of feet, yet not a single toe. So number 2 is a question mark, servant something, but I don't know. Dozens of feet, yet not a single toe. The one that is hidden beside him doth go. So I'm going to put an X next to the third hole because they're silent and hidden and whatnot. Creature of Hades, or seducer of dreams, creature of Hades, lying further from man and closer to lady. Seducer of dreams, creature of Hades, I don't know. Satan likes snakes, right? He showed up in the Bible as a snake. I'm going to write snake for hole number 4. And seducer of dreams, but Bible, Garden of Eden was like, hey, eat the apple, do it. It'll be funny. Don't you wanna? Eat it. Eat the apple. It'll be funny. And then he did. And then everything sucked forever. Man and woman seeing all, heedless to the raven's call. Silent and hidden the two may be, they be not there for you to see. Return them to whence they would be, and blessing shall descend upon thee, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so from all that, the first one probably has got no one in it because of silent and hidden and whatnot. The second one has somebody, like a servant, but we don't know who. We can't tell if it's the old guy or the prisoner. The third one is empty. The fourth one has a snake. And then the fifth one has to have a coin, but we can't tell which one. But we know the snake is further from man and closer to lady. And if the snake is at 4, the one that would be closer to him that has a coin in it would be 5. So that's where the lady goes. That's the prisoner. And then further from him would be number 2, which is the old man. So we're going to do blank, then old, then blank, then snake, then lady. And we'll see if that works. And then if it doesn't, I'm just going to go to the wiki because I do not care. Okay. Doop-a-da-boop, snake. Da-ba-da-booyah. Lady. Da-ba-da-boop. Da-ba-da-ba-booyah. Yeah. The Deadly Premonition, chess puzzle was wrong. I believe you. I just looked it up because I didn't care. It being wrong, honestly, is to me funnier than it being right. Did I get the key? I got the key. I got the Lynn house key. You know, it's the Lynn house key because it says Lynn. This must be the key mentioned in that note, the one that said it was left with Uncle David. Yeah. I do want to play Deadly Premonition on stream, but the only way to do it is with a 360. I think it was you earlier that mentioned that like playing that game, it's a fucking nightmare. Like the only version of that game I've ever gotten to run stably is the 360 version, and even that is not great. And I have beef with parts of the end game of that game, but I can contextualize it. There's a lot of good in there. I don't have nearly as much beef with it as I do the second one. So, God, Deadly Premonition 2 made me so fucking sad. Wonder if Swery's ever gonna make a good video game again. Ooh, listen close. We got the whispers. You might not have been able to hear them. I can emulate it? Probably, but... I don't want to play it that much. It sounds like a pain in the butt. I do have a supercomputer now, though. Like a 3090 and other big words. So maybe. But I don't want to play it that much. I do kind of want to play it, but I'm not, like, obsessed with it. Anyway, those whispers there, you might not even be able to hear them because they're really quiet, but let me see if I can find the bookmark, because so the whispers have been a constant source of contention for a long time. They only randomly show up. They only show up like half the time. And what they're actually saying, people have said that like, oh, maybe it's shoot, I can't find it. Oh, here we go. Okay. Maybe it's like James reading off a list of things he's gonna do today, where it's like go to the bank, go to the gym, kill my wife, blah blah blah. And there's been some people that speculated. I think someone that worked on the game said that he thought it was just like a mic test or like a sound test that they did when they were doing recording on the game. So there is a stock sound effects sample CD called Nightingale VoiceBox Sound Effects Library Volumes 1 and 2. That whispering sound effect is on that CD. I have that CD. I can hear it on the CD. The last piece of the puzzle to figure out if the whispers came, if they just found creepy whispers from a stock CD, is that the version of the CD I have is a version that was printed in 2011. There are versions of that CD that were printed before then, but I cannot for the fucking life of me find a version from before 2011 or any documentation of if that track was on a previous version, and they would have to at least be published before 2001 in order for that to be the source and not just maybe Konami licensed the sound effect to the source disc later. Who figured this out? Someone on a forum. Let me see. Is there a name here? Perrin Mills, PERONMLS, on the Silent Hill forum, silenthillforum.com. So if you look for, let me type it in. So if you look for doop-a-da-boop, Nightingale voice box sound effects library. I need to I need to get the CD. My current computer does not have a CD drive, which is why I'm not just playing it. But I should at least have that ready so I can play it loud and clear next time. So that is the disc, Nightingale Voice Box Sound Effects Volumes 1 and 2. And then the actual track itself is called Auditory Pareidolia. So that I spelled it wrong. Hold on. Auditory Pareidolia. So look it up for yourself if you would like to. But I can't find a version of that sound effects compilation that predates 2001, which would be the closest we could get to confirming that's where that whisper came from. But anyway, the question abounds. Here's a key. I got a key for a door, and then doors for keys for doors, like you do. Lock's broken. Save point. Holy fuck, I went 2.5 hours without saving. It seems unwise. So let me think. Yeah, and honestly, there are... Exactly. There are so many avenues that thing could have existed, where that just would not be available to some dude 20 years later. And the only quote that we have from anyone who worked on the game was someone who said, "I'm pretty sure it's Guy Seehee whispering into his microphone," which, if it's true, I mean, there are avenues for that to be the case, and then for it to end up on a stock sound effect CD. That is possible. It's just, Anyway, we are done in the apartments. We are basically done now. We have achieved. We will be able very soon to cut through the apartments, make our way to Rosewater Park, and get to our special place as indicated in Mary's letter. And then we'll find our wife and everything will be happy forever, probably. But before we do that, we need to go through this door. And on the other side of this door, there's a Pyramid Head man. And Pyramid Head has a big knife now, for some reason. And also, when we see him, he will be doing the sexualized looking violences on another, on a lying figure. So, beware of this. Here we go. Hi. Hello. Ow. My bones. He's choking me, and he's trying to lick me with his weird pyramid tongue thing. And I hate it. I hate it so much. And I'm gonna drink some ketchup to get the tongue taste out of my organs. And now I'm gonna run around because he's probably gonna do his big swing and kill me. Even on easy, if he does his big overhead swing that is really, really, really slow, but can, like, if it hits you, you die. It's just over. So it's really easy to dodge, but it is a tiny room. You can get stuck here, even on easy. So let's see what happens. That's a little baby swing. That's not gonna do nothing. You can slow him down. Make it look kind of funny. There it is. There's a swing. Missed me. Dumbass. Doing it again? Dumbass. No, 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 no. Man, he really wants to murder me. Also, there's like, it's really hard to see because you can't get good lighting of him from behind, except for right here. There's like a weird balloon, like, bulging mass under his neck. And it's weird, but eventually the siren sounds, which is weird because we're not transversing to the other world. And then Pyramid Head runs away, but sometimes he can turn around and do one last swing. Like that! Ha-ha! Dumbass. Yeah, we win. Playing this game as an adult, yeah, there are aspects of this game's story that fuck with me way more as an adult, most of the stuff at the end. But yeah, no, like, and I think, honestly, part of it, I think the lower resolution a lot of this game's stuff is, it's part of why Silent Hill 1 looks so good to me even now. Like, when you can't physically wrap your head around what you're looking at, it like makes it, it's like that idea of like visual closure, right? Where like if you can't make out the thing you're looking at, it's way easier to let your imagination run wild about what it actually is. And now that we have higher resolution and we have big adult brains and all of these things, it is easier to go like, oh, that's like a guy that he's got like a weird triangle head and that's fucked up, but he's just kind of a guy. It is easier to try to like neutralize the abstractions in a way that, yeah, when you're younger or when the closure's not there, or when the closure is there, it's trippy. And yeah, fuck that water. I hate that water. Imagine what that water tastes like. Imagine the texture of that water, if you would. I should have checked. This door was locked until Pyramid Head fucked off, but now it's not. I should have checked it while we were fighting, but then I didn't. Anyway. We're done here. Also, I love the way that this room looks, where you can tell that it has been, like, submerged in the disgusting poo water, but then Pyramid Head opened this door and let it all out. Which is weird. It's a weird thing. We did it! We escaped the apartments. If we look at the map, oh my god, we are so close to Rose Water Park. That's where our wife went, according to the letter that we got after she died. Hamburger. There's a hole in the road over there, but we can't touch it, so. Hey. Fuck you, James. Stupid idiot. Okay, so, it's no parking, but mirrored. I don't know why. It just is. I don't know why. Yeah, Akira Yamaoka, actual MVP of the entire series. Like, the OST, the sound effects, the sound design, everything. It seemed to pretty much all be him. The man is a beast. And he did not just do Silent Hill. Like, he's worked on a lot of other games. He's worked on a lot of other stuff. He's like a rock star in Japan. He's crazy. Anyway, there was a girl that stepped on our hand, and that was mean. Let's go and deal with that. I like that bear down there. Look at that bear down there at the bottom left. Look at that bear and the cat. It's a really long cat. Look at the sunflowers.
You! It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who stepped on my hand.
I don't know. Maybe I did.
What's a little girl like you doing here, anyway?
Huh? Are you blind or something?
What's that letter?
None of your business. You didn't love Mary anyway.
Wait! How do you know Mary's name?
So, two things. One, canonically, Laura has a gun now. We'll talk about why later. And two, so the way that Laura's talking there, one, we know Laura knew Mary at some point. We'll later learn that that's because Mary and Laura were in the hospital together. Yeah, so that line about her saying, "Are you blind or something?" We know Laura knows who James is, and the way that I think that line is supposed to work is like, James, you know me. Are you blind? What the fuck are you talking about? So I think that's Laura's way of going, like, or the game's way of communicating, once you know what's going on, that Laura knows who James is without explicitly saying it if you don't know that, to kind of keep the mystery going, I think is what's happening there. Because we do know Laura knows who James is because of their stay in the hospital together. But I'm assuming it's that. I don't really have a better explanation. I presume there are others. I honestly haven't thought about that line that much. Anyway, just a normal wall. The graffiti looks like it was done by a child. I like the bear. I wish James would talk about the bear. He doesn't talk about the bear. The cat gets some lip service later, but not the bear. I like the bear. I wish the bear came back. Bear doesn't come back. They say you die twice. When you die and the last time someone thinks about you, and that bear just died twice. No, he never comes up. Ever again. It's fucked up. I'm gonna get a hamburger. Or bullets. Whatever. Whatever. I don't know why there's a chain link fence over this subway entrance or something. I don't know how that works. I've never been to Maine. I've been close to Maine. I've been to Massachusetts. Went to Denham one time. It's like close to Boston. It was cold. Rosewater Park. Rosewater Park. Mentioned Laura has a gun. Okay, so yeah, the reason why I say Laura has a gun is at the end of the Born from a Wish side or sub scenario, that scenario ends with Maria in that alleyway, and then Maria goes to holds the gun to her head and considers the question she's been considering during the Born from a Wish scenario. And then decides to look for James, goes over to Rosewater Park, right over here, and throws the gun into the alleyway that Laura runs off into. So there is a gun next to Laura. She doesn't actually have the gun, probably, but there's just a gun right there. It might be a metaphysical fake gun, but there's a gun. Is the joke. Laura's packing. Laura has achieved the heat. Although Maria's gun kind of sucks. But it's cool that she got her own gun. Like, it's cool that they gave her a unique gun. That they didn't just give her the handgun. Also, yeah, in Maine, probably, they're all packing anyway, so who cares. So this guy, right here, this statue. There's a statue here. Rosewater Park is a park similar to the Blood Swamp memo from before. It's meant to be like a memorial to Silent Hill's history, but a history that is like misconstrued for like the purposes of the cult in ways that only, I mean, here it doesn't really come up at all, but it comes up in or the other statue will come up in Silent Hill 3, but this statue only really comes up in the Book of Lost Memories. Anyway, Patrick Chester. I got a text from a Dodger fan. Patrick Chester, son of Edward, he fought and died for the people, for liberty, and for all of our tomorrows. His memory lives on. So Patrick Chester, in the Book of Lost Memories, the supplemental book, this thing, here it is. We'll talk about it tomorrow or Monday or sometime. Patrick Chester was a soldier who fought during the Civil War. And in the Book of Lost Memories, like his service is legitimate. He did fight in the Civil War, but the Book of Lost Memories also says that his involvement in the Civil War and the cause that he fought for was kind of like recontextualized by the cult, and put into context of like he was fighting for our ability to do cult things, and I had a thought and then I lost it. So yeah, so talking about YouTube, so or the editing of a video. So on the channel points, you can do a thing to make me make a PowerPoint. Someone cashed in, I think it was Farron, I don't remember. Someone cashed in one to make me document everything in the Book of Lost Memories. So a big one, like a lot of the things in here will be in that. And then also I keep alluding to a script that people are helping me edit that has very much to do with this. So I agree with your statement, I suppose I would say. Very, very much. I spent a very, very long time on a thing. And right now, I've been tracking all my time working on it. It's been like 300 hours at this point. I agree. Yeah, it's a lot because they take a really long time to make. I can't do I can't. They used to be 250 or 25,000, but they take a really long time to make. I think the last PowerPoint I made was for the pervert book for Nier, which, like, look how thick it is. It's not that thick. And this took, I think, 14 hours to make. Which just is not that much time, but it's a lot of time if people can do, like, one a week. So, yeah, no, it'll be good, though. Although I just really like being able to actually talk to people while I do stuff, so I think Twitch is the main thing, but yeah, I still agree. Anyway, here we are. We are on the shores of Toluca Lake. We are at Rosewater Park. We are in our special place. We are in the place where James and Mary stood looking at the water all day like extremely boring people. Which means this is where Mary's gotta be, right? I should probably put that gun away. That would be weird to just walk up to Mary and be packing. There she is. There's a lady here. Let's go.
Mary? No, you're not.
Do I look like your girlfriend?
No, my late wife. I can't believe it. You could be her twin. Your face, your voice, just your hair and clothes are different.
My name is Maria. I don't look like a ghost, do I? See? Feel how warm I am?
You're really not Mary.
I told you, I'm Maria.
Sorry. I was confused.
Where are you going?
I'm looking for Mary. Have you seen her?
Didn't you say she died?
Oh yeah, 3 years ago.
Liar.
But I got a letter from her.
Duh.
She says she was waiting in our special place.
And that's here? Anyway, I haven't seen her.
Next to the soft pretzels?
Is this your only special place?
Where'd you get a hard pretzel, James? And then James thinks, and he thinks, oh my god, the hotel!
Well, there's the hotel too, I guess. The one on the lake? I wonder if it's still there.
The Lakeview Hotel? Yeah, it's still there. So, the hotel was your special place, huh? I'll bet it was. Don't get so mad. I was just joking. Anyway, it's not that way. It's this way.
You're coming with me?
You were gonna just leave me?
No, but...
With all these monsters around?
No, I just...
I'm all alone here. Everyone else is gone. I look like Mary, don't I? You loved her, right? Or maybe you hated her.
Don't be ridiculous.
So it's okay?
Yeah, fine.
We got a demon hooker hanging out now. Here she is. Name's Maria. Sounds like Mary. It's a coincidence, I swear. So yeah, the question with why don't people talk about how they're scared of things? So it's a really good question, and it kind of leads to some speculation about like the town is fucky and it warps everything. So you just kind of like everyone feels a little bit off, and like Eddie does say that the monsters scared the hell out of him in the bathroom when he's throwing up, so that's why he hid. Angela is terrified of the abstract daddy when she sees the abstract daddy, but that also is just representative of her thing. And if we just go with James, I guess, I mean, James sticks his hand in a poopy toilet and doesn't think about it. Like, James is probably this kind of dude who, like, goes in to watch The Human Centipede and thinks it's funny. So maybe he's just, like, immune to fear. I could see that. So, like, there is, and also, yeah, there is also the fact that all three of the characters, feel a need to be here either way. Like, they feel this pull that keeps them here, so even if they are afraid, they need to push on. I think all of those are probably, like, a part of it, because there is definitely a bit of, like, accepting the weird shit. Like just kind of rolling with the fact that there's no one here except for a bunch of butt monsters, and that doesn't really get, like, questioned super hard. So everyone just kind of goes, I need to be in Maine right now, whatever. So here's, like, a handshake thing, and this is, like, we just saw the monument to the Civil War, so, or to the Civil War soldier, so this probably has something to do with that, but there is no, like, plaque or anything that explains it, so, whatever. And then here we have a thing, is Maria also James? That's a good question. So, let's do a test. Let's do a quit test. There's a very easy test that we can do. I'm gonna shoot Maria, if you don't want to see me do that. Looks like James lived. So I don't think Maria is James. But you do get a game over when that happens, so you're not supposed to do that. So Maria basically seems to be operating under the same logic that the monsters are operating off of. She's a manifestation of the town. And she is, at the very least, real to James. Maria has the whole, see, I'm real thing in the labyrinth. But exactly how she manifests and exactly how the other monsters manifest it's another one of those things where it's like you can get one or two ticks away from explaining it, and then you can't quite get there. You can't quite perfectly pin it down. So she's definitely a thing walking around that has agency and like has her own sub scenario and stuff where she's off doing other things, but like separate from James. But yeah, it's confusing. But monsters like monsters in Red Blood. I fucking hate the sound those things make. It's so weird. I can totally see that Jinja with him and York kind of having like similar, because like York's intonations are purposefully weird and James's are off kilter in ways that like seem they might be intentional, and James is a weird person, so part of it might be intentional, but I can see that either way, the way that they speak. So here's a thing that I don't prescribe to the idea that the town made Mary sick. I don't think the sickness came from Silent Hill, and like Masahiro Ito has like pretty hard pushed back on that idea with like the entire point of the story is James is reconciling with this. If the town put its finger on the button, or like put its finger on the scale and forced it to happen, then it makes James more of a victim than like a person who was like reckoning with something that he did. It kind of takes away the moral ambiguity of the situation if the town did it to James. But like Mary is pictured right here, being like right in front of Toluca Lake. And then we have this monument in memory of the 67 people who died of illness and now sleep beneath the lake. And we have all the other documents that we're going to see. We have the little Baroness memo. We have the documentation of the people who died of an epidemic being buried in the lake. We have a lot of reasons to suspect the shit out of this lake. And we see Mary cough in the hotel in Silent Hill. So, like, the idea that Mary got the disease here, it's not like that crazy. I don't think that like the town purposely made her sick or anything. But I could see how people got on that train. That makes sense to me. But anyway, we'll talk about that monument later because it is one of, it'll mostly come up when we talk about the Book of Lost Memories. This has a section about the history of Silent Hill in it. And pretty much everything in Silent Hill is something really fucking bad happens around that lake, and then everyone left, and then people came back, and then something really fucking bad happened around that lake, and it's pretty much just that over and over and over and over and over again. Run all the way over here if we want to make a mistake and go somewhere we're not supposed to if we want to, but you know, why would you do that? I don't think so. Yeah, no, honestly, we don't know what the disease was. They won't tell us what the disease is. If they're not going to tell us, it was hemorrhoids. It's that South Park episode where Kyle fucking dies of hemorrhoids. That's it. That's what it was. Tragic. Tragedy. If they're not going to tell us, it's as valid as anything they could say. So I mentioned earlier, that the Patrick Chester monument, the Civil War soldier monument on the other side of Rosewater Park, doesn't really come up later in the series. This one very much does. Victim of persecution by the Christians. I've said Puritans almost every other time I played this game because we'll talk about why in a minute. But apparently it's actually Christians. I've been wrong about that. Jennifer Carroll lived with pride and honor. What happened here shall never be forgotten. So, Jennifer Carroll, probably because we see in the Book of Lost Memories, in the History of Silent Hill section, let me just open to that page really quick so I can make sure about a thing. I'm like almost done with the PowerPoint, so pretty sure I got this right. So, there's a section in the Book of Lost Memories called the History of Silent Hill. And right around where the Salem witch trials occurred chronologically, there is is where they put the statue of Jennifer Carroll, who was a victim of persecution by the Christians, according to the text in the game, apparently. I've been saying Puritans because I thought that's what it said, because the Puritans did the Salem witch trials, and And the idea here is that through the Salem witch trials, the people who followed the faith of the cult, the people who warped and twisted the faith of the town, were treated as witches and were persecuted, and that historically would have been done by Puritans, but in this game it says Christians, which could be them assuming they're the same, or it could be 1,000 things. I thought it was Puritans forever because of reasons. In any case, but yeah, honestly, like, and that's the thing, like, we were never supposed to see that word Christians, so Vulcans works just as well. But in any case, in Silent Hill 3, when you get to the church of that Claudia was raised in, you can see a painting to a Saint Jennifer, who is adorned almost exactly like this statue is adorned. So Saint Jennifer is probably Jennifer Carroll, who probably was persecuted in the Salem witch trials for wanting to bring about the death of everyone on the planet, which is a good reason to do that, honestly, if you're gonna do it, which is what the god of the cult wants to do. But anyway, that's Jennifer Carroll. She comes up later, maybe. Unless it's like a different woman named Jennifer. I don't know how many women named Jennifer there are on the planet. It can't be more than, like, 3 or 4. Like, ever. Like, any Jennifers ever. So, did I get turned around? Every time I play this part of the game, I go the wrong way. Oh my god, I went the right way. Holy shit, I'm a genius. Although we missed the gazebo. I want to see the gazebo. We can see the gazebo later, in nighttime. We'll do it later. It's fine. I like the gazebo. We're gonna go over to Jack's Inn. What we should be doing is, if we go back to the big map, so we're basically here in Rosewater Park. What we should be doing is getting all the way over to the Lakeview Hotel, which means we walk all the way down Nathan Avenue, all the way up Sanford Street, and then we just get there. And according to the street signs, it's gonna be like 30 miles, but whatever. It's closer than heaven, as Vincent would say in Silent Hill 3. Oh, nice. Where's the thing? There's like a thing here. I can't remember where the thing is. I need to find a thing here. I need to find it. I don't remember where it is. Which is actually really funny because the people who wanted to bring about the death of everyone on the planet using it by summoning their god also killed just a lot of people, like so many people, an ungodly amount of people. Like the Blood Swamp thing, the Blood Swamp memo, the math that you have to do to figure out how many people died with that memo, it is an astronomical number. I went the wrong way. This is not where you're supposed to go. I went the wrong fucking way. But I've never actually run all the way over here before. You should be able to get to the hotel from here, or to the hospital from here. Which means, if you can do that, then you could skip Heaven's Night. Can you not go this way? Okay, this gets cut off. Alright, that's good. I figured there was a way. There was a reason why you couldn't do that. Alright, good. In Maria's sub-scenario, you can, which is why I got confused. I guess I never checked. And now I did, because I'm a curious boy. Check Cat Street for fun. Shut up. God, it's so loud. Why do I look like vaguely pink right now? What's going on with the sun? The sun seems like it's acting weird. I don't know where this vague pink light is coming from. Like, maybe I've just never noticed that this part of the game is, like, lit kind of weird. That was dangerous. I think I almost shot Maria. That would have been bad. Nothing on Cat Street except for probably some hamburgers I missed. Oh, hey, hamburger. Yes. Fuck off. Thank you. Oh my god. Yeah, she was super chill about it too. It was fucked up. Like, she has like a cower, like a something bad is happening in front of me animation, but she was fine. She didn't have any problem with that. And like, my worry was, like, once I killed the monster that James was gonna auto-target, like Maria, which that would have sucked for Maria. Here's an inn. Here's Jack's Inn. Not much for us to do here in this game, but in Silent Hill 3, we will come back here and do some kind of crimes. We could save our game if we want to. Canonically, James shits in this man's trunk because there's a save point here. But for now, we're not gonna do anything here. We're just gonna move on. Don't care about this. There's a doghouse here. I got the dog key from the dog house. Here it is. I found it inside a doghouse. I have no idea where to use it. I have this now. With our mission complete, we can head on over to the hotel. Now that I got that dog key. That's all I needed. I can go find my wife now. It's really important that I grab that first. Before we go over here to beat the video game. Did you know that dog spelled backwards is God? Here's the Silent Hill Historical Society. The stories of the truth, it says. Here's a billboard for it. The early... Fuck, that's blurry. The early days of, quote, Toluca, I think it says. And then there's a word at the bottom. Nathan your? I don't know what that says. My eyes are bad. And it's blurry. And God spelled backwards his dog. It's true. It's true. That works. Toluca Lake. Keep the nature. So speaking of the nature, be sure to look at the top right of your screen. There it is. There's nature. Behold it. Yeah, my headcanon is that Brock Lesnar trains on Toluca Lake and just hurls mannequins from the lake all the way over here. I need to figure out where this texture is so I can put an ad for my Twitch channel in Silent Hill 2. I did that for Killer 7. And the guy I did it for, I did it as a joke for a guy when I was streaming with him, and he didn't think it was funny. I thought it was fucking hilarious, and he was like, that's kind of funny. I was like, you know how long I fucking spent doing that? That's all I get? That's all I get for you? It's fucking annoying. Hooters would be good, too. Quiet cock! Tails. Alright, so here is the Silent Hill Historical Society. We can get right up on the lake. If we had a boat, we could launch it. We don't have a boat. If we had a boat, we could get to the Lakeview Hotel. We don't have a boat, though. As far as I know, boats aren't even real. James, we know James's voice actor is a conspiratorial idiot who would probably think boats are not real. Like how could a boat float on water? Boats are heavier than water. That's stupid. 5G towers, etc., etc. James might just be like we know James is weird, but he knows boats are real probably. For me and Leg and see if she floats on it. So gosh, okay, so all right, so Silent Hill 1 was made by a guy named Keiichiro Toyama, and then he left Konami to go make Siren, and in Siren, there's a hooker lady, and that hooker lady who acts like Maria, when she gets thrown into water, she fucking dissolves. So maybe Maria would dissolve into salt if we threw her in the lake. We'll never know. She never gets wet, because James is bad at stuff, and also the lake. Can't go in here, it's locked. God, keep the nature. Giga computer. You can lease a Giga computer if you want to. In 2001. Baby and Kids Superstore. You can buy a kid. Shot a mannequin in the ass like 15 times, and now it's dead. It learned its lesson. Silent Hill Fresh Meats. You see this cow? We're gonna kill it just for you. Fresh. Ah! Got him. Okay. Here's a bit of foreshadowing. The Lakeview Hotel billboard is here, but it's been knocked down. It's been damaged. Just like the hotel itself. It's a big plot point, but it's kind of hard to catch when you're not looking for it. But the Lakeview Hotel is not like it was 15 years ago. Just like this billboard. It's been burned down, but James doesn't see that when he gets there because he's dumb. We'll get there in time. It's a thing. It's a plot point. All right, so here we are on the bridge. If we could just get across this bridge, we can get over to Sanford Street, and then we'll win. We'll win the video game, and we'll go home and have two wives who look the same, and it'll be confusing. Damn. The bridge is ruined. I can't get to the hotel from here. Talking about brand sit. Exactly. Someone knows, like they know the only way that they're gonna like recoup their dollars is if people think that the hotel is spooky. So someone concocted this whole scheme to make this guy think he killed his wife and get him to come back to the hotel that's burned down, but he doesn't think it is, and it just kind of fucks around a little bit and finds a fucking light can or like a light bulb and then like a sealed SpaghettiOs can, and they shoot the whole thing and put it on television, and like 8 people go to visit the hotel and they make like $45. So here we are again. We have no goal. We have no avenue to progress. We can't move forward in our quest. There's no way to get to the Lakeview Hotel without finding a boat, but boats are not real. So we're just fucked. Like, how are we gonna get there? If only there were someone who has been here to guide me from the very beginning. If only I had a master to show me oh my god, my own dead body. While I was dying, I put in the map where I go. I'm going bowling. I need to bowl. He circled bowling. There it is. I need to go bowling. Thanks, me. Post Revenge from 1996. Exactly, that's how we know this game probably took place in the 80s. Hey, Heaven's Knight! You know that. You know that one. You're in the picture. Yeah, they kept trying to put holes in the boat. They said it would, like, reduce drag. See no evil. Got him. Car. I know you're coming for me. Jackson! We were there. You can achieve beauty rest there. And something that's like, how the fuck are you supposed to read that purple text on this red background while driving down this freeway? I don't know what that purple word is. I've never seen it before. Jackson is what it says. What's up, Strife? What do you got? Hi, buddy. Do you want a radio or TV or hi-fi? Sending me a picture on Discord? Okay. That sounds like a normal Saturday thing. Die low. Die. 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 I honest to God thought it was a glitch the first time I saw it and that I would never be able to replicate it, but it's just a thing that happens. The mannequin's getting launched. Let me check my Discord. I don't have time. Where am I gonna find 700 hours to play Final Fantasy XIV so I can get the near shit? Fuck. Don't worry about it. Everything's fine. God damn it. Anyway, Pete's Bolorama. It's where we gotta go. 9 rod from here is what it says. You could do that. Maybe you should do that. Texan Gals. We can go there. We should go there. There's a book there at the gas station where I get all my books. Shit! You can go to the Silent Hill Tavern, SHT. Or shit, that's what it's called. It's the worst name. That was Pete's Bolorama I just ran past, so we don't want to go there yet. We want to go to the gas station. We want to find the truth, the true reason why there's all of this fog. You can see it in the distance. Right there. Whatever that is the generator, the mist generator. If you ever played Legend of Legaia, you know what I am talking about. We need to activate the trees to eat the mist. Shit, what's your favorite beer piss? Okay, so here's the thing I know about cars. They have a thing called engines. Do cars, engines. And engines run on the blockchain. And when you put when you put a hole inside of the engine blockchain, then this turns the car on forever but it's an analog situation, and it's really easy to do it wrong, like putting drugs inside of your veins. It's easy to stab your arm into the wrong part and put the drugs inside of your muscles where you get like way too high from them. So what can happen when you start a car, when you turn on the car with your key, there's a little pipe that gets stuck into your engine blockchain, and then your car goes normal. But if you don't have a key, you can try to manually, like how they do the trachea thing, where they cut your trachea open and put a straw in there to make it so you can breathe through the straw hole. You can put the pipe in through the engine blockchain and try to let your engine breathe through there. But if you do it slightly wrong, you messed everything up. And if you do it in Maine, Stephen King dies and doesn't finish the Dark Tower, and then Silent Hill happens. So what we need to do is turn the car off forever. Now there's no pipe inside of the blockchain. The car can never go. 3-foot long steel pipe. It's mine now. Yeah, no, Masaru Ito and Owaku and Tsuboyama really knew. They saw shit on the horizon. I say shit literally. SHT, Silent Hill Token. It's been right in front of you the whole time. Konami did make those Castlevania NFTs, so you know, look out for that. Why are there compressed gas canisters here? What the fuck is that for? Does that say stream? Like, is that so you could like? What is that for? Like, is that air for your tires? I don't know how gas stations worked in the 80s. I wasn't there. Anyway, there's a book here. A green book. And on the cover of the Book of Lost Memories supplemental book, you could see that this book is a green book. And it's a book called Lost Memories. And then inside of the gas station, after you've beaten the game at least once, there's a book here. And this book is called Lost Memories. Or Lost Memory. Although in the sleeve it does say this one does say Lost Memories. So it's confusing. But whatever. Oh. The name comes from the legend of the people whose land was stolen from them. They called this place the Place of Silent Spirits. By spirits, they meant not only their dead relatives, but also the spirits that they believed inhabited the trees, rocks, and water around them. According to legend, this was where the holiest ceremonies took place. But it was not the ancestors of those who now live in this town that first stole the land from these people. There were others who came before. Excuse me. In those days, this town went by another name. But that name is now hopelessly lost in the veils of time. All we know is that there was another name, and that for some reason the town was once abandoned by its residents. So we don't know what that name was. There is no accounting of that name that is really and truly, like, diegetically lost. It's not brought up in any supplementary materials. But we do know why people disappeared. In general, and it's something that shows up at least 3 times in the Book of Lost Memories, and seems to come up in Silent Hill 4 in one of the endings in that game. There is a string of mysterious epidemics, a string of weird diseases that pop up out of fucking nowhere, have no explanation, and cause the town of the place where Silent Hill now stands to be completely deserted. And those epidemics, from what we see in the book of Lost Memories, The History of Silent Hill, it seems to coincide with, like, events of mass death, the Salem witch trials, the Civil War, in which Silent Hill was a penal colony, and the actions of the cult. And whenever there's all of this excess death and all of this, like, overt fuckery twisting the spiritual power of the town, it seems like the town reacts in a way that makes everyone severely ill that is in the town and leads to everyone bailing. And then when we get to one of the endings in Silent Hill 4, we'll talk about how that kind of seems to align with what happens in Silent Hill 4 when Walter gets his way and summons God, but we'll get to that later. Like way later, like a billion years before. Everyone contracts Bonite. My only regret is that I have Bonitis. I love that guy. Shoutouts to business. $1.17 and 9 subcents for a gallon of gasoline. I'm sad now. And when I'm sad, I go bowling. For some reason, the Wendy's Hardee's logo is on the door to the bowling alley. I don't really know why. Let's go bowling.
I'll wait here. I hate bowling.
I didn't come here to play, you know.
Hurry back.
Yeah, well done. That's great. That's really good. Okay, so James here to eat. Exactly. No, the pizza is calling now. It was the town, but now it's the pizza that lives here. Isn't it really dangerous to just put a bowling ball on the ground? Seems like it would lead to a lot of injured feet. The store is locked. We need to go another way. So, Eddie. We've seen Eddie. We've seen Laura. And in this game's opening cutscene, there is a brief moment where Eddie and Laura are on the side of the road, and Laura kicks Eddie. So we know Laura kicks people because she kicked James, and now she kicked Eddie. And Eddie is eating pizza, which is a thing that you could tell just from looking at him and the way that his story is told. And then we'll see that he's eating pizza here, and he's eating pizza in the opening cutscene. So basically, long story short, Eddie and Laura know each other before they get to Silent Hill, very briefly at least, which is important in order to contextualize why Eddie asks a question that he asks in like 20 seconds.
So what'd you do? Robbery? Murder?
Nah, nothing like that.
Huh, you're just a gutless fatso.
What'd you have to say that for?
I thought you said the cops were after you.
No, I just ran because I was scared. I don't know what the cops are doing.
But if you did something bad, why don't you just say you were sorry? Well, I guess I run away a lot too.
It's no good. They wouldn't listen. Nobody will ever forgive me. Did you find the lady you're looking for? What's her name? Mary?
So there we have confirmed for sure Laura is here looking for Mary, which you might be able to kind of guess after the first cutscene with her. But that's why Laura's here. And just to revisit the whole did Eddie murder those guys or not thing, again, probably. But we do see right here, if Eddie is so thin-skinned about his weight, Laura just shit-talked him. Laura just called him a gutless, exactly. Laura just called him a gutless fatso. And Eddie was just like, what'd you say that for? What the fuck? And then he just keeps eating pizza. Like, he could, like, we do know from, so in the hospital, there are mental patients that seem to roughly correspond to the three characters, and one of them seems to correspond to Eddie, and it seems like from that, Eddie might normally be fine. He might normally be like a pretty low-key guy, but when he gets really riled up, he has a tendency towards violence, which is kind of what happens in the Labyrinth, where James doesn't say anything, like really anything at all to Eddie, implying that he's like overweight, but or like that's a bad thing, but Eddie is obviously losing his shit in there. So maybe either it's because he's riled up, or because he likes Laura, or like and thinks Laura like met Laura before and like doesn't see her as like making fun of him, or because he just goes, she's a kid who gives a shit. But Eddie notably did not murder the shit out of Laura there, so I don't know. It's a thing to think about. Let's go talk to Eddie.
Eddie?
Oh, you're...
James. We met in the apartment building?
Yeah, I remember. But...
Are you alone here, Eddie?
No.
Bye-bye.
Wait! Come back! Eddie, let's go after her.
Huh? Laura? But why?
Laura. Is that her name?
That's what she said.
This town is full of monsters. How can you sit there and eat pizza?
How can you not?
She said she was fine by herself. She said a fatso like me would just slow her down.
Forget you.
Oh, it's a pizza.
Who is that girl, anyhow?
I don't know. All I know is her name. I swear.
Who is that girl, anyhow?
I don't know.
Who is that? Who is that? Who is? Who is? Who is? Who is?
Why isn't there a line
Who is that? Who is that? Who is that?
where Eddie gives
Who
me
is that girl?
pizza?
Who is that? Who is that? Who is? Who is? Who is? Who?
Shit. Ah, God. Okay, whatever. Give me the pizza. Wanted the pizza so bad I saved the video game. Alright, let's go after Laura. Why did the dead guy, if you tried 100 times, get the pizza ending? Fuck. Whose pizza is that anyhow? Yeah, it's so, we're so tantalizingly close to knowing. Cause you can almost see the top of the box. It's like right there, but it's just at a bad angle. And like, I am working with a dude that I back on Patreon to get a camera hack of this video game so I can, there's a phone number. But it's like a fake Europe phone number. The 43173736. Fuck you. That's not, God damn it. I want to know where the pizza lives. Oh, where did you get that? Where did you get the pizza? Did he get it from the Quiet Cocktails? Did he get it from shit? Honestly, I could see, yeah, Eddie is a connoisseur, probably. He knows what's up. You see the way that he's in utter, like he is practicing like incredible perseverance here. He is taking microscopic bites of that pizza. He is savoring the shit out of it. And no matter how long we sit here, it is just a matter of precision. He is the first time he took a bite, he took 0.1 inches out of the pizza. The second time he took 0.01 inches out of the pizza. The third time 0.001 inches out of the pizza. He is trying to find the fundamental unit of pizza. He's trying to find like how a mole is 1/6 of a carbon atom or whatever, or like a proton or something. I don't fucking care. Like, he is trying to find the final singular order of pizza mass here. Also, it could be the town giving him pizza to make him feel like shit. It could also be that. That makes sense. But I want to know where the pizza is. I want, instead of Konami selling me metal garbage in the shape of the Pyramid Head painting, of the Misty Day painting, I want Eddie Pizza. I want Eddie Pizza straight from Konami. That's what I want. I want those people in Japan to mail me a pizza. There's a cutscene over here.
Did a little girl run out of here?
Yeah, she was too fast for me. Aren't you gonna go after her?
No.
Where are you going? This isn't the way that little girl went.
James is the only person on the planet that could look uncool holding a handgun. Ketchup. Yeah. Had to get up before he splits an atom. Exactly. It's so good you'll shoot your childhood bully right in the leg. He looks so like broken down when like Maria didn't even fucking tell her where she ran. Like she's running from this direction, I guess, but like she didn't fucking say go this way where that little girl went. Like I don't know. He looks very whipped. If if we're going with this, oh my god, non-San Bruno dumpster. Why is there a dumpster not for San Bruno? There's a San Bruno dumpster right here, but this one's different. This one's like Agent York sized. It's fucked up. I'm gonna go over here where there's nothing, and I know there's nothing, but I'm just gonna check. Okay. If you look at the map, we're right next to the hooker heaven, the hooker haven, hooker situation.
She went through there.
Is there any other way?
Yeah, there is. Right through there.
Think James could throw it back? I'm gonna go with no. No. I don't think James can do anything. So again, when we're talking about Maria, like, she's a manifestation of the town that is drawn out of James's brain, but, and like she is dressed this way provocatively in order to play on James's, at least it seems to be, play on James's like idea of wanting a like idealized version of his wife, but also she manifested in Heaven's Night and she has keys to Heaven's Night. It seems like she either works or owns this actual bar that does exist here. It's in Silent Hill 3. It's not like Tom Hewlett made some excuses for the later games where apparently buildings just appear or disappear in Silent Hill because people's guilt is weird in Homecoming. But exactly, James's idealized version of his wife comes from that thing Christina Aguilera wore to the Teen Choice Awards, which is a thing that these two non-parents watched. Probably. Anyway. Yeah, I do like Tom Hewlett. I think Tom Hewlett was in general a good influence on the series, but yo, when he's just sitting there making excuses, it's like, okay, that's fine if that makes you sleep better. I'm not, whatever, dude. But like Maria does have apparent real agency in the town of Silent Hill, like we're about to see, because she's gonna open that door, and she knew what this place was. She knew you can get through this alleyway by cutting through this hookerism situation. Also, I don't think James understands like fundamental mass, like fundamental. Maria said I can't squeeze through this gap. I don't know that I believe her.
James, you can't make it through there.
I absolutely love the delivery of that line. Like, just the tiny bit of worry about just like, James, you, no. James, no.
James, you can't make it through there.
Anyway, so I have gotten pushback from some corners of my online social circle about my claim that... So when Hideo Kojima was in line to make a Silent Hill video game, I was a little nervous. Not down, not like that's a good fit. It's a good fit. Kojima can obviously make a very scary video game. I think he would have good ideas for a Silent Hill game. I think it would have been good. My one little bit of trepidation, and this is not a bad thing. The fact that Kojima can call on this well is a great thing, and has brought us incredible aspects of Metal Gear and Police Knots and Death Stranding, etc. But Hideo Kojima, by definition, his products are horny. Now, this is a game about a horny man. And in this next cutscene, we're going to see that James is canonically horny. Because he's going to be, like Maria's going to be pulling keys out of her boobage and all the situations. And James is going to be, like trying to look over her shoulder, trying to figure out where these keys are coming from. James is horny in this cutscene. But in Death Stranding, the horniness comes from, there's a lady, and she's going to run through the time rain. And when she runs through the time rain, her clothes are going to disintegrate. And the camera's going to, follow the cup of her ass. And it's going to be right there, and the player is supposed to get horny off of it. The player is the person for whom the camera is operating. And, in this game, yes, James is horny. Yeah. But the player is at the same spot as James. The player is behind James. You don't get to see where the boobage is coming from with the keys and whatnot. So Silent Hill touches on very serious things. And if Silent Hill 2 was a horny video game, a lot of the way that this game does a good job of encapsulating this build. Hey, Mango Nip. The way that this game covers the topics of sexual assault and abuse and all these things in a way that is interesting and mature and respectful for the most part, would be very hard to reconcile if this game was also constantly horny. So I just get, because that is it has its place. Metal Gear Solid is revolutionary for the way that that it implemented horniness into the storytelling. That game is nothing without how fucking horny it is. Do not get me wrong. I am not saying that the fact that Kojima makes his games horny is bad. It's good. But when you implement horniness in a story about sexual assault, it just tinges it in a way that made me a little nervous. That I didn't know what he was gonna do, but then the game got canceled, so we don't have to worry about it. And Silent Hill is dead forever. Let's open this door.
It's no good. It's locked.
Dumbass. Imagine James is just saying that out loud every time he chose to open a door. It's no good. It's locked. Fucking idiot. Oh, where's that one coming from? Hold on.
James, you can't make it through there.
Fucking idiot. Okay, let's go in the hooker bar. Sorry. Here we are in Heaven's Night, home of the best song in the game by a factor of like 13. And it only plays for like 18 seconds, and it's a fucking travesty. This lock's broken. Empty can, sink, cardboard box, none of these will be of any use. And keep that in mind. When he sees this garbage, he just goes, hey, garbage, whatever, I don't care. And right over here, there's nothing here. Right over here is a vase. I don't give a shit. For the most part, James doesn't give a shit about the things around him. He's not worried about it. He just kind of goes on with his day. But we talked about this earlier when we were in the bar, when we talked about the note on the wall saying there was a hole here, it's gone now, and we talked at great length about how maybe this ties into James's use or abuse of alcohol to get past the situation. And right here, in Heaven's Night, we see these crates of liquor, like I alluded to then. So, when James looks at this, liquor bottles. I don't need that right now. 99% of the time with James, that's all you get. Here's what it is. I don't need it. But in this case, it's not that I don't drink. In fact, I drink a fair bit to get away from the pain, the loneliness. But the drinking never changes anything. Anyway, I don't need it now. There's something that I have to do. This is one of the very few times we get James to open up just a little bit in that internal monologue. And we only get it once, unlike Heather, who will like keep on talking when you look at stuff. But it's just cool to see what kind of gets James going off on a weird train of thought. Over here, lock's broken. Canonically, this lock wasn't broken an hour ago, but this lock's broken. Maria broke this lock. Also, canonically, the door that we just opened with the key, the door down here, canonically, had bubblegum in the lock, so it didn't work, but now it does. Apparently. Whatever. We'll see that in the Maria side story. That's where those come from. Sometime probably at the beginning of the next stream on Saturday, tomorrow, today, whatever. Anyway, room 2 of Heaven's Night. Room 2 of 2. This is the end already. Again, just a fucking shame. The music's so damn good. There's a hamburger. Like there isn't any strip club on the chair. Here's where stripperisms occur. You gotta... That seems like a really tall pole. So if you're gonna get all the way up there, that's dangerous. You're gonna break your neck. I think that's everything. If you want to open an Etsy store and make $800,000, just make an Etsy store that only sells a Heaven's Night neon sign. There are some really good ones on there. And, turns out people will spend a lot of money on a Heaven's Night neon sign if you can make it look pretty. I need to figure out the lighting in this room, and then we'll talk about that some more. But lighting is hard, and I don't know how to do it. Why'd I turn the camera off? There's no cutscene. Hey, Maria. Also, if you don't look at the, if you hadn't seen, the Shining poster featuring Jack Nicholson earlier in the game, here's a really good moment to see it right there with Jack Nicholson poking his head through the door. It's a really good camera angle to kind of make out what's going on with it. So there it is there. Kind of looks fucked up from this time though. It's weird. Kind of looks like he's on fire. Anyway, we are on the other side of the hookerism. We see there were some caution tapes and cones here, so we couldn't possibly have gone this way. That would be illegal. And James has never broken a law. Not once. Would never do that. Not James Sunderland. Noted law abider. I sure hope there isn't a child just running around this road right now. Anyway. Oh, hey, a child!
Over there!
Alrighty. There's a hospital here. Brookhaven Hospital. One of apparently 3, according to Silent Hill Origins for some fucking reason, 3 full-ass hospitals in, like... Just, this town's not that big. Why do you need 3 fully functioning hospitals for, like, 80 people? And, like, 2 of them are mental hospitals. And, like, enormous mental hospitals. Like, I guess it kind of makes sense given how much fucky stuff happens here that, as we see in Brookhaven, kind of gets written off as mental illness, but... Like, you got Brookhaven, you got Alchemilla, and then you got the sanitarium up there in Old Silent Hill, like all the way up here to the north. And I feel like you don't need all 3. And it's a bummer that Brookhaven is the one you go back to in Silent Hill 3, because Alessa going to Alchemilla, which is where she would have been imprisoned for all those years, would have been cool, but that was a PS1 game, and you can't just up-res those sprites or those textures for Silent Hill 3, so we just come back to Brookhaven, which was spelled Blookhaven in the original version because I guess Japanese L and R are like pronounced the same or something, but the enhanced edition fixed it and made it Brookhaven, so there that is. Hospital. I'm gonna get the map. I got the map of the hospital. And then we're gonna run over here. We're gonna save our video game. Here we are. Okay. So, let me see. Yeah, it got real late on me real fast. And I don't know what the fuck happened with that coughing fit earlier, but, that kind of got me real tired real fast. So I think what we're gonna do for now is I'm gonna check to see if anyone is on I want to say hi to, and then we're going to looks like everyone has already called it for the night, so that's fine. So here's the plan. I am going to I think call it here for tonight. Sorry for the kind of abrupt ending, but I got tired really fast. I didn't realize how late it was. Silent Hill 2 gets you going. But when we come back tomorrow about 2 p.m. Pacific, we're going to look into the Book of Lost Memories right here, and look at a few sections that inform some stuff that we've already seen in this game. Once we're done with that, we're going to pick up with Maria's side story, which is important to see before we get to the end of the hospital when some stuff occurs. And then we will come back to Brookhaven Hospital, this mental hospital that will have plenty of things going on. Just to set that up, there is a clipboard here with patients being hospitalized. And notice that all of these patients have the same letter as James's first name. Jack Davis. He has attempted suicide 3 times in the past for unknown reasons. Although he is normally a model patient who follows doctors' and nurses' orders, he must be watched closely due to his past pattern of sudden and violent suicide attempts. Joseph Barkin. His illness seems to be rooted in the fact that he believes he is guilty of causing his daughter's death. His symptoms suggest a psychotic break and paranoid delusions. Normally calm, but has a tendency towards violence when excited. And finally, Joshua Lewis. History of hospitalization as well as numerous assault, battery, and other violent offenses. He has a strong persecution complex and a tendency to solve things through violence. Extreme caution necessary. So these 3 patients, whose names I've already forgotten. Jack, Joseph, and Joshua. We're going to be following their stories, their stories as kind of like environmental storytelling-y, embedded into this hospital, and we will see how they align with the stories of the 3 people that have been called to this town, in Eddie, James, and Angela. Or Angela, James, and Eddie, I guess I should say, since we're aligning with those 3 patients in that order. And then Maria's gonna die. Like that, but a little more dramatic, and like a little more like, it's like more of a problem than that. Although, honestly, it kind of seems like James should just be able to leave and then, like go on with the plot. Like, that should be a speedrun tactic. Just going like, I don't want Pyramid Head to stab you, so I'm just going to shoot you and then move on, kind of a thing. But I guess that's wishful thinking. Anyway, that is all for then. We will get to that on Saturday and then probably need Monday to finish the game. I guess we'll see. These playthroughs end up being like 24 hours by the time we're done, so it's long. But anyway, that's all for then. For now,